You sure about that? Lin Yun looked at Xiao Yun with a weird expression, since Xia Yun's expression changed too quickly. I really don't need it. I believe that if I was in your position, you'd also save me without any hesitation. Xiao Yun smiled. Lin Yun fell into deep thought and turned to look at An Luoyan beside him. The chill on An Luoyan's face disappeared, and she squinted her eyes. Lin Yun, hurry up and refine it. Then, seeing this, Lin Yun understood something and, in the end, he ultimately refined the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. The owner had already passed away, and Lin Yun had been practicing the Azure Dragon Saint art. So he had a natural affinity with this saint artifact, and refining it was an easy task for him. If he still had the Azure Dragon King bone left to him by the Azure Dragon Lord, the umbrella would probably acknowledge him without even needing to refine it. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, a light flashed through his pupils, and his gaze fell onto the umbrella. The umbrella was 5 feet tall and was 1.5 times longer than the flower burial sword. Without activating it, the weight reached 10,000 cauldrons, and it was taxing for him to use this umbrella. When he held onto the umbrella, he could feel a warmth coming from it, dissolving the frost in his internal organs, and his face gradually became rosy. The surface of the umbrella was metallic, and anyone could tell that the material that forged this umbrella wasn't simple. When Lin Yun held onto the handle of the umbrella, he found it difficult to lift it up. This umbrella weighed 10,000 cauldrons, and it was tough for him to hold it in one hand, even with his physique. He could just barely wield it, and his right hand would cripple if he swung it a few times. With a single thought, Lin Yun poured all his astral energy into the umbrella and slowly raised it. Then he realized that it was now easier to wield this umbrella, and he began to swing it around like a sword, leaving behind ripples in the air. Even if he didn't use any of the saint runes, the umbrella alone was terrifying enough. As expected of a glory saint artifact. And Luoyan stood to the side as she looked at Lin Yun swinging the umbrella. He hadn't opened it up, and she couldn't imagine how powerful it would become if Lin Yun brought out the full power of the umbrella. This made her glance at Xiao Yun because she now knew why he was so obsessed with this umbrella earlier. Xiao Yun was looking at Lin Yun with envy in his eyes, and he let out an awkward cough when he sensed An Luoyan's gaze before he retracted his gaze. When Lin Yun poured his dragon runes into the umbrella, the entire umbrella shone brightly as lightning began to crackle on the umbrella. The cave started to tremble as fragments fell from the sky, and a powerful dragon aura exploded from the umbrella. When Lin Yun poured 8,000 dragon runes into it, the terrifying dragon aura immediately pushed An Luoyan and Xiao Yun against the wall. No matter how they tried to resist, it still felt suffocating for them, and they were under unimaginable pressure. Lin Yun gave it several tries and realized he couldn't open the umbrella. His arm began to feel sore, and looking at the two stuck onto the wall, Lin Yun said softly, "Stow!" As Lin Yun recalled the dragon runes, he stowed the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella into his interspatial bracelet. This made Xiao Yun and An Luoyan let out a breath of relief as they looked at Lin Yun with different expressions. Since we've gotten the dragon bone and the umbrella found an owner, it's time for us to go out, Xiao Yun urged. I saw a sealed gate under the lake, but it's too dangerous, so I didn't enter. The White Dragon Treasury? White Dragon Secret Realm? Or the Divine Dragon Valley? Xiao Yun's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Do you want to try it?" But Lin Yun shook his head and rejected that suggestion. He was thinking of another question and asked, "This is the White Dragon Palace, right?" "That's right. What about it?" "But the one guarding this place is related to the Azure Dragon instead." "Is the Azure Dragon clan under the White Dragon clan?" Lin Yun asked. "Haha, what's wrong with it? Is it embarrassing for the Azure Dragon clan to guard on behalf of the Whitey Dragon clan?" Xiao Yu smiled. "White dragons aren't ordinary divine dragons, and Azure dragons aren't ordinary true dragons either. This is an honor, but I believe you can see it. The Azure Dragon clan didn't have a high status before, and it was thanks to the White Dragon clan that they could have such a high position. Otherwise, why do you think the Azure Dragon is amongst the 4 natural sovereign constellations? This grace greatly increased the Azure Dragon clan's potential." "Why do you know so many secrets?" And Luoyan asked with her eyes flickering. Just treat it as if I'm bragging, then. Who knows if it's true? Xiaoyun smiled while spreading his hands apart. He continued, there's nothing else to say because I've seen similar situations. Cultivators possessing the dragon clan's bloodline will have to undergo a trial if they want to obtain the dragon bone. The gatekeepers are usually known as the Dragon Gate Venerable. Even after their death, they won't forget their duties. I have no ill intentions. I just want the gatekeeper to force out Envoy and's true strength to see if I can recognize her origin. As he spoke, he sighed. But I didn't expect Brother Lin to be so honest. You're someone I invited, and I didn't care about your origin. So why are you concerned about my origin? You talk as if the divine dragon palaces are your home. And Lu Yen furiously said, well, you're not entirely wrong if you put it that way. Xiaoyun shrugged. What about now? You still want to know about my origin? And Lu Yen retorted, I'm willing to believe you, since Brother Lin believes you. After all, he nearly died because of you. So what else can I say? Xiaoyun smiled. And Lu Yen wasn't satisfied with that explanation, but Lin Yun stopped her. He should have no ill intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved us from the primordial demon refining tree. He turned to Xiaoyun and asked, but I'm curious about why you trust me so much. We just got to know each other not too long ago. So why are you so friendly to me? Do I really have to say it? Xiaoyun asked with his face scrunched together. Yes, you have to. Lin Yun said in a heavy tone. I heard about you from someone. He said that he fought someone to an even ground on the profound Wither Island, and that person helped him. Xiaoyun helplessly said. When Lin Yun heard those words, his eyes lit up, and he immediately recalled the person by the surname Xiao who had short silver hair and was proficient in the blade. That was the first time he felt suppressed when facing an opponent at the same cultivation. Xiao Fan. Lin Yun replied. So it's really you. Xiaoyun smiled. What are you guys talking about? And Lu Yen had no idea what they were talking about. Nothing much. The misunderstanding is resolved between us. Lin Yun smiled. Let's quickly head out. The trio then turned back from where they came from. When they reappeared in the hall once more, they looked at the painting with shock. They still couldn't believe the painting had a hidden space. Xiaoyun and Lu Yen seemed to know a thing or two about this person in the painting, and Lin Yun was the only one in the dark. Xiaoyun, I recall that the Netherworld Hall's party also came in, right? Lin Yun asked. That's right, but we don't have to worry about them. They're bold because they want to go after the treasures outside, and they rarely come for shelter here at night. Not to mention that this palace is huge, and they might not be able to run into us. Xiaoyun said in a confident tone as he looked at the white-clothed person in the painting with revere in his pupils. Those people were bold since they even wanted to go after the primordial demon refining tree's saint fruit. Suddenly, Lin Yun's sword intent sensed a trace of danger. Not only Lin Yun but Xiaoyun and Lu Yen's faces also changed. When they turned around, they saw a group walking out from the darkness. The leader was one of the 7 core disciples, Xiefeng. Beside him was Kuing, and they had 6 8-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm experts behind them. They were in a pretty good mood, which was enough to prove that they had a good harvest. Brat, we meet again. Kuing smiled with cold, killing intent brimming in his eyes. I'm tired of playing catch with you the past few days, and it's time for me to deal with you. I bet you harvested quite a few saint elixirs here, right? Lin Yun's eyes flickered because it hadn't been long. From that, it was easy to decipher that the flow of time here differed from the outside world. Xiaoyun had fear flashing through his pupils because he suffered quite a bit at the hands of Kuing. You're more beautiful than the rumors. It's no wonder why my junior brother would have such a strong obsession with you and even warned me against touching you. Xiefeng fearlessly stared at Lu Yen. He licked his lips when he saw the snow-white skin on her chest. Young Master Xie must be joking, and Lu Yen replied as she suppressed her unhappiness. Ha ha! Xiefeng smiled before he turned to the painting on the wall. What's so special about this wall? Did Envoy and discover something? Why don't you share it with me? Nothing. And Lu Yen replied. There must be something since you answered so fast. Let me ask it in a manner that you like, then. Xiafeng sneered as he flapped his wings and came before Luyen. The two instantly exchanged 3 moves before Luyen was sent flying with a punch. But when Luyen was sent flying away, he stretched his hand towards Luyen's chest, wanting to rip her clothes off. I bet it must be uncomfortable to have it all wrapped up. Why don't you let those 2 bunnies get some fresh air? Ha ha ha. Xiafeng laughed, and his laughter drew waves of laughter from everyone else. But his hand was blocked just when he was about to touch Luyen. Lin Yun was standing right beside her, and he naturally wouldn't just watch her being humiliated. So he used his arm to knock Xiafeng's wrist away. Lin Yun's sudden interference made a cold light flash across Xiafeng's pupils. He had long noticed Lin Yun but didn't place him in his eyes because he was only at the 5-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. So he never thought that a mere fly would dare to make a move against him. You're courting death. Xiafeng became furious and swung his arm over. His palm was enveloped in astral energy, and it was enough to crush the heads of others. But Lin Yun easily used his arm to block this attack. This made Xiafeng surprised, and his attention turned to Lin Yun. When they started moving in the air, they were so fast that they only left behind afterimages. 10 odd moves later, Xiafeng's palm came again, and he had brought out his full power at the 8-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. When Lin Yun took the attack head-on, he groaned and took 3 steps back with blood dripping from the corner of his lips. Xiafeng was at the pinnacle 8-star Heavenly Elysium core realm and was only half a step away from reaching the 9-star. As Lin Yun's eyes flickered, he knew he couldn't face Xiafeng with his current cultivation. Although he had suffered some light injuries earlier, the frost in his body was also completely removed, making him feel a lot more comfortable. You want to play the knight with that pathetic strength of yours? Xiafeng sneered. Suddenly, his face changed as he returned to his party. When he raised his hand, he could see a lump of black astral energy enveloping it, devouring his astral energy. This surprised Xiafeng, before he wore a playful expression when he looked at Lin Yun once more. He naturally recognized the nether energy. Young Master Xie, are you all right? Everyone in his party quickly stepped forth. Haha, this is interesting. This brat has actually grasped the nether energy. I'm fine. I'll have some fun with them. Xiafeng snickered as boundless nether energy exploded and devoured the nether energy from Lin Yun. Lin Yun locked his brows together, and his expression became grave. He took a step forth. You guys leave first. I'll deal with him. And Luyen and Xiao Yun wore grave expressions as they began to hesitate. Haha, don't worry. Not a single one of you can escape today. Xiafeng unleashed his full power at the 8-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. When the 8 stars lit up in his violet palace, a terrifying demonic aura swept out from him in the next second. The wings behind him also suddenly exploded and grew to nearly 100 meters, with his demonic aura crashing down on Luyen and Xiao Yun, making their faces ugly. The 8-star Heavenly Elysium core realm meant multiplying the cultivation by 8-fold. With such a huge gap, it wasn't something Lin Yun could face, even if his astral energy ocean had reached 20,000 feet. Not to mention Luyen and Xiao Yun. The demonic aura radiating from Xiafeng's wings was terrifying and had combined a baleful aura with an aura of death. This was much more bizarre and terrifying than Lin Yun's Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. Xiafeng suddenly disappeared, before manifesting into a lump of demonic energy in front of Lin Yun when he reappeared. He then raised his palm and pushed it forth. Lin Yun took a deep breath and his astral energy ocean began to boil. The 2000 Saint aura strands then began to fill his body. Without thinking, Lin Yun threw a punch forth. When Lin Yun and Xiafeng clashed, Lin Yun was forced to take 3 steps back, and he could sense the shock in his internal organs. This scene made both Luyen and Xiao Yun's faces change before they quickly took a step forth, wanting to stop Xiafeng. Haha, great, Xiafeng laughed. He wasn't afraid, even if he faced 2 opponents simultaneously. And Luyen performed all sorts of dances as strips of cloth flew around like a wave of sharp swords crashing down on Xiafeng. Her dance was beautiful, and the cloth came in different colors that made it into a gorgeous scenery. On the other side, Xiao Yun brought out his profound insane eyes, and he executed a rather rarely seen palm technique. For a moment, he actually managed to suppress Xiefeng. Interesting, but the stalemate only lasted for a brief moment. When Xiefeng wrapped himself with his wings and unfolded once more, feathers flew out like arrows, tearing apart the cloth before sending An Luyen flying back with a palm. As An Luyen threw out a mouthful of blood, her face instantly became terrifyingly pale. "Get lost!" Xiefeng roared and flapped his wings, sending Xiao Yun flying back as well. When he reappeared, he already came before An Luyen and pushed a palm out, causing An Luyen to slam against the wall and inflicting severe injuries on her. "A bunch of flies dares to stand against me?" Xiefeng said as he reappeared in front of Xiao Yun. This made Xiao Yun look grave as he kept retreating in his fight with Xiefeng. When his hands began to form seals, a spiritual diagram slowly appeared behind him. Meanwhile, Lin Yun quickly came to An Luyen and fed her a profound wither pellet before transmitting several mouthfuls of astral energy over with his palm. The profound wither pellet was magical, and An Luyen's complexion improved just after she swallowed it. "Leave with Xiao Yun. I'll find you guys later," Lin Yun said quickly. "What about you?" And Luyen said anxiously. "Believe in me," Lin Yun replied as he looked An Luyen in the eyes. The three weren't Xiefeng's opponents, but Lin Yun had a lot of means, and it wasn't an issue for him to ensure his own safety. With An Luyen and Xiao Yun around, they would only be a burden for him because they would divide his focus. Right then, Xiao Yun flew back and threw a mouthful of blood. When An Luyen and Lin Yun raised their heads, they saw Xiefeng tearing that spiritual diagram apart and rushing over before giving Xiao Yun 3 more palms. If the 3 palms landed on someone else, they would have died countless times. But Xiao Yun seemed to have an inner armor that could even withstand the corrosion of nether energy by exhausting astral energy. "That bastard is too strong," Xiao Yun cursed as he fell to the ground. "You guys still want to play?" Xiefeng said as he looked at the trio with a playful gaze. The 3 didn't say a word. Just Xiefeng alone was a formidable opponent, not to mention that there was still another Kuing and several 8-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm experts. This was a terrifying party, and Xiefeng was just toying with them. Anyone could tell he had a huge harvest in the Dragon Remnant Astral Realm. "Leave quickly," Lin Yun said. His words made An Luyen and Xiao Yun exchange glances before they gritted their teeth and left. "You think you're worthy to cover them? You're a piece of trash yourself," Xiefeng snickered. He didn't place Lin Yun in his eyes, saying, "Chase after them. Don't let a single one of them escape." Aside from Kuing, the 8-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm experts soared into the sky. But just when they were about to pass by Lin Yun, a powerful sword aura descended onto them, and they felt as though they had run into a wall because Lin Yun was releasing his firmament sword intent at complete mastery. Firmament sword intent? The 8-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm experts took a few steps back. It was rare for someone to grasp such a powerful sword intent while at the Elysium Core Realm. "All of you stay behind," Lin Yun said indifferently as a 12-petaled nether flower bloomed behind him. When he pushed the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra to the limit, 8,000 dragon runes lit on the surface of his body before his Azure Dragon aura and Firmament Sword intent merged. This boosted his aura once more and forced the 8-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm experts to take a few more steps back. "Something is fishy about this kid." Ku Ying's eyes flickered as he came to Xiefeng's side. "This brat probably has an extraordinary origin. He wouldn't believe someone so young who had grasped such a terrifying sword intent would have no origin. Why do I have to care about that? Anyone who dares to stand in my way in this astral realm dies," Xiefeng said with a dark expression. "So what if he has a firmament sword intent at complete mastery? It doesn't change that he's still a piece of trash at the 5-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm. Kill him." 2 people immediately charged at Lin Yun. Xiefeng's eyes were flickering. He wanted to see what other means Lin Yun had. While he was somewhat afraid of the nether flower behind Lin Yun, he was excited at the same time. Lin Yun didn't hesitate. A vortex appeared within his astral energy ocean, and an ancient demonic cauldron slowly rose. As the destructive aura filled Lin Yun's pupils, it instantly turned his eyes red. When half of the cauldron rose from the ocean, Lin Yun turned into two afterimages, pushing his palm out. This caught the two by surprise, and they took several steps back as they threw out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed because this scene was too unbelievable, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing right now. Pitiful tricks. Let me handle him. A cold light flashed through Xiefeng's pupils. As a torrential demonic aura swept out from his wings, he turned into a black streak and flew toward Lin Yun. He was also at the 8-star Heavenly Elysium core realm, but he was much stronger than others. Under his terrifying aura, fine cracks appeared on Lin Yun's firmament sword intent. Ha! Xiefeng's eyes flashed with mockery. But right then, a silver umbrella appeared in Lin Yun's hand, and that umbrella shattered his demonic aura and astral energy around him before he could even react. The heavy blow instantly sent him flying back before he slammed against the wall. A glory saint artifact. Ku Ying's face changed with joy as he pounced forth, wanting to snatch the umbrella away from Lin Yun. Just what do you think you're doing? Lin Yun coldly looked at Ku Ying before he poured his dragon runes into the umbrella. As a powerful dragon aura swept out, Ku Ying was sent flying away before he could even do anything. The umbrella began to crackle with lightning when Lin Yun poured his dragon runes into it. As a dragon roar echoed, it sounded majestic, and Ku Ying, who wanted to seize the umbrella away from him, was immediately sent flying away. Glory Saint Artifact? Xiefeng's eyes lit up when he saw the umbrella, and he couldn't contain his excitement. Ha ha ha, you're Lin Tian, right? You really have quite a lot of treasures. If I remember correctly, you have a metallic wooden sword. You're really bringing me luck. All of you back down. I'll deal with this brat, Xiefeng said, and he even glared at Ku Ying. This made Ku Ying's gaze start changing. He was naturally a lot stronger than Xiefeng, and he could just leave if they were outside. But they were in the Dragon Remnant Astral Realm, and he couldn't afford to offend the Netherworld Hall. After all, there were a lot of powerhouses outside the Astral Realm. Ku Ying, keep watch, and don't let that brat escape, Xiefeng instructed. Ku Ying was reluctant, but he still smiled. Don't worry about it. That brat won't be able to escape today. Empress, how's the preparation? Lin Yun was able to suppress everyone for the time being, but he still couldn't face so many people alone. Looking at Ku Ying and Xiefeng's confidence, the two definitely had a lot of treasures. In the end, his cultivation was too low. He was already struggling against an 8-star Heavenly Elysium core realm, not to mention that there was a 9-star Heavenly Elysium core realm around. He knew that it wasn't enough with the umbrella. Most importantly, he couldn't bring 1/1000th of the umbrella's power. He had to open it if he wanted to barely wield this umbrella, which was why Xiefeng and Ku Ying were so confident about taking him down. A little longer, the Empress said, and this made Lin Yun feel relieved. This meant that he wouldn't be forced into a dead end here. Xiefeng looked at Lin Yun and rolled his eyes with a smile. Brother Lin, it's true that we don't have any previous conflict of interest, and I'm mainly targeting An Luyen. You're a mere guest, not to mention that there's no need for you to stick with the Heavenly Astral Pavilion. The Heavenly Astral Pavilion is the weakest amongst the 7 demonic sects. Isn't it better to join the Netherworld Hall? Lin Yun was calm as he shook his head. There was no way he could join the Netherworld Hall. Not to mention that he killed Lan Xiu, and his cooperation with An Luyen came first. Moreover, no matter how he looked at it, An Luyen was more suitable as a friend than Xiefeng. Why? Xiefeng squinted his eyes and calmly smiled. There's no need to lose your life for a woman, right? It isn't easy to win over someone like An Luyen, and you're probably a chess piece for her. Give me the umbrella, and I can let you have your fun when I capture her. I don't need you to guess my thoughts, Lin Yun calmly replied. Xiefeng's face sank when he heard Lin Yun's words, and he coldly said, You must be courting death, then. Do you think you're invincible because of an umbrella? I'll let you experience. With a grasp, a saint artifact appeared in his hand. This was a long spear, and the spear emitted a crimson glow when he held it. This was a myriad rune saint artifact. The name of this spear is Star Devourer, an inherited saint artifact of my netherworld hall. Today, I'll let you know the meaning of true strength. Xie Feng sneered, unleashing a terrifying pressure when he held onto the spear. As crimson light shrouded the spear tip, the spear gave off a feeling that it could shatter the sun. Along with a boundless demonic aura, Xie Feng charged forth with the spear. He had activated most of the saint runes, and the saint aura had reached a terrifying height. All of the crimson glow was gathered on the spear, tearing the dragon aura from the umbrella apart in its path. It's a waste of a treasure for you to have the umbrella. Xie Feng's eyes flashed with disdain. He had seen too many people who possessed powerful treasures without sufficient strength and couldn't even bring out the full power of the treasure. Xie Feng's eyes flashed with disdain when he saw the dragon aura being easily torn apart. So what if it was a glory saint artifact? If he could bring out most of the myriad rune saint artifact, it would be easy for him to suppress Lin Yun. The two quickly fought, and Xie Feng fully unleashed his aura at the 8-star Heavenly Elysium core realm after he brought out his saint artifact. Lin Yun's face was calm, and he didn't panic. He inwardly counted the time to estimate how far Xiao Yun and An Luyan had fled. Devour! 10 moves later, Xie Feng finally lost his patience. A crimson vortex appeared on the spear tip, and the entire spear had turned into a primordial beast, and the whirlpool was the jaw. When the bloody jaw opened, the umbrella's thunderstorm phenomenon was devoured, instantly decreasing Lin Yun's dragon aura. But fortunately, he still had his firmament sword intent. Otherwise, the gap of 3 stars would expand, and Xie Feng would be able to easily kill him in the blink of an eye. Ha ha! Xie Feng suddenly laughed. The crimson and silver wings behind him folded before opening like 2 crimson blades and hacked forth. This caught Lin Yun by surprise. Lin Yun could feel a threat coming from the crimson wings. He had poured all his dragon runes into the umbrella, and there was no way he could withstand the power of the crimson wings with his physique. If he had a divine dragon bone, he could keep producing dragon runes like astral energy. Usually it was fine, but his flaw expanded when facing a real enemy. Lin Yun didn't hesitate to summon the golden crow wings, and the 2 wing sets collided like saws with sparks flying around. When the 2 pairs of wings collided, the collision sounded metallic, and Lin Yun's golden crow wings slowly began to crumble. This made Lin Yun's face change, pushing the divine sun-chasing art to the limit, leaving behind afterimages in the air. But Xie Feng was too fast. When the golden crow wings crumbled, Xie Feng's wings quickly slashed. Lin Yun suffered a gash on his chest even after he had pushed his movement technique to the limit. His physique was also broken through, and blood flowed out from his wound. This pair of wings were forged with agrium metal. How are you going to compete with me? Xie Feng roared, thrusting the Star Devourer spear like a meteorite. This spear made a huge impact, making the surroundings fall into darkness as a star expanded before Lin Yun's eyes. All right, it's all prepared. Lil Purple's voice resounded right at this moment. As a cold light flashed across Lin Yun's pupils, he activated the Blood Flame Divine Rune and poured the crimson flames into the umbrella. The saint runes lit up on the umbrella, and Lin Yun could feel that the umbrella had come to life. But this umbrella also became incredibly heavy, as if it wasn't an umbrella but an entire mountain. Lin Yun's forehead was covered in sweat, and he gave up trying to open it and chose to swing it instead. The umbrella's total weight was activated as Lin Yun swung the umbrella. The umbrella and spear collided, causing a massive explosion, and the crimson light that enveloped the spear gradually dissipated. The impact made Xie Feng throw out a mouthful of blood before he flew back. His arms became numb from the impact, and it felt like his bones were about to break. But Lin Yun didn't let him go so easily and stepped forth, swinging the umbrella again. Under tremendous pressure, Xie Feng quickly raised his spear to defend against this attack. When the umbrella and spear collided once more, Xie Feng threw out another mouthful of blood before he was sent flying away. Senior brother. The other guests of the Netherworld Hall's faces changed as they stepped forth, wanting to aid Xie Feng against Lin Yun. Stop! Xie Feng roared. These people didn't have a myriad rune saint artifact, and Xiefeng couldn't think of the consequences if they faced the umbrella. But it was too late. Lin Yun swung the umbrella out. The 4 people that charged forth took an attack head-on, and their bodies were torn apart. This scene was too brutal, making Xiefeng's face turn white before throwing another mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Lin Yun let out a breath of relief as he retreated. But when he fled, Ku Ying's voice resounded within the palace. "Don't worry about it, young master. I'll capture him." Ku Ying grinned with his eyes filled with greed, while he quickly chased after Lin Yun. This made Xiefeng's face change as he struggled back onto his feet before he roared, "After him!" Like that, he quickly followed behind the remaining 2 people because he knew that Ku Ying had other thoughts. Lin Yun quickly fled, but Ku Ying was faster. Just when Lin Yun left, Ku Ying had already caught up to him, and Ku Ying naturally did it on purpose. He had been eyeing Lin Yun, and there was no way Lin Yun could flee if he wanted to stop him. Ku Ying naturally didn't hold any hope for the Glory Saint artifact, but hope rose in his heart once more when he saw Xiefeng being heavily injured. So when he saw Lin Yun flee, he briefly hesitated. If he could quickly destroy Lin Yun's corpse, he might have a chance at taking the umbrella for himself. He believed Xiefeng wouldn't dare to flip the table with him, at least not while they were still in the Dragon Remnant astral realm. As for when they left the astral realm, he hadn't thought that far. There was something certain. Xiefeng wouldn't dare to spread this around. After all, if Samsara Edict Realm experts made a move at that time, there would be nothing for him. When Ku Ying quickly processed his thoughts, he chased after Lin Yun. He had a change of opinion about him. After all, Xiefeng was one of the 7 core disciples with a cultivation at the pinnacle 8-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. He had some opportunities in the Dragon Remnant astral realm. Even Ku Ying didn't dare to look down on someone like Xiefeng, but Lin Yun relied on an umbrella to force Xiefeng into such a terrible state. But this further proved that this umbrella was extraordinary. Ku Ying was fast, but he didn't use his full speed. As he listened to the footsteps behind him, he knew that Xiefeng had become anxious, and a smile rose on his lips. He hoped Lin Yun could flee even further, at least far enough that Xiefeng wouldn't be able to catch up anytime soon. It was pointless if he quickly caught up to Lin Yun, so he wore a calm smile. He already saw that Lin Yun was about to reach his limit, and it was taxing for him to use the Glory Saint artifact because it was considered a trump card. Run. Keep running. Ku Ying wore an eerie smile as he followed behind him. Not long later, the White Dragon Palace's gate was pushed open by Ku Ying, and daylight shone in. Dawn finally arrived, and every dragon palace emitted a faint light with a dragon aura. This Dragon Remnant astral realm wasn't simple. Ku Ying didn't know this was a special place, but his instincts told him that this astral realm wasn't simple. It probably contained a huge secret related to the battle between the deities, or it might be associated with a primordial sect. When the 9 emperors appeared, it was said that they received the inheritance of a particular sect. But he soon tossed it to the back of his mind because the interest right before his eyes was more important. Ku Ying was surprised because he noticed that Lin Yun suddenly turned around. When Lin Yun turned around, he smiled. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." This made Ku Ying feel weird while looking at Lin Yun's broken wings and pale face. This proved that Lin Yun had reached his limit, and thinking about it made Ku Ying smile with pity in his pupils. It was too much of a shame for such a genius like Lin Yun to die here. He raised his finger and smiled. "Do you know what this means?" Seeing Lin Yun shake his head, the sympathy in Ku Ying's pupils grew even denser as he answered. "This means that I only need 1 finger to kill you." He suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he thrust his finger, giving off the feeling that his finger could pierce through the sky. Seeing Lin Yun struggling, Ku Ying's eyes flashed with mockery. "I said that you're already dead." His thrusted finger was aimed at Lin Yun's forehead. If his attack connected, there was no doubt that Lin Yun would lose his life. Ku Ying didn't think that he would fail, which made him pity Lin Yun. "As I said, I've been waiting for you." A cold light flashed across Lin Yun's pupils as he formed a seal. The myriad lightning divine rune that Lil Purple had long prepared in the secret realm was sent out by Lin Yun when he began forming his seal. Suddenly a ball of lightning appeared. "Ku Ying, flying towards the ball of lightning, had fear on his face because his vision was filled with lightning. This was the power of a sovereign divine rune. Along with a huge explosion, Ku-Ying was sent flying away, and he was torn into pieces. Although Lin Yun had retreated, the shockwave ultimately caught up to him. After he threw out a mouthful of blood, he fell onto one knee and raised his head to look at the chaos. The sky was filled with lightning flickering around, and the light was so dazzling that he didn't dare to look at it directly. Looking at the pieces of flesh on the ground, Lin Yun's eyes flashed with mockery. "You can kill me with one finger? You really know how to act." He had to admit that Ku-Ying really knew how to act, but it was a pity that he acted against the wrong person. After he swallowed a profound wither pellet, he picked up the umbrella on the ground. "The Glory Saint artifact is powerful," Lin Yun muttered to himself. "That's because you're too weak," Lil Purple said in disdain. Lin Yun smiled because Lil Purple wasn't wrong. He changed the topic. "The power of the sovereign divine rune is really strong. Ku-Ying should have been comparable to the third pulse dragon pulse realm, right? Don't overthink it. He's only at the first pulse dragon pulse realm at best. Those who hadn't formed their dragon origin. No matter how terrible a person's foundation can be, they'll start forming their dragon origin at the second pulse dragon pulse realm. At that time, it will be useless no matter how many stars you have. So don't underestimate the dragon pulse realm. Is that so? Quick, leave. I can't activate the sovereign divine rune again. You have to compensate me with 5,000 kilograms of true dragon saint liquid for this," Lil Purple urged, and her voice was weak. She had also paid an enormous price to activate the sovereign divine rune. Nodding his head, Lin Yun stowed the umbrella and continued to flee. Not long after he left, the gates of the White Dragon Palace were pushed open once more, and their sight was filled with lightning. Before they could even react, a wave of lightning swept over, and Xiefeng yelled, "Close the gates!" But the fluctuation still swept over, and they were all sent flying away. Xiefeng was shocked by this and asked, "What's going on? Is this the power of that old fellow Ku-Ying? Isn't he a little too terrifying?" Lin Yun returned to the region where they initially came in. But just when he was about to leave, his gaze fell onto the primordial demon refining tree. He had recovered some of his injuries, but his arm felt sour, and he couldn't use much of his strength. "What are you trying to do?" Lil Purple cautiously asked. Lin Yun didn't reply to her. He looked at the saint fruits hanging on the primordial demon refining tree and fell into deep thoughts. The demon refining fruits should be the most precious saint fruit in this primordial space. Right? That's for sure. Those are nurtured with the corpses of saint fiends, and they're definitely stronger than those saint fruits outside. But don't bother thinking about it. Before she could finish, Lin Yun had already moved, making Lil Purple exclaim, "Don't be impulsive." But Lin Yun didn't care about her and continued to head towards the primordial demon refining tree. He looked at the umbrella and fell into deep thought. It was true that, normally, he might lose his life if he went after the fruits, but it might be different now. Stowing the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella, Lin Yun took out something from his interspatial bracelet and increased his speed. He was holding onto the divine white dragon bone. When he stepped into the range of the saint tree, Lil Purple held her breath. Lin Yun discovered that he had entered a dark space, and a black hand was directed at him. But just when he wanted to move, one hand after another broke out from the ground and grabbed onto him. As a burst of weird laughter resounded, fear enveloped Lin Yun, except that the laughter sounded much more terrifying this time. He could feel his mentality collapsing, his vision blurred, and he couldn't move. In the crucial moment, the divine white dragon bone emitted a faint light with a white dragon coiling around him. As the hands and peals of laughter disappeared, Lin Yun's vision cleared up, and the primordial demon refining tree reappeared. Before Lin Yun could think more about it, he rose into the air and grabbed a demon refining fruit. When he held onto the fruit, his face became red with excitement. But just when he was about to reach for the second one, the corpses hanging on the tree started moving and countless pairs of peculiar eye sockets stared at him. This made Lin Yun feel a chill down his spine with his back covered in a cold sweat. When he left the range of the Saint Tree, he suddenly came to his senses and looked at the demon-refining fruit in his hand, exclaiming, "What did I just do? You plucked a demon-refining fruit," Lil Purple said. Lin Yun raised his head to look at the demon-refining tree before lowering his head. He had no memory of what happened earlier, which was too bizarre. Ultimately, his gaze fell onto his hand, the divine white dragon bone. Was this a gift from the White Dragon clan? He couldn't figure it out, but he gave a bow in the White Dragon Palace's direction, before quickly leaving this region. An hour later, Lin Yun activated the Aurora Dragon pupils and found the two of them. When the two saw Lin Yun, they also rejoiced. "You really came out safely," Xiao Yun rejoiced. "I'll call you Big Brother from now on." "What about Ku Ying? How did you manage to escape?" "He's dead," Lin Yun said before he continued. "Let's go. I'll bring you guys out of this place." The two were still shocked by the death of Ku Ying, but when they heard Lin Yun wanted to bring them out, they were shocked again. "Leave." Xiao Yun was surprised. He had been trapped here for a long time and still hadn't found the exit. The flow of time here was different from the outside world. They could naturally leave after finding the Nirvana node, and the Aurora Dragon pupils could see through all illusions. When Lin Yun used the Aurora Dragon pupils to look for Xiao Yun and Lu Yen, he also found the Nirvana node. When they found the Nirvana node, they swiftly left this place and reappeared in the cave again. Lin Yun knew that he had traveled through time when he went through the Nirvana node. "That is a really magical place," Xiao Yun exclaimed as he looked around. "This might be a Nirvana node." Lin Yun was surprised when he heard that, because he didn't think Xiao Yun would know about the Nirvana node. Nirvana node? And Lu Yen fell into deep thoughts when she heard that. She seemed to have heard of it before but couldn't recall it. She could only speculate that this was related to the Nirvana node, and there weren't many people who could control a Nirvana node since ancient times. But it was hard to control, and only a few powerhouses could accomplish that. As for the literature left behind, that was even less. "Hee. The two of you don't know about it?" Xiao Yun smiled with surprise flashing across his pupils. "Humph." And Lu Yen was unhappy with Xiao Yun. She suppressed her curiosity and no longer cared about him. When Xiao Yun turned to look at Lin Yun, he noticed Lin Yun was observing the surrounding walls, and he seemed to be recording something. But Lin Yun had no intention of asking him about the Nirvana node, which instantly placed Xiao Yun in an awkward position. "Big Brother Yun, what are you doing?" Xiao Yun stepped forth, and had now addressed Lin Yun as Big Brother. After all, Lin Yun killed Ku Ying, who made him suffer a lot. This wall seems to be indestructible. One could find the Nirvana node as long as one spent the time and effort to do so, and Lin Yun wanted to bury Xiefeng's party in it. After all, he couldn't afford the secret of the Radiant Saint artifact to spread. "Hee. We share the same thoughts. It's best not to let others know about this place. Big Brother Lin, you go rest and leave it to me." Xiao Yun took out a spiritual rune brush and engraved saint runes on the surrounding walls. With his attainment in spiritual runes, saint runes were easily drawn by him. "Retreat." When he was done, Xiao Yun retreated with Lin Yun and Lu Yen before he clasped his hands together, and this region began to collapse. This made Lin Yun look at Xiao Yun with a higher view, which was pretty impressive. He was sure that the wall was so tough that he couldn't leave any mark on it even with his firmament sword intent. But Xiao Yun easily caused it to crumble. When the cave was turned into a pile of ruins, the three swiftly left and found a secluded place in the desert. "Let's divide the saint fruits." Lin Yun looked at Xiao Yun and asked, "How many saint fruits have you got?" "Not much. I found 10-odd varieties with my profound saint eyes," Xiao Yun said as he took out various saint fruits. Lin Yun no longer spoke and took out 10-odd varieties of saint fruits. Then again, he only had one demon-refining fruit, so he couldn't share it. One could only refine one of each variety of saint fruit, and the second would be useless. So the benefits would be maximized by exchanging amongst themselves. Xiao Yun was stumped when he saw Lin Yun's saint fruits. Lin Yun actually had more saint fruits than him. They soon exchanged saint fruits that they hadn't consumed before. 7 days later, a boundless aura flowed over in Lu Yen and Xiaoyun's bodies like flowing light. They both opened their eyes at the same time. They both reached the pinnacle of 7-star Heavenly Elysium core realm after consuming 10-odd saint fruits. With their astral energy ocean and innate saint auras have reached a terrifying height. They both turned to look at Lin Yun. Lin Yun was still refining the saint fruits, giving off a holy light from his body. This made his body look like a flawless scripture. Why is he still refining saint fruits? Xiaoyun asked. Since Lin Yun had previously consumed many saint fruits, there were only a few saint fruits that he hadn't refined, unlike the two of them. So logically speaking, he should have woken up a long time ago. And Liu Yan's eyes flashed with surprise as she looked at the saint fruit in Lin Yun's hand. The demon refining fruit, Xiaoyun exclaimed as his pupils squinted. Why are you so loud? And Liu Yan glared at him. Did this person not know that Lin Yun was refining the saint fruit? What if his loud voice disturbed him? Xiaoyun awkwardly smiled when he heard that and quickly covered his mouth. Still, he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. After all, that was the demon refining fruit they were talking about, and at least 500 saints were hanging on that tree. So one demon refining fruit was probably equivalent to the dozens in their hands. An hour later, Lin Yun finally let out a breath, which lasted for a long time, and the breath gradually became thinner, and it looked thinner than hair. This made Liu Yan and Xiaoyun's faces change because it was rare for anyone to achieve this. Aside from Dragon Pulse realm experts who had condensed their dragon origin, those strands meant Lin Yun could kill his enemies from thousands of meters away. The demon refining fruit is really a treasure, but this fruit hasn't ripped yet, Lin Yun said, looking at the shriveled fruit that had lost its spiritual energy. He made tremendous progress in his cultivation this time and now had 6 stars in his Violet Palace. This meant that he had reached the 6-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. His astral energy ocean reached an exaggerated size of 30,000 feet, and his innate saint aura reached 5,000. It was rare for an ordinary genius to reach 10,000 feet in their astral energy ocean. Since 8-star Heavenly Elysium core realm experts could bring out 8 times their base cultivation, they could bring out the power of 80,000 feet of astral energy ocean. But Lin Yun had a strong foundation and was stronger than those people, even if he was only at the 6-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. If he utilized the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron, the power he could bring out would be even more powerful. Xiefeng's astral energy ocean should have been around 20,000 feet, or he wouldn't have been able to make Lin Yun feel so pressured. But if Lin Yun ran into him again, he was confident he could face Xiefeng or even suppress him. The feeling of being suppressed felt terrible. The golden crow wings were destroyed, his cultivation was suppressed, and not even his firmament sword intent could cover the difference. When Lin Yun stood up, and Liu Yan and Xiaoyun felt significantly pressured. They could feel that Lin Yun had undergone a drastic change after refining that demon refining fruit, and this made them suffer a setback when they had just become confident from the boost of their strength. Lin Yun smiled. I need a favor from you both. What favor? Big brother Lin. Just say the word. Xiaoyun laughed as he patted his chest. And Liu Yan gave a wink, and she didn't have to speak for others to understand her meaning. I need to refine one more thing, and the commotion will be huge. It'll be dangerous, so I need you two to protect me. If someone comes, help me kill them, or it'll be very troublesome for me. Lin Yun said in a solemn voice. Lin Yun intended to refine the divine golden crow iron. The process would be dangerous, and his body would blow apart if he wasn't careful. He initially planned to refine it after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm, but Lin Yun was somewhat unconvinced when his golden crow wings were destroyed by Xiefeng earlier. Not to mention that Xiefeng's strength was nothing compared to the top geniuses of the 7 demonic sects and those old monsters who reached the 9-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. There was a massive gap between him and them, and he needed to upgrade his golden grow wings. That's simple. I'll set up a 9-layered spiritual array for you. Xiaoyun smiled. This was his specialty. When Xiaoyun set up the spiritual arrays, and Liu Yan took out a jade pendant from a surprising spot. The jade pendant was buried deep in her cleavage, making the corner of Lin Yun's lip twitch. This is called the Heavenly Heart Jade Talisman, containing a droplet of heavenly divine frost fire. It can ensure your safety no matter what you are refining, and Luyen naturally said before she put it on Lin Yun's neck before he could say a thing. When the talisman stuck onto his chest, Lin Yun could feel a chilling aura, and his aura immediately calmed down. He instantly knew this was a treasure and smiled at An Luyen. After Xiao Yun set up the 9-layered spiritual array, this region was isolated from the outside world, and no one would notice them, regardless of the commotion they caused. Lin Yun then took out the divine golden crow iron. The divine golden crow iron had a tough surface, and it was covered with faint runes. It was the divine golden crow's blood, and the value wasn't any lower than divine dragon bones. To a certain degree, it was even more precious, and this was the divine golden crow iron given to him by Mu Xiankong. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun hovered the divine golden crow iron before him. When he poured his astral energy into it, the surface of the divine golden crow iron began to melt, and traces of cracks began to appear. A majestic divine aura swept out as golden light shone from the cracks. Then, a series of explosions resounded from within the divine golden crow iron. When the surface of the divine golden crow iron fell off, a liquefied golden metal was emitting a dazzling radiance that looked like boiling magma. Since it was too dazzling, it became this region's sole light source. Simultaneously, cracks began to appear on the ground, and the ground soon became charred. The talisman stuck to Lin Yun's chest emitted a faint light, and a cold aura swept throughout his body. A white membrane appeared on the surface of his body, resisting the heat wave that was sweeping through his body. Aside from the heat wave and pressure, a piercing aura swept out that left cracks in the surrounding air. Lin Yun took a deep breath with a grave expression as he slowly directed the divine golden crow iron towards himself. The boiling divine golden crow iron looked like blazing flames and was emitting a dazzling brilliance. The dazzling light alone proved how extraordinary the divine golden crow iron was. The divine golden crow iron was created from soil containing the divine blood while condensing for tens of thousands of years before there was a slight chance of it being born. It was both a metal and liquid, and it could even give birth to intelligence if time was long enough. Lin Yun finally made up his mind, and the liquid divine golden crow iron entered his body like flowing magma. He instantly felt excruciating pain and let out a roar with golden flames blazing in his pupils. His bones began to turn red like a metal that was being forged at high temperature in the furnace, glowing with uncertain crimson as if it would explode the next moment. This was terrifying because he could feel that his body was under a high temperature and it felt as though his internal organs and bones would melt. The 30,000-foot astral energy ocean also began to boil in his violet palace, igniting the boundless astral energy. As waves of dazzling golden starlight shone from his body, the 8,000 dragon runes were like seals that were empowering his body. No matter how terrifying the divine golden crow iron was, it couldn't destroy his body. The dragon runes strengthened his blood, bones, and internal organs, and his body was like a quasi-dragon physique at this moment. As his heart was pumping, he could feel boundless vitality surging and turning into brimming vitality. But even so, Lin Yun's thoughts were in chaos as the pain consumed him. For hours later, a chill flowed in his mind, and he came to his senses. The chill quickly flowed throughout his body, allowing him to lower his head to look at the pendant. The Heavenly Heart Jade Talisman given to him by An Luyen allowed him to come to his senses in this crucial moment. If it wasn't for that, he might not have come to his senses for several days. At that time, it would be a question if he could still refine the divine golden crow iron. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun closed his eyes to calm his emotions. After careful observation, he noticed that the divine golden crow iron had dissolved into light throughout his body, filling it entirely. It was as if golden sand was burning every inch of his body, but the pain had become milder. Sitting with his legs crossed, Lin Yun put his hands together and started forming seals. When he formed the seals, the astral energy ocean coursed through his body and the divine sun-chasing art was being circulated. The golden sand gathered to his back as he circulated the divine sun-chasing art. This was a painful process, covering Lin Yun's forehead with sweat. But since Lin Yun's eyes were closed, he had no idea that all of his sweat was blood droplets, and they were blazing when they fell onto the ground, turning the surroundings into a sea of flames. He was like a young sun in the sea of fire, with an ancient aura enveloping him. When the phenomenon appeared outside, even in Luyen and Xiaoyun sensed that something wasn't right. They could hear saintly music and see golden light coming from the 9-layered spiritual array. Boundless vitality was pouring down in the form of drizzling rain. The rain soon dampened the desert and all sorts of plants began to grow on the ground. What's going on? And Luyen reached out towards the rain, her eyes filled with doubt. Why does it feel like an auspicious beast is about to be born? This is bizarre. Just what did Big Brother Lin refine? Xiaoyun said in a surprised tone. Suddenly, his face changed. Not good. This place was remote, with the surroundings being a desert. There might not be anyone around, but demonic beasts were around. Turning back, they could see boundless demonic beasts attracted by this phenomenon. Amongst them were demonic beasts comparable to 8-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm experts, and some gave off an aura equivalent to 9-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm. Facing those demonic beasts, even someone like Kuing would have difficulty. This is troublesome now, Xiaoyun muttered. Let's make a move. These are only demonic beasts, and it's not as unpredictable as you think. And Luyen was decisive and attacked. When a cloth flew out like a bolt of lightning, it easily sent a demonic beast flying away. Unless it was an overlord demonic beast or a monarch demonic beast, cultivators generally had the advantage against demonic beasts in the same cultivation. Xiaoyun was also a decisive person. He might sound like a coward, but he was even more ruthless than in Luyen when he made his move. But there were too many demonic beasts, and it didn't take long for them to fall into a bitter fight. The phenomenon created by Lin Yun was just too great. Within the 9-layered spiritual array, 6 hours passed by. The divine golden crow iron that filled his body finally gathered on his back, and the speed of Lin Yun forming signs with his hands gradually slowed down. His back was heavy, and it felt like he was carrying a mountain on it. When a crisp sound echoed, it was as if a golden crow was breaking out from a cocoon, and Lin Yun's back was ripped apart with blood spilling out. A pair of golden metallic wings grew out from his back. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, he fell to one knee with his right hand on the ground, supporting him. His face was rosy, and his eyes flashed with golden light as flames blazed within the depths of his pupils. When the golden crow wings were fully formed, Lin Yun rose from the ground to the air. The golden crow wings were nearly 30 feet long and glowed brightly like the sun. Every single feather had a metallic sheen, and the newly born golden crow wings flowed with a faint light that was incomparable to before. Looking at it carefully, the holy flames were the golden crow saint flame that was blazing within the divine golden crow iron. Each feather was engraved with a saint rune, which meant that each feather was comparable to a saint artifact. There were more than 20,000 feathers on the golden crow wings, which was close to 30 meters long. In other words, the newly born golden crow wings was equivalent to a saint artifact with 20,000 saint runes. The golden crow wings flapped with a single thought, and he began to shuttle back and forth in this space. He turned into golden streaks of light as he teleported back and forth. When he stopped, the golden streaks were still left behind in the air and not dissipating. What speed! Lin Yun's eyes flashed with excitement. He was several times faster than before, and this was unbelievable. But he soon suppressed his emotions and crossed his hands to form the golden crow saint seal, pouring his astral energy into the wings behind him. As the golden crow wings trembled like a couple of blades, the 20,000 saint runes began to activate and enveloped Lin Yun in a golden light. As he activated more and more saint runes, the light that Lin Yun was emitting grew even more dazzling. Just when he was curious about what was about to happen, a dazzling radiance shone from Lin Yun, and the 9-layered spiritual array was utterly destroyed in a split second. When the spiritual array crumbled, the surrounding air violently trembled. The commotion drew in Luyen and Xiao Yun's attention, who were fighting the demonic beasts. When they turned back, They couldn't help to be shocked when they saw a person suspended in the air and devouring all the light in the world. This person was bathed in a holy light, making him look like a god. When Lin Yun appeared before Luyen, he folded his wings to protect himself. Two 8-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm demonic beasts charged forth and collided, creating a loud and dull sound. The two demonic beasts were dizzy from the collision, and the golden grow wings unfolded before they could come to their senses. The two wings were like a couple of blades that severed the two demonic beasts into pieces. Holy shit! This scene completely stumped Xiaoyun. After all, those were 8-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm demonic beasts, and he was curious about what Lin Yun had refined for his wings to become so terrifying. Even someone as knowledgeable as him couldn't believe what he was seeing. But he soon felt sad because Lin Yun chose women over brothers. He was facing 9-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm demonic beasts, and there was more than one of them. Just when Xiaoyun was inwardly complaining, Lin Yun finally moved, turning into a streak of light while shuttling across the battlefield. Whenever he stopped, an 8-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm demonic beast would be torn into pieces. Just like that, 20-odd 8-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm demonic beasts died in the blink of an eye. When the golden light stopped beside Xiaoyun, Xiaoyun's face had already turned pale with fright. When Lin Yun appeared beside him, he didn't say a word and summoned the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella to his hand. Pouring the dragon runes into the umbrella, the golden crow wings flapped when Lin Yun thrust the umbrella, using it as a sword. The 9-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm demonic beast was instantly torn apart when the umbrella stabbed it at an unprecedented speed. As for the two remaining 9-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm demonic beasts, they fled without turning back and no longer dared to stay behind. With a single thought, Lin Yun recalled the golden crow wings into his body and looked at the umbrella before falling into deep thoughts. His clothes gradually regenerated and spiritual runes flickered on the clothes that the golden crow wings tore apart. Even the ordinary garments he wore were at least a Tao artifact for someone at his cultivation. As long as the clothes weren't instantly destroyed, they would regenerate by themselves. He had a feeling that he could give opening the umbrella a try again. The umbrella looked weird, engraved with the sun, moon, river, mountains, dragons, and starry sky. Opening it felt like opening a world instead of an umbrella. When Lin Yun turned around, Xiaoyun still hadn't recovered from his shock, and he could feel his lips becoming dry as he looked at Lin Yun like he was looking at a monster. A long time later, he gulped down a mouthful of saliva and asked, "Big brother Lin, what did you refine?" "Divine golden crow iron," Lin Yun replied. His words left Xiaoyun and Luyen shocked for a moment before they came to their senses. Xiaoyun asked, "But where did you get the divine golden crow iron from?" And Luyen's eyes were surprised because not even the chief disciples of the 7 demonic sects would have such a treasure. After all, not even saints would be willing to give such a treasure to their descendants because the value wasn't at all inferior to a divine dragon bone. "That's because I'm the sword sect's Lin Yun, the heaven direct disciple of the divine firmament peak." Lin Yun smiled. Xiaoyun scratched his head in confusion. Only Mu Shenkong knew the immense pressure he was under when he gave Lin Yun the divine golden crow iron. But Lin Yun didn't dwell on this problem and returned the pendant to Luyen, and Luyen wore the pendant. Just when she was about to say something, a streak of light flew over and entered her interspatial bracelet. When she took out the jade slip and placed it against her forehead, she received news from others. When she reopened her eyes, her gaze became weird. "What's wrong?" Lin Yun asked. "The first envoy says that the 7 demonic sects have found a way to deal with the dragon-blooded demonic corpses, and they're preparing to launch an attack at the Dragon Burial Valley. So all of the envoys are to gather immediately." And Luyen said. When Lin Yun and Xiaoyun heard that, they were both surprised. "There is a way to enter the Dragon Burial Valley now?" The Dragon Burial Valley was an extremely dangerous place in the Dragon Remnant astral realm, but there was no doubt that there were a lot of treasures there comparable to the other sites in the astral realm. It was practically confirmed that divine dragon bones could be found there. Lin Yun's motive in coming to the Dragon Remnant astral realm was to find a divine dragon bone suitable for himself, which meant that he had to go to the Dragon Burial Valley no matter what. But did the 7 demonic sects really find a way to deal with the dragon-blooded demonic corpses? Now that the trial has been cancelled, is there a need for us to travel with the envoys? Xiao Yun asked, looking at An Luyen. He had no interest in the other envoys, and this summoning order made him feel like they were servants. Xiao Yun naturally didn't have a good temper and only worked with An Luyen, so he did not need to listen to the orders of the first envoy. Before entering the Dragon Remnant astral realm, the elders instructed us that the first envoy will be the leader amongst us, and we're not allowed to fight amongst ourselves. You can ignore him if you don't plan on entering the Dragon Burial Valley. And Luyen replied, "This is troublesome then." Xiao Yun rubbed his forehead, and it looked like he had no choice but to heed the summons. How are the 7 demonic sects planning to deal with the dragon-blooded demonic corpses? Lin Yun was more curious about this. He had personally fought with dragon-blooded demonic corpses, and he knew those weren't easy to deal with. Nothing exact, he only said that those who cultivated a body-refining technique could deal with those dragon-blooded demonic corpses. The first envoy says we can ignore the other guests but must bring along those who cultivate a body-refining technique. And Liuyan's eyes flashed with doubt as she looked at Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun didn't have any advantage against those dragon-blooded demonic corpses, even though he had practiced a dragon clan's body-refining technique. You can deal with those dragon-blooded demonic corpses? Xiao Yun was surprised as he looked at Lin Yun. I can't. Lin Yun replied with a weird expression. When he fought with those dragon-blooded demonic corpses, he didn't feel that the body-refining technique could deal with them, and the dragon runes were useless against them. The dragon-blooded demonic corpses were tough to deal with because they had transparent bodies. Or rather, they were nearly invincible aside from their eyes. Lin Yun had to resort to the Aurora dragon pupils and Xianxia's strength to deal with them, which had nothing to do with his body-refining technique. What the hell then? Xiao Yun muttered. We'll know when we're there. Lin Yun replied. And Luyen took out a jade slip and placed it against her forehead. In the next second, light beams flew out from the jade slip. Not long later, Elder Chun, Kenjiu, and Ding Lei rushed over. Elder Chun was the fastest because he wasn't far from An Luyen, which meant he could rush over any time. Kenjiu and Ding Lei appeared together, and they were occasionally emitting a holy light from their bodies. They were stronger than when they initially entered the Dragon Remnant astral realm. This meant they had a huge harvest in the Dragon Remnant astral realm, especially Ding Lei, who gave off boundless vitality. Only Chen Yen was nowhere to be seen, which probably meant that he had died somewhere in the astral realm. This wasn't surprising because many people have died in the Dragon Remnant astral realm by far, so it was expected that at least one person would die amongst their group of 6. An Luyen briefly explained what was happening before they rushed towards the Dragon Burial Valley. The gathering location of the 13 envoys was on a mountain at the edge of the Dragon Burial Valley, and this mountain was called the Dragon-Seeking Mountain. It wasn't a majestic mountain, but looking from the front, one would see a tattered and desolate valley. The valley's entrance was a flight of stairs covered in blood and littered with corpse remains. When the 7 demonic sects launched multiple attacks on the valley, they had suffered lots of casualties. All of the envoys, aside from An Luyen, have gathered on the Dragon-Seeking Mountain, and the envoys had several geniuses behind them. They all shared something in common. They were all body-refining cultivators. All geniuses have cultivated their body for some part of their life. After all, it was unwise for geniuses of their level to have a huge weakness. It's just that they weren't as good as those who specialized in refining their physiques. Even Lin Yun's physique couldn't be compared to Ding Lei, who had the bloodline of the demon clan. Lin Yun's gaze focused mainly on the envoys, observing their strength. The Heavenly Astral Pavilion's foundation was a little lacking, and most of the envoys couldn't fight Xiefeng, based on the strength and cultivation they had revealed thus far. On the other hand, Xiefeng was ranked 6th in the Netherworld Hall, meaning there were 5 ahead of him. These people don't seem to know how body-refining cultivators can deal with those dragon-blooded demonic corpses. Lin Yun glanced at the body-refining cultivators the envoys had brought over and noticed that they weren't discussing this at all. This was because most of them had suspicion on their faces. Let's wait for the first envoy. He has the strongest obsession on the Dragon Burial Valley amongst the 13 envoys. And Lu Yen said, "The first envoy?" Lin Yun asked. When Lu Yen looked at a youth donned in golden clothes, she replied, "The first envoy's name is Tianjiu. He's the strongest amongst the 13 envoys, and only he can compete with the 6 demonic sect's chief disciples amongst the top 5 envoys. Simultaneously, he's also the oldest amongst us. He can compete with the chief disciples of the other 6 demonic sects." Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts when he heard that. He had no idea how strong the other 6 demonic sect's chief disciples were, but there was no doubt that they were much stronger than Xiefeng. Lin Yun couldn't even fight Xiefeng without using his trump cards before consuming the demon-refining fruit, especially at his cultivation level. He was practically being one-sidedly suppressed in his fight with Xiefeng and barely resisted relying on his firmament sword intent. Aside from Tianju, you must be careful of the envoys in the top 5. They all have terrifying strengths, and none are weaker than Xiefeng. Some of them might even be stronger than Xiefeng. And Lu Yen transmitted her voice to Lin Yun. Just when Lu Yen introduced the envoys ranked in the top 5 to Lin Yun, the first envoy Tianju finally spoke up. "All the body-refining cultivators step forth and let me take a look at you guys." His voice echoed like an ancient bell, making everyone's eardrums tremble. The guests behind the 13 envoys didn't hesitate to step forth. And this was the same for Ding Lei, who Lu Yen invited. Ding Lei had a massive harvest in the Dragon Remnant astral realm. He could tell that Tianju was strong and wanted to receive the latter's acknowledgement. Lin Yun stood beside Lu Yen and didn't step forth. He still doubted this mission and had no intention of exposing himself for now. It didn't take long for 10-odd people to step out. Tianju's gaze was indifferent as he gave off a deep and unfathomable aura. When he swept his gaze through the 10-odd people, he suddenly pushed his palm forth before they could react. When he pushed his palm out, the surrounding air began to tremble along with the dragon-seeking mountain. After his palm, there were only 4 people still standing. As for the rest, they were all sent flying away and fell onto their knees. As for the 4 who were still standing, they could feel their blood boiling with fear flashing in the depths of their pupils. "You guys dare to claim to be body-refining cultivators with only this much? Get lost," Tianju indifferently said with contempt in his eyes. His words made the faces of those sent flying away ugly before they swiftly got up and backed down. Amongst the 4 still on their feet, one had a height of 2 meters with a cold gaze, and his name was Jin Ao. One was in his 50s, his skin was giving off a gray luster, and his name was Huang Kuan. There was also an old man. He didn't look young, judging from his appearance, but his vitality was terrifying, and his name was Chun Shouhai. The last person was naturally Ding Lei, and he took the palm the easiest amongst the 4 thanks to his demon clan's bloodline. "Not enough," Tianju indifferently said before his gaze fell onto Lin Yun. He then pointed out, "You step forth." And Lu Yen was surprised, and she replied, "Tianju, he's a swordsman, and he's not a body-refining cultivator." She had a mysterious background as the only woman amongst the 13 envoys. Paired with her immense wealth, she had a good connection with many demonic cultivators, and even the envoys ranked in the top 5 didn't dare to look down on her. But it was different for Tianju. He continued, "If he's not stepping forth, you will do instead." "I already contributed someone," and Lu Yen said with her brows locked. "Do you want to follow her or me?" Tianju turned to look at Ding Lei. Ding Lei was straightforward and smiled with his eyes squinting. "I naturally listened to the first envoy," and Lu Yen nearly threw out a mouthful of blood when she heard that with her chest heaving up and down because of Ding Lei's betrayal. After Lin Yun inwardly sighed, he stepped forth and cupped his hands together. Lin Tian. He wasn't willing to step out because he noticed that the envoys ranked in the top 5 had robust vitality, which meant they didn't lack body-refining cultivators. He stepped out because Lu Yen would be forced to take the spot if he didn't. As for the exact situation, he would act according to the situation when the time came. Tianju, not caring about An Luyen, said, "The primary reason I called you guys is because you guys can deal with the dragon-blooded demonic corpses. Secondly is to retrieve the saint fruits and saint elixirs. Many places in the Dragon Burial Valley will devour your vitality. I believe you guys roughly understand when I put it this way. As for your benefits, you can have a share of saint fruits and elixirs. No matter how many saint elixirs or saint fruits we come across, you guys will have a share, and it won't be counted in the half you have to hand over after leaving the Dragon Remnant astral realm." Everyone's faces became excited when they heard that. But right at that moment, Lin Yun asked, "So, may I ask how body-refining cultivators can deal with the dragon-blooded demonic corpses?" Before Tianju said a word, the 4 envoys ranked in the top 5 turned to coldly look at Lin Yun. "Do you think that you're qualified to speak here?" The second envoy coldly said. "Just listen to instructions and shut it." The third envoy also spoke up. Lin Yun didn't say a word, but their attitude verified his speculation. There was something weird about this situation. "You'll know after you enter the Dragon Burial Valley." Tianju indifferently looked at Lin Yun and waved his hand. "Give them a set of saint armor." Those behind him retrieved several sets of saint armor consisting of a helmet, shoulder guard, arm guard, knee guard, battle boots. Not a single piece was missing, and the saint armor could completely cover everyone. This Flame Dragon Saint armor has more than 20,000 saint runes with the entire set added together. They're on loan to you guys, and you can keep them if you perform well. Tianju was pretty generous, but he soon lightly locked his brows. "Why aren't you putting it on?" Tianju asked, looking at Lin Yun coldly. The 4 other envoys' faces also became ugly when they saw this scene. "I don't need it," Lin Yun replied. "Tianju, he's my man. So don't push it." And Luyen spoke out. "Your man." Tianju laughed. "How stupid to refuse the Flame Dragon Saint armor. Don't blame me when you die then." Tianju looked at the others when everyone was prepared. "Envoys, the most valuable treasure in the Dragon Remnant astral realm are the divine dragon bones. We're not taking them for ourselves but the heavenly astral pavilion. The 6 other demonic sects should be heading to the valley. Since we're all prepared, it's time for us to set off as well." When everyone gathered together, they headed towards the Dragon Burial Valley. When they climbed the stairs, they could feel immense pressure from the dragon aura that was suppressing them. After they entered the valley, their sight opened up. The ground was filled with vegetation, and ancient trees were hanging in the sky that was enveloped in clouds, making this entire place look like a celestial realm. But the ground was covered with blood and littered with corpse remains. The surroundings were reeking of blood, reminding everyone that this wasn't a celestial realm but a genuine forbidden zone. After all, a lot of people died not too long ago. The aura here is somewhat similar to the dragon palaces. Lil Purple's voice resounded beside Lin Yun's ears, which meant that this place might also be a nirvana node. The surroundings became darker as they went deeper into the Dragon Burial Valley. Occasionally, terrifying roars could be heard, accompanied by draconic roars that made everyone's hearts lifted. Someone became uneasy from the roars, and that person soared into the sky, wanting to see what was in the valley's depth. "Get down!" Tianju immediately roared. His roar scared that person, causing him to fall from the sky. But just when he was about to land on the ground, a crimson vortex suddenly appeared in the air. The crimson vortex was like the jaw of a ferocious beast. When the crimson vortex closed, only a decapitated head fell and rolled on the ground. The eyes of the head were wide open, and this scene made everyone's scalps numb. Tianju snickered. "I forgot to tell you guys that this place is filled with those crimson vortexes. So don't blame me if you die because you don't heed orders." Looking at that decapitated head and hearing what Tianju said, many people instantly intended to back out from the Dragon Burial Valley. Don't bother having other thoughts after entering the Dragon Burial Valley. You guys can only dream about going back without me leading the way, Tianju coldly said. When everyone turned back, the scenery behind them had changed, and the dragon-seeking mountain was nowhere to be seen. It even gave them the feeling that the space here differed from the dragon-seeking mountain. A voice resounded beside Lin Yun. "Brother Lin, what's that crimson vortex? Is it a spatial crack or a demonic beast?" The one who asked was the traitor, Ding Lei. The 5 body-refining cultivators were arranged together by Tianju, and they stood in front of the party. Further ahead were the envoys ranked in the top 5 leading the way. Lin Yun glanced at Ding Lei, but just when he was about to speak, a voice resounded. "It shouldn't be a spatial crack because the aura coming from it was extremely evil. It makes me feel like a demonic beast is hidden in the void." Huang Kuan, who was one of the 5 body-refining cultivators, spoke. He appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 50s, but his vitality was terrifying, and the gray floral runes on his skin were striking. The old man, Chen Xiuhai, continued, "It's a little weird, so as long as you don't run around recklessly, you should be able to sense it beforehand and avoid it. It doesn't look like a spatial vortex. If that's a spatial vortex, then there should be cracks." Lin Yun added, "It's surprising that you're a body-refining cultivator." Jin Ao, the last one amongst the 5, spoke. When his gaze fell on Lin Yun, he continued, "I wonder what body-refining technique you cultivated. We can discuss it more. It's just an ordinary technique. There's no way it can be compared to you guys. I'm a swordsman. Let's not be distracted here." Lin Yun ignored Jin Ao and continued forth. "Haha." Jin Ao smiled with his gaze becoming sinister. Chan Xiuhai quickly followed Lin Yun and whispered, "Jin Ao is a subordinate of the first envoy, and he's also here to supervise us. So he was trying to find more information about you earlier, so you should be careful." Lin Yun stopped, and he knew why Jin Ao's gaze was filled with malice when they had no grudges against each other. When he looked at Chen Xiuhai again, he noticed that Chen Xiuhai had become indifferent and had no intention of bothering him. But he soon figured it out. Aside from Ding Lei, everyone knew that it wasn't an easy task for them to deal with the dragon-blooded demonic corpses. Maintaining his composure, Lin Yun looked ahead and transmitted his voice to Chen Xiuhai. "Mister, you've already reached the 9-star Heavenly Elysium core realm, right? Why haven't you made a breakthrough to the Dragon Pulse realm?" Chen Xiuhai's gaze was directed elsewhere as he replied, "I can't be compared to you. I only reached the 9-star Heavenly Elysium core realm over time. With my aptitude, the second Pulse Dragon Pulse realm is my limit, and I might not even be able to condense my dragon origin. Now that I'm getting on in age, I'm not really bothered with reaching the Dragon Pulse realm anymore, and I'm also not running out of lifespan anytime soon. Why do you think I'm here? I have about 10 years left, so I have to make a breakthrough sooner or later. My aptitude is limited, and it's pointless even if I make a breakthrough to the Dragon Pulse realm now. Who doesn't want to be a king? I can only put my hopes on saint elixirs that can improve my aptitude or try to obtain a divine dragon bone." Chan Xiuhai continued, but he soon shut his mouth because he knew he had revealed too much. "I also want to obtain a divine dragon bone, if there's a chance." Lin Yun smiled. "The divine dragon bone is too heaven-defying. I can only say that it will be dug out of you even if you obtained it if you don't have a saint backing you up. I'm satisfied if I can get a saint elixir to improve my aptitude." "Mister, how old are you?" 300 plus. Don't find it strange because body-refining cultivators generally have a longer lifespan than others." Lin Yun was briefly stunned, and Chan Xiuhai's words had impacted him significantly. He couldn't imagine himself being stuck at the Elysium core realm at 300 years old and still having to risk his life to search for a saint elixir. If he had been in Chan Xiuhai's position, he might not have had the courage to refine a divine dragon bone even if he obtained one. He had a master and a sect master who was willing to give him the divine golden crow iron. So he couldn't comprehend the world that the old man was in, and this was the norm in the world. This world where the strong preyed on the weak was much more terrifying. The envoys ranked in the top 5 were strong, and they dealt with many demonic beasts as they cleared the way in the front, especially Tianju, who displayed terrifying strength. The latter was proficient in lightning intent, reaching the 4th grade, and he was also decisive when he made his move. Lightning would condense into a blade. Anyone could guess he had also cultivated the blade intent. The 4 other envoys had trouble facing those demonic beasts, But Tianju only had to wave his hand to cut those demonic beasts into two. He left the designated region several times, and this proved that he was familiar with the environment. With them clearing the path, everyone else had nothing to do. But they could feel a pair of eyes directed at them, making them feel uneasy. But when they turned back, they realized that the gaze had come from Jin Ao. For hours later, the group ran into somewhat troublesome demonic beasts. This time, they saw Tianju making a move for real since he finally drew his blade. It was a long, slender blade with lightning flickering on it. The moment he drew his blade, 10-odd demonic beasts were severed into two. Once he sheathed his blade, only then did everyone come to their senses, and they still had shock on their faces. "That's a good blade," Lin Yun casually commented while looking at Tianju's blade. It was a myriad rune saint artifact and wasn't at all inferior to Xiefeng's Star Devourer. "That's the Heavenly Feather Blade, a replica of a Glory Saint artifact," Chun Xiuhai explained beside Lin Yun. After killing all the demonic beasts, Tianzhou wore a grave expression, and the four other envoys had fear on their faces. What stood before them was a huge patch of gray fog, and not even the envoys ranked in the top 5 dared to make a move, as if they had previously suffered here. "The 5 of you come forth," Tianzhou said without turning around, but everyone knew his words were directed at the 5 body-refining cultivators. This instantly made Ding Lei and others nervous. Ding Lei asked, "To deal with the dragon-blooded demonic corpses? You haven't told us how to deal with them. Why do you have so many questions? Just do as you guys are told. Don't forget that you guys are wearing an entire set of saint armor." The second envoy barked as he swept his gaze at Ding Lei. "Let's go." Jin Ao shoved Ding Lei before the latter unwillingly entered with Huang Kuan and Chun Xiuhai following behind him. "Your turn." Jin Ao looked at Lin Yun with a smile. But Lin Yun didn't move because he wasn't a fool. He knew that there was no way body-refining cultivators could deal with the dragon-blooded demonic corpses. So if Tianju wasn't willing to reveal his method, he definitely wouldn't take the risk. A cold light flashed across Jin Ao's eyes because Lin Yun was starting to get on his nerves, especially since he had a relationship with Lin Luyen. He instantly became furious when he saw Lin Yun wasn't moving. "Quite the temper you have there." Jin Ao squinted his eyes with a smile. After he donned the Flame Dragon Saint armor, his fingers were like dragon claws that landed on Lin Yun's shoulder. He put force in his fingers, wanting to make Lin Yun suffer a little. But to his shock, he discovered that he couldn't even move Lin Yun. When Lin Yun's gaze fell on him, he could feel a chill rising from his spine. Lin Yun's indifferent voice resounded, "Let go!" The corner of Jin Ao's lips twitched, and he unconsciously removed his grasp from Lin Yun's shoulder. But when he let go, he immediately felt something wasn't right. This guy was at the 6-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. So why did he have to be afraid of Lin Yun? Realizing that he was intimidated by a 6-star Heavenly Elysium core realm, Jin Ao became embarrassed and furious as he reached out, wanting to grab onto Lin Yun's shoulder again. "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you order me?" But Lin Yun suddenly disappeared in the next second, causing Jin Ao to grab onto nothing. When Jin Ao came to his senses, Lin Yun was already behind him. When Jin Ao turned around, a hand reached over and grabbed onto his throat, before lifting him off the ground. This abrupt change of situation instantly alarmed everyone from the Heavenly Astral Pavilion. Even Lin Luyen covered her mouth with shock because everyone here was from the Heavenly Astral Pavilion. The envoys ranked in the top 5 all had a 9-star Heavenly Elysium core realm subordinates, and the consequences of Lin Yun making a move here would be dire. Several killing intents locked onto Lin Yun, and at least 4 of the 9-star Heavenly Elysium core realm experts coldly looked at Lin Yun. But Tianju waved his hand, signaling them not to make a move. After Lin Yun casually tossed Jin Ao aside, the second envoy standing beside Tianju coldly said with a cold light shining in his pupils, "Are you trying to revolt? I just want to know how body-refining cultivators are supposed to deal with the dragon-blooded demonic corpses." Lin Yun calmly asked. The 4 envoys beside Tianju instantly became furious, but Tianju kept his composure with a cold light flashing through his pupils. He snickered, I thought you were a smart person, but it turns out that you're also a fool. Since you've already guessed it, why are you still asking me about it? Lin Yun held a slight hope for him because he didn't want to flip the table if he could. But Tianju had treated his goodwill as foolish, but he also didn't seem wrong. After all, they were all demonic cultivators, and Luyen was just an exception. Give him the saint armor, Tianju said indifferently, as Jin Ao struggled back on his feet. He removed another set of Flame Dragon saint armor from his interspatial pouch. This changed the faces of Ding Lei and others because even a fool could tell that there was a problem with the saint armor. Tianju, what are you trying to do? And Luyen and Xiao Yun came forth with cold faces. Why don't you ask yourself that question? I'm the first envoy, and I'm not obliged to explain to a mere 13th ranked envoy like you. Do you think that I'm too much? Do you think any of them are fools? Which of them doesn't have a plan of their own amongst them? I don't mind as long as they can beat me. Otherwise, they can only obediently shut their mouths. Tianju said as he raised his eyes. He was domineering, and no one dared to look him in the eyes. And Luyen was also intimidated to the point that she didn't dare to say a word. What's wrong? You feel that he's wronged. Tianju's gaze turned cold. If he has no thoughts on the divine dragon bone, why did he come into the Dragon Burial Valley with us? The Dragon Burial Valley is filled with danger. Do you think he can come this far by himself if he doesn't follow me? Since you dare to play the game, you must accept it if you're not strong enough. Otherwise, get lost. Lin Yun now had a whole new impression of demonic cultivators, one who speculated others with malice right from the start. In the end, he didn't say a word and put on the Flame Dragon Saint armor. This scene satisfied Tianju, and he snickered. Looks like you're not entirely stupid. You have a good evaluation of your strength. And Luyen still wanted to say something, but Xiao Yun stopped her. Xiao Yun was filled with contempt in his heart after he watched this scene. In his view, Tianju was too short-sighted, thinking he could control the entire situation. But he had no idea that he had completely lost the chance to make up with Lin Yun. At least Xiao Yun didn't think anyone could stop Lin Yun if the latter wanted to leave. But not only was Tianju foolish, he was also rotten to the core, wanting to use body-refining cultivators as bait. He even brought out the twisted logic that everyone in the world was as rotten as him. This person's origin isn't simple, and his sword intent is a little strong. The second envoy whispered to Tianju after seeing the five entering the gray fog. So what? He can only obediently enter the gray fog in the end. He's simply courting death to dare to challenge Big Brother Tianju. The third envoy said with disdain. They're here, Tianju said indifferently. After the five entered the gray fog, pairs of crimson eyes began to appear, which meant that the dragon-blooded demonic corpses were here. When the pairs of crimson eyes appeared in the gray fog, the five body-refining cultivators could feel a chill run down their spines. There were too many of them. With a rough estimation, there were at least 80 of them, and the five body-refining cultivators soon became their targets when they entered the gray fog. This wasn't normal, and Ding Lei's face instantly became pale. Only the dragon-blooded demonic corpses' eyes could be seen, not their bodies. Go! Jin Ao said without an expression on his face. We can't see them at all. So how are body-refining cultivators supposed to deal with them? Ding Lei stuttered. When he felt uneasy, Chun Xiuhai and Huang Kuan didn't hesitate to charge forth. I'm backing out, Ding Lei said in a trembling tone as he slowly retreated. Do you think you have a choice now? Jin Ao sneered as he formed a seal and pointed forth. Suddenly, Ding Lei discovered that he couldn't move. The Flame Dragon Saint armor was like a cage that imprisoned him. This made him even more uneasy, and he yelled, What's going on? I can't move. Ha! That's right. Jin Ao laughed and undid the seal on Ding Lei before sending the latter into the depths of the gray fog with a palm. He then swept his gaze at Lin Yun because he wanted to teach him a lesson. But he discovered Lin Yun had already disappeared into the gray fog, which briefly disappointed him before he snickered. At least he's tactful. Outside the gray fog, all the envoys ranked in the top 5 smiled. The second envoy's eyes lit up with excitement. It's really effective. The dragon-blooded demonic corpses really have an unusual thirst for the vitality of body-refining cultivators. With the 5 people drawing the attention of the dragon-blooded demonic corpses, it would be easier for them. This was because the 5 in the gray fog were like light bulbs in the eyes of the dragon-blooded demonic corpses, and their brimming vitality had a fatal attraction to them. They should be all drawn away. Are we going to quickly leave, or what? The third envoy looked at Tianju. With all the dragon-blooded demonic corpses drawn away by the 5 body-refining cultivators, the flame dragon saint armor could last for a long time, and it should be enough for them to exit the gray fog. Those people are treasures. So how can we waste them here? Tianju smiled. He briefly waited before he yelled, "Start clearing the demonic corpses." On his command, all the experts of the heavenly astral pavilion charged into the gray fog. That bastard! And Liuyan's face became pale, and she finally realized that Tianju planned to use the 5 body-refining cultivators as bait right from the start. Calm down. I believe in Brother Lin, Xiaoyun said. In the end, Liuyan could only bite her lips because there was nothing she could do to Tianju in the dragon remnant astral realm. I see, Lin Yun muttered to himself. The method was for the body-refining cultivators to draw the attention of the dragon-blooded demonic corpses, and their vitality had a fatal attraction for those demonic corpses. If the vitality of an ordinary person was like an herb, the 5's vitality was equivalent to elixirs in the eyes of those dragon-blooded demonic corpses. As for Lin Yun, he was comparable to Saint Elixirs in the eyes of those demonic corpses. Since the Azure Dragon Saint Art had refined his vitality, it could drive those dragon-blooded demonic corpses insane while they were rushing towards him. The situation was the same for the other 4. Every time the dragon-blooded demonic corpses attacked, Lin Yun could sense a part of his vitality being devoured, and the demonic corpses would become even more insane after tasting it. As for the other experts of the heavenly astral pavilion, the demonic corpses didn't pay any attention to them when they came in, and he now knew why the demonic corpses would go after him back in the cave. But as his eyes flickered, he felt something wasn't right because this was the same as strengthening your enemies. These dragon-blooded demonic corpses don't seem so impressive after all. Haha, they look so stupid. How are they terrifying? Kill them all. The envoys of the heavenly astral pavilion all had excitement on their faces when they saw this scene, and this nearly made the 5 body-refining cultivators throw out mouthfuls of blood. They were practically surrounded by the dragon-blooded demonic corpses, drawing all the attention. So how could it not be easy for the others? Since they had to face the demonic corpses head-on, they couldn't even put up any resistance. The dragon-blooded demonic corpses only had their eyes exposed, and their bodies were invisible. But it wasn't just their bodies being invisible. Neither sword intent nor other martial intents could sense their existences. Even their crimson eyes were flickering without any sense of life. They could only sense the existence of the demonic corpses when they were attacked, and their claws seemed to appear out of nowhere. When a transparent claw landed on the flame dragon's saint armor, Lin Yun could sense his vitality being sucked out through the saint armor. He was fortunate to have the saint armor and fortified his internal organs with dragon runes, so not much of his vitality was devoured. But there were too many dragon-blooded demonic corpses, and their attacks were endless. So he didn't even have the time to avoid their attacks, and he would be exhausted to death here sooner or later. Then again, Lin Yun was calm and didn't panic. He quickly performed the earth sword form with his fingers. When his sword rays enveloped him, the demonic claw's speed slowed down, allowing Lin Yun to execute the divine sun-chasing art in the narrow space, pushing his movement technique to the limit. As time flowed, Lin Yun actually got better in his movement technique in such a short period. Then again, dangers could excavate the potential of someone. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun moved 18 times, like an agile fish in a lake. To those outside, it looked as though he didn't move, but a phenomenon had appeared with space overlapping. This brought joy to Lin Yun's face because the benefits of the divine golden crow iron were slowly being excavated. But he had no idea when he could use the divine rune within the divine golden crow iron. Now that he looked at it again, it appeared that he still had a long way to go. Relying on his movement technique, Lin Yun had an easier time facing the dragon-blooded demonic corpses. Right then, Chun Xiuhai threw out a mouthful of blood, and his face became pale underneath the helmet. This made Lin Yun surprised before 8,000 dragon runes poured into his hands. When he pushed his hands forth, several demonic corpses were shoved aside before Lin Yun appeared beside Chun Xiuhai. Lin Yun quickly made a move and circulated the Azure Dragon Saint Art to block several demonic corpses. Looking at Chun Xiuhai, Lin Yun smiled. "Mister, be more careful. Looks like my age is catching up to me." Chun Xiuhai gratefully nodded before he bitterly smiled. He didn't have much lifespan left to begin with. Now that his vitality was being devoured, this was simply fatal to him. Although he had an easier time now with Lin Yun's help, it wasn't a permanent solution. For hours later, when all the demonic corpses were dealt with, the ground was littered with their corpses, and Lin Yun's eyes flashed with doubt when they saw this scene. "Continue to lead the way." Jin Ao urged Lin Yun and others to clear the path. They smoothly made it through the gray fog, and an herbal field appeared. This instantly made everyone from the heavenly astral pavilion excited. After all, divine dragon bones were rare. On the other hand, saint elixirs and saint fruits were things that they could see. "Big Brother Tianju, there really is an herbal field here." The second envoy's eyes became hearted because this was an unexplored region. It was unavoidable for the envoys ranked in the top 5 to be excited. "All right, you guys go collect the herbs. No one else is allowed to move," Tianju said as he looked at the 5 body-refining cultivators. This made Ding Lei's eyes light up, and he dragged his exhausted body to a saint tree. But Lin Yun shook his head and knew that this was definitely fishy. The outcome was also just as he had expected. There was a crimson vortex around each saint tree, and they would be devoured if they weren't careful. Even if they were attentive, it would still exhaust a lot of their vitality. And this instantly made the faces of everyone aside from Lin Yun even paler than before. They lost too much vitality, and it started to harm their lifespan. Origin Dragon Fruit. Chun Xiuhai's hand trembled with excitement when he retrieved a rare fruit. This was a saint fruit that could improve one's aptitude. It's really the Origin Dragon Fruit. The Origin Dragons are a rare species of true dragons, and the Origin Dragon Fruit contains the blood of Origin Dragons. Legend has it that it could allow one to possess a saint physique after devouring this fruit. Even in the worst-case scenario, it would transform one's aptitude. Many envoys were surrounding Chun Xiuhai with excitement flashing in their pupils. Chun Xiuhai became emotional because this was what he needed. As previously agreed upon, he had the right to keep this fruit. With this Origin Dragon Fruit, he could immediately make a breakthrough to the Dragon Pulse realm, and he had a chance of becoming a king in the future. But the Origin Dragon Fruit suddenly disappeared from his hand and appeared in Tianju's hand. Tianju was looking at it with interest. Not bad. The 4 other envoys were also excited because this was a genuine Origin Dragon Fruit. Didn't you give your promise previously?" Chun Xiuhai became emotional but didn't dare to throw any temper. As Tianju raised his eyebrow, he replied, "I did say that all of you can pick a saint fruit or saint elixir. I'll keep this for now, and I'll give it to you when we're out of the dragon remnant astral realm." Chun Xiuhai was so furious that he began to tremble, but he didn't dare to say a word. There were 4 crimson vortexes around that saint tree, and he spent a great deal of effort to retrieve the fruit. Who knew that Tianju would immediately take it from him and even claim that he would keep it safe for him? "Lord Envoy, you're talented and already possess a saint physique. This Origin Dragon Fruit doesn't have any effects on you," Chun Xiuhai said in a trembling tone with a faint desire. "What the hell are you talking about? Big Brother Tianju said that he'll safe it keep for you. So what are you thinking? Do you think everyone is stingy like you? Don't forget who brought you to the Dragon Remnant Astral Realm, and who brought you into the Dragon Burial Valley," the second envoy impatiently said, and his words instantly made Chun Xiuhai speechless, with his face turning red. In the end, Chun Xiuhai lowered his head. "I'm sorry for misunderstanding, Lord Envoy. This is your final warning. Tianju said before he left with the origin dragon fruit. Lin Yun wasn't far from them, and he could hear what they were talking about. Haha. That old fool really thinks that he can leave this place alive. The origin dragon fruit is wasted with him. Even if Big Brother Tianju doesn't need it, he can just swap it for other treasures. After all, there are all sorts of treasures in the Heavenly Heart Pavilion. This meant that Chun Shohai would have to give up on the origin dragon fruit, and it was a pipe dream for these people to be benevolent. Shaking his head, Lin Yun asked, Empress, can you sense the fluctuation of the divine dragon bone? It shouldn't be far away. Lin Yun took a deep breath for him to calm down with great difficulty because he was already reaching his limit. The Heavenly Astral Pavilion had a huge harvest in this herbal field, but most of the good stuff was in the hands of the top 5 ranking envoys. Some were blatantly snatched away, while some were taken under the disguise of safekeeping. This was comforting to Chun Shohai because at least this meant that he wasn't the only unfortunate one. But he would rather not have that comfort because the origin dragon fruit was too important to him. When everyone was done resting, they continued their journey. They passed through 3 gray fog regions but smoothly made it through. It wasn't very pleasant for the 5 body-refining cultivators. More accurately speaking, only 4 because Jin Ao was far from everyone else. When they reached the 4th gray-fogged region, Huang Kuan was the first to collapse when a dragon-blooded demonic corpse destroyed his flame dragon saint armor. 10-odd dragon-blooded demonic corpses were like hyenas pouncing forth to devour their vitality when the saint armor was damaged. This scene made everyone feel a chill run down their spine. But it was a feast for the dragon-blooded demonic corpses, and everyone's attention was attracted by this scene, with their faces drastically changing. This was too cruel, and Ding Lei's face turned terrifyingly pale because he felt he was next. Chun Shohai's face aged even more, and he noticed someone touching his hand. Before he could react, a fruit appeared in his hand. When Chun Shohai lowered his head, he nearly exclaimed because it was an origin dragon fruit. He turned his head over to see Lin Yun, but Lin Yun was calm as he looked at Huang Kuan's corpse. Chun Shohai instantly knew what he meant and sneaked a peek at the envoys ranked in the top 5 before his gaze fell onto Huang Kuan's corpse. He quickly stowed the origin dragon fruit in his interspatial pouch, but couldn't conceal the excitement on his face. Brother Lin, thanks for this. Chun Shohai thanked before he fell into hesitation. When did you get it? If he remembered correctly, there was another origin dragon fruit. But that origin dragon fruit was surrounded by crimson vortexes, and even he didn't dare to take the risk, not to mention retrieving it under the eyes of the 5 envoys. I have my own means. Lin Yun didn't explain much. It was easy to deceive the eyes of others. Other than Tianju, who was a little difficult, others only had to be briefly distracted, and Lin Yun could silently retrieve that saint fruit. Chun Shohai was alarmed when he heard what Lin Yun said, and he instantly knew that Lin Yun wasn't simple. Moreover, Lin Yun probably wasn't joking when he said he wanted a divine dragon bone. But I don't have any saint fruit to exchange for it. Don't bother about it. I have a saint physique to begin with, so it's not that effective for me, Lin Yun said. He was helping because he wanted to, and he wasn't looking for anything in return from Chun Shohai. Elder Chun, doesn't it feel weird? The dragon-blooded demonic corpses don't seem to have gotten any stronger after devouring our vitality. So where does all the vitality go? Lin Yun soon changed the topic. Is it weird? Chun Shohai had no idea what Lin Yun meant and didn't find a problem anywhere. As he spoke, Huang Kuan's vitality was utterly devoured, and he was soon turned into a dried corpse. But Tianju had no intention of stopping here, since he had a strong goal. He seemed to know where the divine dragon bone was located, so he didn't detour at all. After they passed through the gray fog, a boundless dragon aura poured forth, making everyone rejoice. As their vision opened up, they saw a majestic mountain with an azure palace at the top of it. The palace was emitting an ancient aura, along with a majestic dragon aura that struck everyone's souls. The second envoy had joy in his eyes, and he exclaimed, "It's actually the legendary Azure Dragon Palace. This is rare. The divine dragon bones must be inside." Tianju's eyes flickered, and he said, It's actually the Blue Dragon Palace. I thought that the legend was fake. I heard that before the Golden Era ended, there was a powerful sect, the Dragon Gate, governing the 7 divine dragon palaces. The Blue Dragon was the sovereign of the 7 divine dragons. I heard the 9 emperors received the inheritances from the Dragon Gate 3,000 years ago. There's such a legend, but the Divine Dragon Empire refused to admit it, and it's a taboo. So no one knows of the truth. No matter what, there must be divine dragon bones here. The envoys were excited, and they revealed a lot of secrets that made Lin Yun surprised. Right then, a roar echoed from the Blue Dragon Palace, and it didn't sound like the roar of a demonic beast or a dragon-blooded demonic corpse. The roar was peculiar, and it made everyone's scalps go numb. The sound alone made many people have a trace of blood dripping down their lips as their feet began to tremble. What's that? Lin Yun's face became grave. Only then did everyone notice that the entire mountain was enveloped in a gray fog, aside from the summit, and the roar came from there. Let's go! Tianju ordered everyone towards the Blue Dragon Palace. The Blue Dragon Palace looked close, but it was a few thousand miles away, and no one dared to fly. It took them half a day before they made it over, and they discovered that many people have already gathered at the foot of the mountain. Seeing that the experts of the other demonic sects safely made it over, Tianju ordered everyone to rest. This is troublesome, and Lian whispered beside Lin Yun. What's the matter? Lin Yun asked. The chief disciples of the other demonic sects are here, and you'll have to face them if you want to compete for the divine dragon bone. And Lian nervously looked around. Who are they? Introduce them to me. Lin Yun replied, and Lian nodded, and her eyes flashed with fear when she looked at the east. See that black-clothed person? His name is Chun Kuei, and he is 33 this year. He's the chief disciple of the 100 Ghost Gate, with cultivation at the 8-star Heavenly Elysium Core realm. He can make it into the top 700th on the Elysium Core ranking. That meant that this person was even stronger than Kuing at such a young age, and he couldn't look down on someone like that. Those ranked in the top thousands on the Elysium Core ranking were practically seniors, but there were also exceptions for heaven-defying geniuses, and Chun Kuei was such a genius. Or rather, the chief disciples of the 7 demonic sects were such monstrous geniuses, and Lin Yun wouldn't believe it if he hadn't fought with Xiefeng. After fighting with Xiefeng, it was hard for Lin Yun not to believe those words. A few thousand meters to the east, there were a group of people, and Chun Kuei had a pale face. But when he swept his gaze over, everyone could feel a chill run down their spines. And Lian quickly looked away and looked at another person in the same direction. That person is Xianxia. He's the same age as Chun Kuei, and is also ranked in the 700th on the Elysium Core ranking. They're evenly matched, and he's the chief disciple of the Demon Fiend sect. He cultivated the ancient Demon Fiend art, and he's brutal with his blood Demon Fiend blade. Lin Yun merely sent a brief glance at Xianxia. The chief disciples of the demonic sects were similar to the chiefs of the earth ranking in the sword sect, but there was a vast difference between the two cultivations. Then again, there was also a significant gap in terms of age because these people were a decade older than Jin Shuani and the others. If Jin Shuani and Ji Shuxian were willing to stay in the Elysium Core realm for another decade, they would definitely be able to reach the 8-star or even 9-star Heavenly Elysium Core realm. He could only say that the Elysium Core realm chief disciples of the Sword sect hadn't fully grown out. The two other forces are the Blood Rain Pavilion and 7 Absolute Palace. Their chief disciples are called Qin Yu and Pei En. They're relatively close to each other, and they're on good terms with each other. As for their strength, they weren't any weaker than the 2 I previously introduced. And Luyen introduced everyone there, and 5 of the demonic sects were gathered here, aside from the Netherworld Hall and Blood Moon sect. He now knew why no one dared to act recklessly. The Netherworld Hall and Blood Moon sect were the strongest amongst the 7 demonic sects, and no one would recklessly enter the gray fog before the 2 demonic sects. It didn't take long for a group of cultivators to arrive, and the person leading the party was a man donned in purple clothes, emitting an extraordinary temperament. When Lin Yun's gaze fell on this person, he instantly recognized which demonic sect he was from, judging from the Netherworld Hall emblem on his clothes. Morong Chun, you're finally here. Chun Kuei of the 100 Ghost Gate said with his eyes shining brightly. His words drew the other chief disciples' attention, and they all released their powerful auras. This purple-clothed man was Netherworld Hall's chief disciple of the Elysium Core realm, Morong Chun. His cultivation had also reached a terrifying height of 9-star Heavenly Elysium Core realm, and he seemed younger than everyone there, with a rough appearance of 25. He was an influential figure in the Eastern Desolation's demon domain, and many people said that he would enter the Imperial Demon Domain once he reached the Dragon Pulse realm, possessing the qualification to compete for the title of Eastern Desolate Holy Sun. You're all waiting for me instead of going after the divine blue dragon bone? It looks like this mountain is really weird. Then, Morong Chun smiled, capturing everyone's expression in his eyes. The fog this time isn't the same. If Brother Morong looks down on us, you can go ahead on your own. Qin Yu of the Blood Rain Pavilion coldly smiled. He could naturally hear that Morong Chun was mocking them for being cowardly. Morong Chun didn't say a word. He might be arrogant, but he wasn't stupid. Lin Yun swept his gaze through the Netherworld Hall's party and let out a breath of relief when he didn't see Xie Feng amongst them. It would be troublesome if Xie Feng were here. Right then, the strange roar echoed from the mountain, making everyone's faces change. At such a close distance, some people fell to the ground due to pure fear. It was completely different from the dragon-blooded demonic corpses they previously ran into. What the hell is this? Someone spoke out in a trembling voice beside Morong Chun. Morong Chen's expression became grave when he heard that roar and dismissed the idea of climbing the mountain alone. When a crimson light shone, one person after another walked out, and the one leading the party was donned in crimson clothes with a jade belt. He had an extraordinary appearance and was the Blood Moon sect's chief disciple of the Elysium Core realm, Xianxia. With that, the chief disciples of the 7 demonic sects have gathered together. The Blood Moon sect was a relatively unique demonic sect because it wasn't under the control of the Imperial Demon Domain. Back then, when the Heartless Demon Emperor swept the entire Kunlun realm's demonic forces and established the Imperial Demon Domain, he subdued every single demonic sect out there, but only the Blood Moon sect refused to accept his reign. The Heartless Demon Emperor beheaded even their sect master, but he still couldn't make the Blood Moon sect submit. When the relationship between the Divine Dragon Empire and Imperial Demon Domain became tense, the Blood Moon sect took the opportunity to rise and became the powerful force it was today. When Xianxia appeared, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became peculiar, but it was soon disrupted when another roar echoed from the gray fog. This instantly made all 7 demonic sects nervous because no one wanted to take the lead into the gray fog to clear the path for others. This caused a stalemate between the 7 demonic sections. Thus, the demonic sects all chose to rest and occasionally exchanged information with each other. Just like that, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. When everyone was running out of patience, they could feel the rejection from the dragon remnant astral realm growing stronger. This was because an unowned astral realm wouldn't welcome any life form. After all, someone controlled the world's origin. Although they could resist the rejection, they would be forcibly teleported out if they dragged on any longer. The Divine Dragon Bone's aura appeared again. Chun Kuei of the 100 Ghost sect said in a deep voice. The other chief disciples also followed his gaze and looked in the direction of the Blue Dragon Palace. They could see a blue aura spreading along with the gust of wind. When they absorbed the blue aura, they were shocked to discover that their vitality had increased, and they could sense a faint dragon aura being born in their bodies. This wasn't the first time, and everyone was practically sure that there was a divine dragon bone in the palace, along with other treasures. But the gray fog made them all hesitate. There's no need to drag it out any further. If we waste any more time, we'll all be sent out of the dragon remnant astral realm. Qin Yu of the Blood Rain Pavilion's eyes flickered. We can only stay in the dragon remnant astral realm for another 7 or 8 days at best. In the end, the chief disciples decided to join hands to enter the gray fog. As for the competition of the divine dragon bone, it would have to wait till they reached the Blue Dragon Palace. The demonic sects were in control of a group of body-refining cultivators. So even if those cultivators were reluctant, they could only clear the path for everyone. When Lin Yun and the other body-refining cultivators entered the gray fog, the remaining party of the demonic sects followed behind. But their journey in the gray fog was unexpectedly calm, and they hadn't encountered any danger yet. When everyone loosened up, Murong Chun and Ling Chenya's faces changed, and they both exclaimed, "Watch out!" A transparent claw pierced through a body-refining cultivator and dug out his heart. When the crimson eyes appeared, it pounced forth and devoured all the vitality of that body-refining cultivator. The next second, an 8-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm body-refining cultivator was turned into a dried corpse. Thousands of dragon-blooded demonic corpses suddenly appeared, and they were endless. Unlike in the past, the dragon-blooded demonic corpses weren't attracted by the vitality of those body-refining cultivators but surrounded everyone. Instead, before anyone could react, 10-odd Elysium Core Realm elites were killed in the hands of the demonic corpses. This became a one-sided massacre that made everyone's hearts sink. They were all frightened by this scene, with their faces turning pale, and they had never experienced the terror of the demonic corpses when they had previously used the body-refining cultivators as bait. This was simply too terrifying because the weakest amongst them was at the 7-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm, and they had all obtained lots of saint fruits in the astral realm. So their strength had already undergone a drastic transformation. But when facing the demonic corpses, they would lose their lives if they hesitated for a moment. What made them even more afraid was that the demonic corpses had suddenly become intelligent and ignored the existence of those body-refining cultivators. The chief disciples of the 7 demonic sects simultaneously made their moves and unleashed their full power. Ling Qinya unleashed a crimson moon in the sky, enveloping all of the Blood Moon sect's experts. Tianju took out his myriad rune saint artifact and unleashed 8 dazzling lightning bolts that protected everyone within their reach. Murong Chun waved his hand, and his nether energy formed into an array of corrosive power. As for Yen Xian, he formed a seal, and 7 crimson lightning bolts manifested into thousands of images, creating a powerful blade array. One must admit that each of the 7 chief disciples was unbelievably strong, but it was pointless because there were too many dragon-blooded demonic corpses. Only their eyes could be seen, so it would be tough to predict their attacks. Aside from top-tiered experts, the other Elysium Core Realm experts were nothing before them. These are the dragon-blooded demonic corpses? Aren't they a little too terrifying? What the hell is going on? Why did the dragon-blooded demonic corpses suddenly become so intelligent? I knew the divine dragon bone wouldn't be easy, and we shouldn't have been greedy. Now we will all die here today. Most of the cultivators were frightened by this battle, but they were surrounded by dragon-blooded demonic corpses, and they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. When Lin Yun looked at the blood flowing on the ground, he inwardly sighed. He had already sensed that something wasn't right earlier when the dragon-blooded demonic corpses didn't become stronger after absorbing their vitality. So this meant that the vitality naturally went somewhere else. There was a high possibility that the dragon-blooded demonic corpses had someone controlling them. A terrifying aura swept out from the ground, making everyone feel their scalps numb and their hearts enveloped with fear. As the eerie roar echoed once more, the ground burst apart, and a corpse crawled out. This corpse was weird because it had a strange feature. The center of its brow was caved in, and it looked like there was a vertical eye. This made Lin Yun's heart sink because the appearance of this corpse was similar to those ancient fiends hanging on the primordial demon refining tree. Ha ha ha! How many years has it been? I'm finally back. Blood, blood. All of you have to die here. That corpse's eyes were shining with bloodlust, with an exploding wave of vitality. That was the vitality that the dragon-blooded demonic corpse had previously devoured. All of it had been gathered onto this corpse. But the body of this corpse had already died, and there was no way he could store the vitality. As it devoured vitality, the vitality was also leaking out every single second. But the voice of this ancient demon spirit corpse was loud and didn't seem to be dead at all. At this moment, this ancient demon spirit corpse really looked like a king, brimming with a domineering aura. Many weaker people couldn't bear the pressure when they got close. They held their heads and wailed out in pain. Taking this opportunity, Lin Yun came to An Luyan and Xiao Yun's side. Gradually, the chief disciples of the 7 demonic sects gathered together. Xianxia said, "This ancient demon spirit corpse is already dead, and the vitality it has absorbed will dissipate sooner or later. So we have to join forces and suppress it once more." The other chief disciples naturally accepted his suggestion. Even if this ancient demon spirit corpse was dead, the demonic aura wasn't something they could resist, not to mention that there were so many dragon-blooded demonic corpses around. Not to mention entering the Blue Dragon Palace. Whether they could survive this ordeal was the question. Without hesitation, the other chief disciples gathered beside Morongchan and Xianxia. The 7 chief disciples summoned their constellations and the inheritance saint artifacts of their demonic sections. The 7 holy lights overlapped when dazzling divine lights shone before blazing into golden flames. Through that, they managed to disperse the demonic aura from the ancient demon spirit corpse, and the flames landed on it. The surroundings began to fluctuate, and the surrounding demonic aura decreased a lot, and many of the dragon-blooded demonic corpses were also sent flying away. They're strong and truly worthy of being the chief disciples of their respective sections. They're so strong when they joined forces together. Xiao Yun exclaimed. The saint artifacts they're holding all have an inheritance, and each one contains a complete acquired divine rune. As long as they activate that divine rune, they might be able to suppress this ancient demon spirit corpse. And Lu Yen said. But Lin Yun shook his head. I don't think so. We'll run up the mountain if anything happens. Running down the mountain will only result in death. We can save ourselves if we can reach the Blue Dragon Palace. So follow me at that time. Again, Xianxia roared. This time, they threw out their saint artifacts, and the divine runes in their saint artifacts unleashed a devastating aura at the ancient demon spirit corpse. As holy light exploded, it radiated like a bright sun rising from the ground. This made the ancient demon spirit corpse let out a painful roar. But in the next second, the vertical eye on the forehead of the ancient demon spirit corpse opened, and a chilling aura swept out. The chill swiftly eroded the 7 saint artifacts, and the light emitted from the saint artifacts quickly dimmed. After that, an explosive backlash sending all the chief disciples flying back. But after this attack, the ancient demon spirit corpse fell to the ground, and the surrounding dragon-blooded demonic corpses also froze on the spot. Let's go! Xianxia and others were shocked, and they knew that this ancient demon spirit corpse wasn't something they could suppress at the moment. They immediately recalled their saint artifacts and ran up the mountain. But 3 people ran ahead of them. Lin Yun had activated the Azure Dragon Saint Art to repel the surrounding dragon-blooded demonic corpses, then used his sword aura to cut open the demonic aura before charging up the mountain. As they pushed forth, the 7 chief disciples cleared a path with their rune saint artifacts. One had to admit that the power of the myriad rune saint artifact was terrifying, especially the divine runes, even if they weren't natural divine runes. Under normal circumstances, only Dragon Pulse Realm experts could control those dragon runes, but the strength of the 7 chief disciples had reached a terrifying height, so this meant that they possessed the power to wield those saint artifacts. For hours later, only 100-odd people managed to run out of the gray fog and arrive before the Blue Dragon Palace. The losses were huge, since they nearly had 1,000 people before entering the gray mist. Standing before the Blue Dragon Palace, everyone was filled with lingering fear. They still hadn't come to their senses that there was an ancient demon spirit corpse in the gray fog. This was something that no one had thought of. After all, the Demon Spirit clan was a fiend clan that appeared in the darkest period, and it wasn't an exaggeration to call them mortal enemies of the Divine Dragon era. At this point, many people could guess that the destruction of the Golden Era was connected to the Demon Spirit clan. There's actually an ancient Demon Spirit corpse. This Dragon Remnant astral realm is really weird. This astral realm isn't simple. We can practically be sure that this is the legendary Blue Dragon Palace. Blue dragons are the rarest divine dragons amongst the 7 divine dragons, and I've heard that no one possesses the Blue Dragon bloodline in the current Divine Dragon Empire. After this time, this astral realm will definitely be sealed off by the Divine Dragon Empire. But we're not without any harvest. Everyone came to their senses and looked at the blue dragon palace before them. The eyes of the chief disciples were heated as they looked at the palace. It is said that the 9 emperors had risen to power because they received the inheritance of the Dragon Gate. Xianxia said as he stared at the gate. This history was hidden. Not even disciples of some powerful sects could know that. But it was easy for cultivators of the demonic sects to come in contact with that information. I wonder if there are any inheritances left behind in this blue dragon palace. Don't overthink it. The secrets of the 9 emperors are considered taboo in this divine dragon era. It's only speculation that it's related to the Dragon Gate. But even if this blue dragon palace is a branch palace, it's an opportunity for us. This palace has 9 levels. I wonder how far I can reach. Why care about that? There must be a divine dragon bone in there. The chief disciples were chatting as they walked towards the gate, with everyone opening a path. No one naturally dared to enter before the 7 chief disciples, even if there were treasures in there. You're actually alive? You're fortunate. Tianju coldly smiled when he walked past Lin Yun. That's none of your concern. Lin Yun fearlessly said as he looked Tianju straight in the eyes. Since the Blue Dragon Palace was ahead of him, he did not need to put on an act before Tianju any longer. What's with that attitude? How dare you speak to Big Brother Tianju in that manner? The second envoy unleashed his killing intent and coldly looked at Lin Yun. Don't bother with him. The Blue Dragon Palace is of utmost priority. Tianju snorted. They could only stay in the Dragon Remnant astral realm for another 7 days before being sent out. So Tianju couldn't be bothered with Lin Yun for now. He'd have plenty of opportunities to deal with Lin Yun after they left the Dragon Remnant astral realm. When the 7 chief disciples entered the Blue Dragon Palace with the core disciples of the various demonic sects, Lin Yun followed the crowd into the palace. Passing through the gate, strands of pure dragon aura entered everyone's bodies, and they all closed their eyes to refine those strands of dragon aura. When Lin Yun reopened his eyes, a light flashed through his pupils, and he was definitely sure there was a divine dragon bone in the palace. As he was basking in the warmth, he could sense that his vitality had recovered, and it had even become stronger than before. Looking around, he noticed that Xiao Yun and Luyen had already disappeared. Lin Yun was the only one left behind. This meant that they were probably teleported elsewhere. Lin Yun's eyes flickered because he wasn't unfamiliar with this. Palaces with inheritances would usually leave behind a similar trial. This meant that one would have to make it through the trial if one wanted to obtain the treasures in the palace, which was different from the White Dragon Palace. He suddenly came to his senses and knew this wasn't a Nirvana node. The Blue Dragon Palace genuinely existed in this era, and the scale of this Blue Dragon Palace was smaller than the White Dragon Palace. This meant that they might be from different periods. Empress, what are the attributes of the divine Blue Dragon Bone? Is it compatible with me? Lin Yun asked, recollecting his thoughts. The divine Blue Dragon Bone is of wood attributes, but wood can also give birth to wind and control lightning. There's no question that it's definitely stronger than the Azure Dragon True Bone. The wood attribute can nourish your physique, and divine dragon bones are at a level higher than true dragon bones. Lil Purple's voice resounded. Now, it depends if it has a natural divine rune. After all, the Azure Dragon True Bone possesses a natural divine rune. I hope so. Lin Yun didn't force it. He would be satisfied if he could obtain a divine dragon bone to complete his Azure Dragon Saint art. An hour later, a ripple spread out in the surroundings. When Lin Yun raised his head, he could see countless blue lights hovering in the air, and it didn't take long for them to condense into a person. This alarmed Lin Yun when that person was formed. This person was donned in azure clothes and had a powerful firmament sword intent radiating from his pupils. Before Lin Yun could respond, the Lin Yun clone had already thrust with his sword. As sword rays flew over, they left behind fluctuations in the air. Lin Yun squinted his eyes and defended himself with the flower burial sword. When the sword ray brushed past his cheeks, it sliced off several strands of hair, which was a close call. It might be easy for Lin Yun to fend off that attack, but it would be another story for others. After all, the firmament sword intent at complete mastery could easily heavily injure someone with one sword. Everything suddenly became dark. When the disciples of the various demonic sects opened their eyes again, they realized they were sent out of the dragon remnant astral realm, and the 7 demonic sects camp was in the surroundings. When everyone came to their senses, it was like they had had a long dream. They risked their lives to make it to the Blue Dragon Palace, but were sent out before they could continue. They're out. What's the situation in the dragon remnant astral realm? How many saint elixirs did you all obtain? The elders of the various demonic sects quickly went out and grabbed their sect's disciples. After knowing the situation in the dragon remnant astral realm, everyone was shocked. When they heard about the ancient demon spirit corpse and the Blue Dragon Palace, not even the Samsara Edict realm elders could maintain their composure. Blue Dragon Palace? How is this possible? This is clearly a barren astral realm. Divine Dragon Bone. We must get the Divine Dragon Bone. The Divine Dragon Bone in there must contain a huge secret. The Samsara Edict realm elders finally lost their composure and even hoped they could enter the astral realm. Lin Yun spent some time in the Blue Dragon Palace before he made it through the first trial. When his clone disappeared before him, he was surprised. It's gone just like that? Nothing has been left behind aside from a bronze gate. Does this mean that I am qualified to enter the palace? Lin Yun inwardly muttered. The difficulty of this trial wasn't particularly tough. He just had to fend off 10 swords, which was possible for everyone who came in. It might be easy for some, but some people would have to pay some price. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Yun pushed open the gates and entered the first level of the Blue Dragon Palace. The construction of the palace was complicated, and Lin Yun noticed that many rooms were swept by many people with nothing left behind. But he wasn't in a hurry because those who were ahead of him might not last till the end. When he saw the passage at the far end of the corridor, he could hear clamors, and he didn't hesitate to walk in. When he entered, it was a brightly lit palace with ancient gemstones embedded on the roof that lit up the entire palace. Aside from the path he used, there were a few more corridors that led to the palace. The construct disappointed Lin Yun because he felt that this palace shouldn't have any secrets. At the very least, this palace shouldn't be related to the 9 emperors' rise in power. This palace should have been meant for the young disciples of the Blue Dragon clan's lineage. So there shouldn't be other inheritances here aside from the trial. This meant that the biggest secret of the Dragon Remnant astral realm should be the Nirvana node back in the cave. But it was too dangerous. He could only brush the tip of the iceberg, even if he had searched that region. That White Dragon Palace was massive, and this Blue Dragon Palace couldn't even be called a palace of the Divine Dragon clans. At the center of the palace was a blue stage with a shining stone box covered with all sorts of restrictions. In the palace, there were 10-odd demonic sect disciples and guests gathered there, and their eyes were blazing with flames. The restriction on the stone box seems to be fading. I wonder what it contains inside. For it to be placed here, it should be more precious than the saint elixirs outside. Why think so much? Just focus on snatching it later. Everyone there muttered amongst themselves, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. They also knew there would be a chaotic battle here in just a moment. Seeing that the box's restriction would be lifted soon, Lin Yun walked out of the corridor, wielding his flower burial sword. After coming this far, he no longer needed to preserve his strength. After all, these people were right. Everyone could fight for the stone box. The 10-odd people in the palace were looking at the stone box with their eyes blazing with flames, and they weren't bothered by Lin Yun's appearance. In their eyes, Lin Yun was only at the 6-star heavenly Elysium core realm. But in the next moment, it was hard for them not to pay attention to him as a powerful sword intent suddenly exploded and swept throughout the palace, condensing into a violent storm. The weapons in their hands began to vibrate under the intimidation of the sword intent, and this made everyone shocked with crisp sword vibrations echoing out. Shortly after, a sword ray swept out, and those cultivators who couldn't avoid it were sent flying away with terrifying wounds left on their bodies. Who is that? The demonic sect's disciples were shocked. They wondered who that person was and had no impression of Lin Yun. This made them wonder where Lin Yun got the courage to make a move against them. While they were feeling uncertain and pondered if they should join hands to deal with him, Lin Yun's sword intent exploded with his complete mastery of the firmament sword intent exposed. This instantly enveloped him in sword rays, making everyone's faces change. When Lin Yun swung the flower burial sword, the Aqua Heaven sword technique that had reached the manifestation stage was being unleashed in the palace. When the boundless sword aura swept out like a violent storm, it filled every corner of the hall, and no one could avoid it. 9 swords later, no one remained on their feet in the palace. All of them were covered in blood while lying on the ground. Their eyes were filled with fear and disbelief when they looked at Lin Yun again, and they knew they weren't on the same level as him. They couldn't imagine how someone at the 6-star Heavenly Elysium core realm could unleash such a terrifying sword aura. He had suppressed everyone with his sword. When Lin Yun sheathed his sword, he didn't look at those on the ground and walked towards the stage. The moment when Lin Yun opened the box, a figure suddenly appeared. This person wielded a saint's sword. He was hidden in the void, waiting to make a move. His attack was ruthless and at a tricky trajectory. Those lying on the ground had fear in their eyes while holding their breaths. They naturally saw the person who made the move, and this person was the junior brother of the 7 Absolute Palace's chief disciple, Lu Xuezhen. He was a famous expert within the 7 demonic sections. He was considered a core disciple of the 7 Absolute Palace, with his cultivation reaching the 8-star Heavenly Elysium core realm, and he was a lot stronger than many guests. Everyone knew that Lin Yun would die, but no one had any trace of joy on their faces because they knew that Lu Xuezhen was a ruthless person. They were all heavily injured, and they couldn't put up any resistance before Lu Xuezhen. But something bizarre happened when Lin Yun retrieved the jade bottle from the box. It was as though he had an eye at the back of his head. He quickly turned around and drew his sword. His sword was aimed at the center of Lu Xuezhen's brows. Before Lu Xuezhen could even react, he had already lost his life with a drop of blood dripping down his forehead. Everything happened too quickly, and Lu Xuezhen still had disbelief in his pupils. He was the one to attack first, but he couldn't believe how someone could be so fast. With reluctance and doubt, Lu Xuezhen collapsed onto the ground and lost his life. When Lin Yun swept his gaze around, everyone else who was still hidden within the corridors could feel chills run down their spines. But Lin Yun didn't bother with them and sheathed his sword before opening the jade bottle. When the dense fragrance was emitted, the pellets in the jade bottle were dragon origin pellets, and there were a total of 9. Only saints could refine the dragon origin pellets, and they were highly beneficial to Samsara Edict realm experts if they refined them. So the benefits for Lin Yun were naturally great. Speaking of which, he had previously obtained a dragon origin pellet from his senior brother, Fengju. Stowing the jade bottle, Lin Yun immediately headed towards the Blue Dragon Palace's 2nd level. More accurately speaking, this palace had nothing to do with the Blue Dragon Palace. It was more accurate to call it the Blue Dragon Trial. After he left, the suffocating atmosphere in the palace finally dissipated, and everyone could hear the sighs of deep breaths from everyone. Who is that person? Why is he so terrifying? I've never heard of someone like him before. He wasn't only terrifying. Judging from his strength, no one could suppress him except the chief disciples. He seems to be a guest invited by the heavenly astral pavilion. I have seen him before from afar, but he was hidden too deeply back then. Everyone on the ground began to discuss Lin Yun's identity, and they had shock on their faces. The 2nd level had many palaces, along with similar stages and boxes. There was also a similar hall and a passage to the next level. The chief disciple of the 100 Ghost Gate, Chan Kuei, quietly appeared in a hall by himself. Upon seeing him, everyone in the hall who were fighting amongst themselves quickly stopped. Chan Kuei? Everyone's faces changed, and their hands began to tremble when they saw Chan Kuei. I'll count to 3 before making a move, so it'll depend if you guys are fortunate enough to escape. Chan Kuei smiled as he looked at all of the nervous cultivators with a playful gaze. But no one would believe his words. They quickly fled for their lives before Chan Kuei could finish. This surprised Chan Kuei because he wanted to toy with everyone by counting down. But he never expected that no one would believe his words. Where's the trust between people? Chen Kuei was someone ranked in the top 700s on the Elysium Core ranking. This scene made him shake his head with disappointment in his pupils as he took a step forth. 18 ghostly figures flew out from his body, and each ghost was translucent with an actual body, looking eerie and bizarre. When the ghosts chased after everyone, the ghosts revealed sinister smiles before they passed through those fleeing cultivators. When those ghosts passed through the cultivators' lifeless corpses fell to the ground. When the ghosts returned to Chen Kuei, there wasn't a single person standing in the hall. In the end, they're mere ants. Chen Kuei shook his head and walked towards the blue stage. This scene was seen by Lin Yun, who was in the passage. This surprised him because Chen Kuei's method of attacking was bizarre, and this murdering method was unusual. But the firmament sword intent could cut through anything. So regardless of what sort of life form the ghosts were, this didn't mean Lin Yun was helpless before them. But he just didn't think there was a need to clash with them. So Lin Yun quietly retreated and headed to the next level. Is there someone here? Chen Kuei suspiciously looked around. He believed in his senses and could sense that someone was looking at him. After reaching his level, his senses had been honed to a terrifying height. Chen Kuei naturally trusted his senses. But since that person didn't dare to show up, this meant that it probably wasn't an enemy worth his attention. When he opened the box, there was a Saint Pellet in it, and the Saint Pellet contained several powerful ghosts. Beast Soul Pellet? Chen Kuei could no longer maintain his composure when he saw the Saint Pellet because this Saint Pellet was precisely what he needed. Could it be that this palace had an artifact spirit around that could sense the cultivation attributes of the winner, and this was why he could receive a treasure compatible with him? If that was really so, this meant that this palace wasn't the genuine Blue Dragon Palace but a trial. Interesting. Chen Kuei laughed. His interest in the Blue Dragon Palace suddenly increased by a whole lot. Even if he couldn't obtain the Divine Dragon Bone in the end, this opportunity was shocking enough. On the second level, Lin Yun visited many halls, but it appeared that he was pretty unlucky because all the treasures were already taken by someone else. Meanwhile, Luyen and Xiao Yun had a decent stroke of good luck because they made it through the trial on the second level and arrived on the third level. As time passed, more and more people were teleported out of the Dragon Remnant astral realm. The more news the 7 demonic sects received, the more confident they were that the Blue Dragon Palace was a trial. This naturally made all the demonic sects disappointed. After all, such a trial tower wasn't rare, and they could occasionally be found in the 36th layer of heaven. Every single time they would receive a huge opportunity. At least, they were certain that there would be a divine dragon bone on the 9th level. But trial towers similar to this were generally under the control of the Divine Dragon Empire, and it was rare for anyone to have the opportunity to dip their hands in them. So this was a rare opportunity for monstrous geniuses at the Elysium Core realm. But opportunities were the best they could obtain, and they had no connection to the rise in power of the 9 emperors. So they should just pay attention to who could ultimately obtain the Divine Dragon Bone. Compared to the Divine Dragon Bone, Saint Elixirs were nothing. If the Divine Dragon Bone fell into the hands of a demonic sect, it would give birth to a supreme powerhouse. 2 figures descended into the asteroid belt. They were naturally Luyen and Xiao Yun. The 2 of them were pretty lucky, and their journey was smooth. But they failed during the 5th trial and had to fend off 100 attacks from the hands of the gatekeeper. Under the same cultivation, it was too hard to fend off 100 attacks from an opponent with the firmament sword intent. You also failed at the 5th level? Xiao Yun asked, looking at Luyen. When Luyen nodded, she asked, Did you see Lin Yun anywhere? No. He should be faster than us, right? Xiao Yun said in a certain tone. Let's just wait. Luyen wasn't worried about Lin Yun's safety in the Dragon Remnant astral realm. She was only concerned about how he would leave when he came out of the astral realm. But Xiao Yun had guessed wrongly. Lin Yun was slower than them in the trial. It's just that when the 2 of them were eliminated, Lin Yun had just gotten through the 5th trial and faced the trial on the 6th level. He was pretty lucky this time because there was a box in the hall. But the ground was littered with corpses, and a person was standing before the blue stage. This person was donned in saint armor, radiating a powerful vitality. When this person heard Lin Yun's footsteps, he turned around and was surprised before he wore a playful gaze. This person who was donned in saint armor was naturally Tianju's lackey, Jin Ao. Haha, what a coincidence. Jin Ao looked at Lin Yun with a smirk, his eyes radiating with a chill. Back then, he was careless and was lifted by Lin Yun. He had been looking for an opportunity to cleanse the humiliation. But Lin Yun was a body-refining cultivator and still useful to Tianju, so he could only bear it all despite the fury that had built up within his heart. But now that they were in the trial tower, he no longer had any reservations and didn't have to hold back. The trial tower was in chaos, and the 7 demonic sects were fighting amongst themselves. This was the same for those who came from the same demonic sect. So he had no reservations about killing a guest since Lin Yun no longer had any value. So, how do you want to die? Jin Ao sneered. I still haven't lived enough yet. Lin Yun replied honestly. Haha, that's not your choice. Jin Ao laughed as he came before Lin Yun. His punches were like bolts of lightning as they were aimed at Lin Yun's face, and the sheer force of his punches even caused sonic booms to echo within the air. As the surrounding space trembled, Jin Ao's explosive punches reached a terrifying height. Clearly, it made no sense for Jin Ao to catch Tianju's attention if he didn't have anything special about him. But it was a pity because no matter how powerful Jin Ao's punches were, his punches couldn't even brush through the corner of Lin Yun's clothes. When Lin Yun pushed the divine sun-chasing art to the limit, he began to teleport around with his sheer speed. It also left faint ripples in the air, and he came out unscathed under Jin Ao's ferocious attacks. How is this possible? Jin Ao's mouth was wide open with disbelief. But Lin Yun took this opportunity and poured all 8,000 dragon runes into his hand. Then, his right hand manifested into a dragon claw, and a terrifying storm simultaneously appeared, taking Lin Yun's attack head-on. Jin Ao took 3 steps back and threw out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly became pale. This instantly enveloped Jin Ao in fear because he realized he couldn't see through Lin Yun. Just who the hell are you? How can you possibly be An Liu Yun's subordinate with how strong you are? Oh? You realized it. Lin Yun shrugged and replied, I initially wanted to be a good person since you guys brought me here. After all, we cooperated once before, but that only brought me humiliation and mockery. So I'll stop acting now. I'm actually an unprecedented genius in the sword path. I'm also the disciple of one of Eastern Desolation's 3 sword saints, the Radiant Sword Saint. I am Lin Yun, who happens to be the strongest of the sword sect's earth ranking. But before Jin Ao could react, Lin Yun already took a step forth and thrust forth. His attack was swift, but just when his sword was about to reach Jin Ao, the saint armor that Jin Ao was wearing released a ripple, and the flower burial sword was knocked away. The powerful rebound force made Lin Yun spin in mid-air to appease the energy. Ha! Jin Ao's eyes flashed with mockery. He snickered. You think that the saint armor I'm wearing is the same as yours? Why don't you use your head and think about how I managed to make it through the 5th trial? You really know how to boast. The Radiant Sword Saint no longer takes disciples. You dare claim to be his disciple? If you're his disciple, then I'm the Sword Sect's sect master. When Lin Yun looked at Jin Ao's Flame Dragon Saint armor, it was different, just as the latter said. This was because the core seemed to contain a droplet of the Flame Dragon True Blood. I suddenly recall it now. Jin Ao revealed a cruel smile. You're still wearing the Flame Dragon Saint armor, so you can get down on your knees now. When he was done, he began to form seals to try and control Lin Yun. He had used this move back in the Grey Fog when Ding Lei wasn't obedient. You want to compete with me in Saint artifacts? I'm afraid that you've found the wrong person. Lin Yun stowed the flower burial sword and walked towards Jin Ao. He wasn't the slightest bit afraid that he would be controlled by the latter. But Jin Ao snorted and was finally done forming his seal. Just when he let out a roar, he was stumped by what happened next. The Flame Dragon Saint armor that Lin Yun was wearing suddenly exploded. As Jin Ao widened his eyes, He saw Lin Yun taking out an umbrella from his interspatial bracelet. Everything happened too quickly, and Jin Ao could only cross his hands before him to block Lin Yun's attack. But when the umbrella descended, Jin Ao immediately fell to the ground without resistance. The umbrella was too heavy, and the weight covered his forehead in beads of sweat, since blocking the umbrella was the same as bearing the full weight of a mountain. But Lin Yun didn't do anything except slam the umbrella down again and again. Whenever the umbrella landed on Jin Ao threw out a mouthful of blood. 3 attacks later, Jin Ao and his saint armor fell apart. Just like that, Jin Ao died a terrible death. Why couldn't you just believe me? Lin Yun shook his head and stowed the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella before making his way to the blue stage. He was on the 6th level, and he was looking forward to seeing what treasure he would receive. When he opened the box, boundless crimson light filled his entire vision. The dazzling radiance made Lin Yun subconsciously close his eyes. When he reopened his eyes, he discovered a droplet of blood in the box. A droplet of the Azure Dragon True Blood. The sight of it made Lin Yun's heart throb violently because this all felt too unreal. Coincidentally, it was exactly what he needed. When he reached out and touched the droplet of blood, he could feel a violent storm surging from it. It might look like a simple droplet of blood, but the lightning and wind energy it contained felt like a boundless ocean, and just touching it made Lin Yun take several steps back. It's really an Azure Dragon True Blood. Lin Yun let out a long breath and fell into deep thought. He was contemplating if he should try and make a breakthrough. He was now at the 6-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. If he refined the dragon origin pellets he previously obtained and this Azure Dragon True Blood, there was a possibility that he might make a breakthrough to the 7-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. Now that he recalled how he wasted a seal of the profound wither key back in the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, it was really a waste. After entering the Dragon Remnant astral realm, he made 2 breakthroughs over a few months. He was even now thinking if he should try and make another breakthrough. Then again, this was also related to his cultivation. If he had been at the 6-star Heavenly Elysium core realm before entering the Dragon Remnant astral realm, he definitely wouldn't be able to make such rapid progress in his cultivation. Let's just give it a try. There's a high chance of me actually achieving it. Lin Yun finally made up his mind while looking at the Azure Dragon True Blood. He might consider it for a little longer if he didn't run into an Azure Dragon True Blood. But if he didn't dare to try it even after obtaining an Azure Dragon True Blood, it would make him seem a little too cowardly. After he retrieved the Azure Dragon True Blood, Lin Yun circulated the Azure Dragon Saint Art to refine it. The massive power in the blood began to pour into his body, instantly making his body bear immense pressure. Someone else would already be dead if he were in Lin Yun's position. But to Lin Yun, who possesses the Azure Dragon Saint Art, the Azure Dragon True Blood was a great nourishment, and the more violent the power contained within the blood was, the better it was for him. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, he flicked his finger, taking out a dragon origin pellet and saint elixirs from the past few levels. As he refined the Azure Dragon True Blood, he was also refining the Dragon Origin pellet to try and make a breakthrough. As time passed, the Azure Dragon energy enveloping Lin Yun began to violently grow. The vitality in his blood was violently boiling, sounding like dragon roars, and the gale also began to rise with lightning flickering around him. His hair began to flutter violently under the terrifying phenomenon, and a boundless dragon aura was starting to accumulate. 4 hours later, when Lin Yun reopened his eyes, he was done refining the Azure Dragon True Blood and Dragon Origin pellet. Lin Yun suddenly raised his hand and threw out a punch. A dragon roar accompanied his punch, and a violent storm swept out that rippled like a war song in this hall. Fine cracks began to appear in the surroundings, and the entire hall began to violently tremble. As Lin Yun descended, he could feel his boiling vitality, but landed on the ground like a light feather. The stars in his violet palace increased from 6 to 7, and his astral energy ocean had reached a terrifying size of 33,000 feet. The dragon runes on his body had increased from 8,000 to 9,000, which meant that he took another step further in the Azure Dragon Saint Art. He was all prepared now and was just lacking a divine dragon bone. Not bad, Lin Yun muttered to himself. He was a lot stronger, but it wasn't a total transformation. Since the stars increased in his violet palace, this was a form of accumulation, and the power would only be fully unleashed after he reached the Dragon Pulse realm. So this meant he had to obtain the Divine Dragon Bone no matter what. His obsession with the Divine Dragon Bone had reached an unprecedented height and nearly became a demon in his heart. No matter how much his cultivation improved, how strong his physique became, nor the transformation of his golden crow wings, the Divine Dragon Bone was like a fishbone in his throat. For some reason, he felt he wasn't complete as long as he didn't have a Divine Dragon Bone. Without it, it would feel like something was lacking, and he had a feeling that those heaven-defying geniuses would suppress him after he reached the Dragon Pulse realm. He wasn't happy with the fact that he had been previously suppressed by Ku-ing. It was just a matter of time before he died as long as he had a flaw. So if Lin Yun couldn't obtain a Divine Dragon Bone in the Dragon Remnant Astral Realm, the obsession might turn into a demon in his heart. At that time, it would be troublesome because this meant that he would be imprisoned in a cage that he created for himself, and he would never be able to make a breakthrough in his lifetime. Lin Yun didn't know it that well because he was the person involved, but Lil Purple had clearly seen it from within the sword box. She could see the black miasma in the center of his brows, gradually fusing into his sword intent. You can only rely on yourself for this. Lil Purple had clearly seen it, but she didn't give Lin Yun any reminders. Ever since he reached the Kunlun realm, his journey had been too smooth, especially in the Dragon Remnant Astral Realm, since he had been making swift progress in his cultivation. The smooth journey expanded his obsession, and there were signs of it forming into a demon in his heart. It was no longer related to the Divine Dragon Bone. Even if it wasn't a Divine Dragon Bone, something else would become Lin Yun's obsession, such as 5th grade sword intent, Glory Saint artifact, or ghost spirit martial techniques. Everyone would have a similar experience, just like the many swordsmen who had demons within their hearts because they couldn't grasp the firmament sword intent. It was unavoidable for every cultivator, and it was just Lin Yun's turn now. So Lin Yun could only rely on himself if he wanted to get through this ordeal. Lin Yun briefly rested, then no longer remained there and carried on with his journey through the trial tower. When he came to the 7th level, he easily made it through before continuing to the 8th level. The trial tower wasn't much to Lin Yun. Then again, it wasn't too difficult either, and this situation was exclusive to him. After all, he grasped the quasi-heavenly dome sword intent. A few people had already made it through the trial when he stepped on the 8th level. I'm fortunate that my blade intent isn't weak, or I might not be able to easily make it through the trial with just the ancient demon fiend art. Yan Xian of the demon fiend sect entered a passage. After coming to the 8th level, most of the disciples of the other demonic sects were practically eliminated. He obtained a lot of treasures along the way, and he had undergone a decent improvement in his strength. He was only one step away from reaching the 9-star Heavenly Elysium Core realm, and he could easily reach it as long as he was willing. The Dragon Gate was powerful back then. This is only a trial tower, and yet so many treasures were left behind. Yan Xian muttered to himself. He was filled with the treasures that were on the 8th level. The Demon Fiend sect also had a similar training ground, but the treasures there were nothing compared to the Blue Dragon Trial Tower. They might be able to compete in terms of quantity but not in quality. In another location, Ling Xinya calmly said, I'm finally on the 8th level and the 9th level is just 1 level away. There's a high possibility that the Divine Dragon Bone is on the 9th level. His eyes fluctuated with emotions when he mentioned the Divine Dragon Bone, and flames began to blaze in the depths of his pupils. People only knew that the golden dragons were the strongest amongst the 7-colored dragons, but blue dragons were the strongest in reality, and only a few people knew what it meant to obtain a blue dragon bone. It was a taboo of the Divine Dragon Empire, making everyone break out in cold sweats. Aside from those two, the 7 Absolute Palaces Pei and 100 Ghost Gates Chan Kue, Blood Rain Pavilions Qin Yu, Heavenly Astral Pavilions Tianju, Netherworld Halls Murong Chan, and Lin Yun were the only ones who made it to the 8th level. This meant that even those 9-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm experts were eliminated, and this meant that the competition for the Divine Dragon Bone finally reached the last phase. Not only the 8 in the Blue Dragon Trial Tower but the demonic sects outside the asteroid belt were nervous. After all, no demonic sect would be unconcerned with a divine dragon bone. As Lin Yun walked into the passage, he was sure he had caught up to everyone's pace, and no one had yet obtained the divine dragon bone. After all, the Azure Dragon Saint Physique would definitely be able to sense it if someone obtained the divine dragon bone. Knowing that the divine dragon bone could be found on the 9th level, he breathed a sigh of relief. If he missed the divine dragon bone just because of making a breakthrough, he would definitely not be able to forgive himself. Suddenly, Lin Yun could feel a familiar fluctuation coming from ahead, which meant that the hall wasn't far from him. This made Lin Yun's eyes light up as he quickened his pace. The treasures on the 8th level should be more precious than the Azure Dragon True Blood. Lin Yun took a deep breath and didn't dare to be careless after reaching the 8th level. There was no doubt that those who made it to the 8th level were monsters, and he knew that he would have to clash with the demonic sect's chief disciples now. As the aura emitted from the box became more apparent, it didn't take long for him to enter a majestic hall. The roof was embedded with gems, looking like stars, and the blue stone pillars were emitting a boundless dragon aura. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw that the box's restriction had been lifted. Lin Yun opened the box with a flick of his finger, and a pellet slowly rose from it. This was a saint pellet with 7 colored runes engraved on its surface. Each one was a different dragon rune, and they formed into 7 dragons that were coiling around the saint pellet. He instantly realized that those were 7 colored dragons. He didn't know precisely what this saint pellet was, but he felt that this wasn't ordinary. The creation pellet. A figure appeared from another passage, and he exclaimed when he saw the saint pellet with flames blazing in his pupils. Coincidentally, this was someone that Lin Yun knew. This person was the first envoy of the heavenly astral pavilion, Tianju. Tianju was shocked beyond words when he saw the creation pellet. This pellet should be called the Divine Dragon Creation Pellet instead. But when Tianju saw Lin Yun, he soon hid his emotions but had shock in his pupils. He found this person to be familiar, and it took some time before he was sure that this person was Lin Yun. But he was shocked Lin Yun could make it to the 8th level. When he saw Lin Yun had no intentions of leaving, Tianju shifted his gaze from the pellet and wore a playful smile. "What's the matter? You want to compete with me for the pellet?" "I can't," Lin Yun replied calmly. "Ha ha ha." Tianju laughed with mockery in his pupils. "I advise you to think it through before I make my move. It's not easy for you to come this far, and I can pretend that you never existed if you get down on your knees. Otherwise, I don't mind ending your life here and now." He was already giving Lin Yun some face, but he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless if Lin Yun didn't appreciate it. "Come at me, then." Lin Yun couldn't be bothered to waste time talking to Tianju. "How stubborn. Do you really think you can compete with me for the creation pellet?" Tianju's face sank before flying into a rage. In his view, Lin Yun was really courting death to dare to challenge him when he was so cowardly back then. When Tianju let out a ferocious roar, dazzling lightning exploded from him that manifested into a long blade was swung down. When the lightning exploded in the hall, Lin Yun unleashed his sword intent, instantly leaving holes in the lightning. But that wasn't all. A dragon roar echoed while being accompanied by saintly music in the next second. It sounded like an ancient war song as a draconic aura radiated from Lin Yun before he punched the lightning blade. When the lightning dissipated, Tianju pointed with his finger, unleashing a gigantic finger covered with lightning saint runes. In the path of that finger, the surrounding space began to shatter. Tianju was the first envoy and was a lot stronger than those Lin Yun had fought in the past. But that wasn't an issue for him. After he landed on the ground, 9,000 dragon runes appeared on his body before pouring into his right hand. When he opened his right hand, his fingers were like dragon claws with violent storms gathering and reaching a terrifying height. Just like that, Lin Yun's dragon claw tore that gigantic finger into pieces. But that wasn't all. Lin Yun roared, "I'll return you with a palm." Then, his palm was like a dragon claw that was descending from the sky, making Tianju furrow his brows. He naturally recognized that Lin Yun had practiced a dragon clan's body-refining technique. But flames soon blazed in his pupils because he realized Lin Yun was a little troublesome. But it was nothing before him. He clasped his hands together. When an ocean of lightning appeared beneath his feet, Tianju waved his hand before the terrifying phenomena, and the raging ocean surged forth. Like that, the dragon claw and lightning ocean collided, like two dragons letting out ferocious roars. As the dragon roar and rumbling thunder echoed, the spacious hall became filled with the phenomena created by Lin Yun and Tianju. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged over 10-odd moves. Tianju was inwardly shocked and couldn't believe this was happening. He couldn't believe someone at the 6-star Heavenly Elysium core realm could fight him. He soon realized that Lin Yun had reached the 7-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. But even so, there was a difference of a star between them. To a monstrous genius, the difference between a star could be fatal in a fight. Sky-shattering lightning dragon, Tianju roared, and the 8 stars in his violet palace lit up. The aura he gave off rapidly increased and soon reached 8 folds. He wanted to use the advantage in his cultivation to quickly put an end to Lin Yun because he couldn't obtain any benefit in terms of techniques or martial intent. But Lin Yun smiled when he saw this scene. Tianju was naive, wanting to suppress him by using the advantage of his cultivation. Once he activated all the astral energy within the ocean in his violet palace, starlight soon filled his body, and the light was being emitted from his pores. After he was basked in golden light, a netherworld flower with 12 petals appeared behind him. Blood dripped down from the corner of Tianju's lips as he was sent flying away. When he collided with the wall, his face instantly became pale, and he couldn't believe that he had lost when competing in cultivation. This immediately made him wonder what kind of monster Lin Yun was as he looked at him in disbelief. "Who the hell are you?" Tianju roared. "Your name is definitely not Lin Tian." "Ha!" Lin Yun laughed, but he had no intention of telling Tianju his identity. What could Tianju do even if he refuses to tell him? But his snicker had thoroughly enraged Tianju. Waving his hand, the 20,000 rune saint artifacts appeared in his hand. This was the inheritance saint artifact of the heavenly astral pavilion, Heavenly Feather Blade. "I'll make you speak." Tianju's eyes coldly flashed, and he drew his blade with a terrifying blade intent unleashed from him. That was his firmament blade intent. Not only did Tianju's lightning intent reach the 4th grade, but his blade intent as well. Otherwise, it would make no sense that he could compete with the chief disciples of the other 6 demonic sections. Rising Moon. As Tianju's astral energy radiated, he swung his blade down. When he swung his blade, a moon rose from the lightning ocean, a purple moon condensed with lightning. When his boundless blade intent enveloped Lin Yun, he was instantly restricted. This blade was too terrifying, and even Lin Yun was caught by surprise. Although he took several steps back, he still couldn't avoid this attack. When the blade ray landed on Lin Yun, it instantly shattered 3,000 of the dragon runes with sparks flying around. End of the world! Before Lin Yun could react, a mountain rose from the lightning ocean with a purple moon hanging above it. While Tianju basked in the moonlight, the attack he unleashed was too fast, and Lin Yun believed that this attack could sever a mountain that was 100 miles away in the outside world. When 3,000 more dragon runes shattered, Lin Yun threw out a small mouthful of blood, and his face became pale. That attack was too quick, and he didn't even have the time to react. As he retreated while taking the huge blow, the remaining 3,000 dragon runes had already dimmed. Heavenly Feather. Tianju unleashed another attack just when Lin Yun regained his footing. His boundless blade instantly immobilized Lin Yun. "You can be proud that you forced me to draw my blade and made me use my 3 strongest attacks. You can die now." When Tianju was done, the terrifying blade ray flew out with terrifying momentum. When the remaining 3,000 dragon runes shattered, crimson flames blazed on Lin Yun, and the crimson flames only blazed for a brief moment. But when the sword was about to land on Lin Yun, a pair of golden crow wings unfolded behind him, and the 20,000 saint runes were instantly activated. When the heavenly feather blade landed on the golden crow wings, sparks flew as the wings folded together. The next second, The 20,000 Saint runes lit up, and Tianju was sent flying away. This made Tianju furrow his brows with doubt flashing through his pupils. His attack should have killed Lin Yun, but he didn't expect him to still have a trump card. But it no longer mattered. He was confident that no one could survive his 3 attacks. Even if they could, he could just unleash another attack should anyone survive his 3rd attack. I've not used my sword. So where did you get the confidence that you've won? As the golden crow wings unfolded, Lin Yun's azure clothes began to flutter under the wind. He was already grabbing a hold of the flower burial sword. His temperament had undergone a drastic transformation just by gripping the sword hilt. Tianju was immediately sent flying away by Lin Yun's aura. Every time Tianju stepped back, he would throw out a mouthful of blood with his face distorted by pain. When Lin Yun drew his sword, a sword vibration echoed. I have a sword, the heaven sword form. So please experience it well. Lin Yun waved his hand and his firmament sword intent swept out. 36 sword rays then intertwined to form a heaven word. He was paying Tianju back with the same method. It's just that his sword was faster and more ruthless. His sword ray quickly pierced through Tianju's saint armor, immediately destroying it before his sword stabbed into Tianju's chest by half an inch. But Tianju's hands firmly stopped the sword from proceeding any further, with blood dripping down from his palms. After Tianju took 3 steps back, his back was in direct contact with the wall. Tianju took a deep breath before throwing out another mouthful of blood. His blood was like an arrow aimed at Lin Yun's face. But Lin Yun quickly retreated and raised his sword to block the blood arrow since he could feel a fatal threat from this attack, which meant that there must be something special about it. Ha! Tianju took this opportunity to quickly crawl out of the hall without even daring to turn his head around. He's swift at running away. Lin Yun sheathed his sword and chose not to chase after Tianju. It wasn't because he purposefully spared Tianju, but the creation pellet was of utmost importance. Aside from that, his injuries weren't light since all 9,000 dragon runes were shattered, and he had never suffered such grave injuries ever since he entered the dragon remnant astral realm. If he chased after Tianju, someone might take the creation pellet, which meant that he would have to face the chief disciples of the other demonic sections. But Tianju could be considered a ruthless person. This made Lin Yun fall into deep thoughts because it wouldn't be an easy battle if Tianju didn't underestimate him right from the start. Just Tianju was already so powerful, and this only meant that the chief disciples of the other demonic sects were no pushovers. Lin Yun's gaze fell onto the divine dragon creation pellet, and fell into deep thought while looking at those dragons. He knew this pellet probably had a considerable origin, or Tianju wouldn't be so emotional. Empress, what's the effect of this pellet? That's the divine dragon creation pellet. If someone in the Dragon Pulse realm refines it, it would be a huge opportunity for them. In a nutshell, it can strengthen one's dragon pulses, which means that the dragon origin born in the body will also become more terrifying. If you want more accurate information, it can help you condense dragon origin in the first pulse. Lin Yun briefly pondered before he asked, is it hard to condense dragon origin? It's not hard for you because of your terrifying accumulation at the Elysium core realm. There's a high chance that you can condense dragon origin at the first pulse. But most people can only manage to condense dragon origin after reaching the 2nd or 3rd pulse. You don't know how lucky you are, regardless of the resources given to you by the Sword Sect or your accumulation in the Dragon Remnant astral realm. The Empress' voice resounded. This divine dragon creation pellet can help you shake off many people in the Dragon Pulse realm, and you'll know more about the benefits after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. Could only be used after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm? There is still a long way to go. Stowing the divine dragon creation pellet, Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry to head to the next level and sat down to recover from his injuries. He suffered severe injuries in his battle with Tianju, especially the last attack from Tianju that shattered all of Lin Yun's dragon runes. His injuries would only have become heavier if he didn't have the golden crow wings that blocked the last attack. Aside from Xiaofan, this was the first time Lin Yun saw such a powerful bladesman amongst the same generation. While Lin Yun was recovering from his injuries, the Netherworld Hall's Murong Chun indifferently looked at the box before him, watching the seal slowly being lifted. Before the seal was lifted, no one would know what treasure it contained. But no matter what, anything that could be placed in the 8th level was a valuable treasure, and the value was higher than all the treasures from the previous levels, and there were also lesser halls on the 8th level. Morong Chun opened the box with a finger flick when the seal was lifted. When the box was opened, there was a black 12-petaled flower covered in floral runes and emitting pure nether energy. As waves of pure nether energy emitted from the flora, it also emitted a charming fragrance. Once the entire hall was filled with the floral fragrance, it created all sorts of phenomena, and Morong Chun couldn't maintain his composure when he saw this flower. He could feel his heart beating wildly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief because it was a nether flower, and he even wondered if he was dreaming. It contained the purest nether energy in the world, the legendary sacred treasure of the Netherworld Hall. The Netherworld Hall once had 3 nether flowers, but they were almost withered. This was because they didn't have any nether water to water the nether flowers. After all, the Nether Sea was destroyed in the battle between deities, becoming one of the 9 forbidden zones in the Kunlun realm. It was a region that not even saints dared to step into. But he now had a nether flower, which was fate and an opportunity for him. As Morong Chen's pupils blazed with flames, his eyes radiated with his ambitions because he could become the disciple of the heartless demon emperor if he became the Holy Sun. Is it fate that I'll be a Holy Sun? If Morong Chun had to choose between a divine dragon bone and a nether flower, he would definitely pick the latter. He would stick to this choice no matter what, and he would benefit greatly if he could leave with the nether flower. But only a child would choose, and a grown man would take it all. As Morong Chun began to laugh at the thought of this, a person walked into the hall, and he was Chun Kue of the 100 Ghost Gate. His pupils were also blazing with flames of greed and excitement when he saw the nether flower. Chun Kue, you want to compete with me for it? Morong Chen's smile disappeared from his face. Ha! Chun Kue smiled. Morong Chun squinted his eyes and warmly smiled. You know how much this nether flower means to me. Let me have this, and I won't compete with you for the divine dragon bone. I can even help you once. He was naturally lying because he naturally wouldn't give up on the divine dragon bone. Then again, it would be best to avoid fighting before reaching the 9th level. I'm sorry, but I never make a choice, Chun Kue said. The nether flower is mine, and the divine dragon bone is also mine. The nether flower would also benefit him greatly, so how could Chun Kue give up on it? Well said. It has been many years since the nether flower last appeared, so we naturally have to fight for it. A burst of laughter resounded when Chun Kue and Morong Chun faced off. The demon fiend sex Xianxia appeared, wielding the blood demon fiend blade. He was enveloped in a crimson demonic light with crimson flames blazing in his pupils. He seemed to have refined some sort of treasure, and this was why he was enveloped in a demonic aura. The aura he was giving off was terrifying. The smile on Morong Chen's face disappeared when he realized he couldn't resolve this matter peacefully. So he coldly said, "You two are courting death. You two can come at me together." The battle instantly broke out when Morong Chun wanted to face 2 enemies simultaneously. In another hall, the Blood Moon sex Xianxia was in a passage. He wasn't lucky because he couldn't find the hall and had to make several detours. Suddenly, surprise flashed through his pupils, and he saw an unexpected someone in the passage. It was Tianju. The current Tianju looked terrible, and he was seated on the ground, healing his injuries. When he secretly got close, Xianxia noticed that Tianju had a terrifying sword wound on his chest, and the sword intent lingering in his wounds kept corroding his astral energy. This gave Tianju trouble while trying to heal his injuries. What a powerful attack! Xianxia was surprised, and he asked, "You ran into Qinen?" Qinen was the chief disciple of the 7 Absolute Palace, and he had the highest attainment in the sword amongst them. Aside from that, Xianxia couldn't think of anyone having a more powerful sword intent than Qinen. When Tianju opened his eyes, he wasn't surprised to see Xianxia. His face was bitter because he knew he would face the other chief disciples on the 8th level. But he never expected that he would run into Xianxia in such a pathetic state. "Kill me," Tianju said. None of the chief disciples were good people, and Tianju wasn't one either. If he ran into someone else who was as heavily injured like he was, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them. After all, anyone who could reach the 8th level definitely obtained a lot of treasures, and he didn't believe that Ling Qinya wasn't tempted. Looks like it's not Qin and... Ling Qinya smiled. Tell me who injured you, and I'll spare your life. The corner of Tianju's lips twitched because he really didn't want to say it. Actually, I can guess even if you don't tell me. It's the guest of your heavenly astral pavilion, right? Ling Qinya smiled. How did you know? Tianju was shocked. I actually didn't, but I am certain now. Ling Qinya smiled. His name is Lin Tian, right? He might have a low cultivation, but his sword intent is blazing bright like flames, and it's impossible for anyone to not notice it. But it looks like his strength has exceeded my expectations for him to injure you so heavily. Tianju's face was ugly when he heard that. Ling Qinya smiled as he passed by Tianju. Seeing that you contributed information to me, I'll spare your life for now. But Tianju gritted his teeth with hatred when he saw this scene. Ling Qianya's contemptuous gaze felt even more terrible than being killed by him, making flames blaze in his heart. His hatred for Lin Yun also reached an unprecedented height. An hour later, Murong Chun defeated Chun Kuei and Yan Xian. He had a pair of crimson and silver wings behind him, while Yan Xian and Chun Kuei were lying on the ground with their blood dyeing the ground. The two were covered with terrifying wounds. But fortunately, their injuries weren't fatal, and they were looking at Murong Chun with reluctance in their eyes. Murong Chen's hair was scattered as he tugged his arms together, his gaze becoming cold. Waving his hand, the nether flower flew out from the box and landed in his hand before storing it in his interspatial bracelet. His wings had blood dripping down, which naturally belonged to the two lying on the ground. The saint armor that Chun Kuei and Yan Xian were wearing had no resistance against Murong Chen's wings, and their defenses were penetrated in a split second. That pair of wings was too terrifying. Chun Kuei and Yan Xian speculated that the pair of wings probably contained 10,000 saint runes, and it was forged with Crimson Flame's agrium metal. I'll be heading to the 9th level first. The two of you can enjoy your time here. Murong Chun smiled after stowing the nether flower away. This blue dragon trial tower is really a treasure. The two of you can cultivate here. Who knows, you guys might have a chance to make a breakthrough. Ha ha ha. Lin Yun was exhausted on the 9th level of the Blue Dragon Trial Tower after making it through the trial. The trial on the 9th level was more challenging than he imagined. Even with his quasi-heavenly dome sword intent, it wasn't easy. In this trial, he suffered a massive loss due to his cultivation. His opponent was someone at the 9-star Heavenly Elysium core realm, grasping the firmament sword intent at complete mastery. The sword intent released by him was too terrifying. With the multiplication of astral energy reaching 9 folds and complete mastery of firmament sword intent, he was easily suppressed. But fortunately, it was just a trial and it wasn't a real opponent. Otherwise, he wasn't sure if he could live to defeat his opponent. If there was no exception, it shouldn't be easy for the other chief disciples to make it through the trial, and only Ling Qinya and Murong Chun could make it through. This was because they were both at the 9-star Heavenly Elysium core realm, which meant that they didn't have a disadvantage in their cultivation, not to mention that they received lots of benefits after coming to the Dragon Remnant astral realm, and they had probably reached the pinnacle of the 9-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. Should I refine the divine dragon creation pellet here? Lin Yun pondered. The 9th level was crucial because he was practically convinced that the blue dragon bone could be found here, and his vitality could already sense it. Regardless of Ling Qinya or Murong Chun, they weren't on the same level as the other chief disciples. One came from the Blood Moon sect, and the other had a high chance of becoming a holy son of the Imperial Demon Domain. Although it would definitely be a huge waste if he refined the divine dragon creation pellet at the Elysium core realm, he didn't have much choice. His battle with Tianju wasn't easy, and he had to face Ling Qinya and Murong Chun. He could predict that he would have to be in a ferocious battle after obtaining the divine dragon bone. There's no other choice. A decisive light flashed through Lin Yun's pupils. He wasn't someone who would doubt himself, and he immediately swallowed the divine dragon creation pellet. When he swallowed the divine dragon creation pellet, his astral energy began to fluctuate within his body, and his cultivation was rapidly rising. This was simply too unbelievable because his astral energy ocean blazed, and a golden aura began to be emitted from his pores. Under the refinement of the divine dragon creation pellet, his astral energy became purer. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle 7-star heavenly Elysium core realm in the blink of an eye, with over 100 golden dragons raging within his body. All of his meridians have reached a bottleneck. It felt as if they would shatter in the next moment. After all, the tyranny of the divine dragon creation pellet was too unreasonable. Not only his astral origin but even his internal organs were transforming under the refinement. No words could explain the tyranny of the divine dragon creation pellet. Not a single saint fruit nor saint elixir that he had refined in the dragon remnant astral realm could be compared to this. For a moment, Lin Yun understood why Tianju had lost his composure when he saw the divine dragon creation pellet. As 100 dragons raged within his body, Lin Yun's cultivation began to rise, along with his dragon runes and golden crow wings. The golden crow wings uncontrollably burst out from his back, and the saint runes on them began to light up. It was comfortable, since all the saint fruits and saint elixirs he consumed in the past were all accompanied by pain. But refining the divine dragon creation pellet felt unbelievably comfortable. All the hidden injuries that had accumulated within his body and the impurities of the treasures he had refined so far were all cleansed. This surprised Lin Yun because he never expected that so many impurities would be accumulated in his body. If he didn't get rid of them, it would be a massive threat to him sooner or later. That wasn't surprising because he had refined 10-odd saint fruits and countless saint elixirs, while in the dragon remnant astral realm. He had refined too many treasures in quick succession and consumed one saint fruit after another before his body could fully absorb the previous ones. So this meant that there would be impurities accumulating within his body. He initially thought it was a waste for him to refine the divine dragon creation pellet right then, but now it was a fortune in disguise because it had cleansed the impurities within his body. He was now like a jade that was being cleansed of the accumulated impurities by the divine dragon creation pellet. In the end, Lin Yun practically lost control of his cultivation and smoothly reached the 8-star heavenly Elysium core realm. His skin was as smooth as a baby's, and his internal organs shone brightly. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, his pupils were pure, and there were no impurities. When Lin Yun let out a breath, it felt like he had undergone a drastic transformation. At the same time, the number of his dragon runes finally reached 10,000. This meant that his Azure Dragon Saint art had reached complete mastery, and he only needed a divine dragon bone now. Retracting the golden crow wings back into his body, Lin Yun muttered, "Time to refine the divine dragon bone." Now that he had reached the 8-star heavenly Elysium core realm, his astral energy had been refined, his astral energy ocean reaching 35,000 feet, dragon runes reaching 10,000, the golden crow wings that possesses a saint rune, along with the quasi-heavenly dome sword intent and earth sword form that he had never revealed. Lin Yun was now confident in facing any opponent. His sword would prove who was the strongest and the most suitable owner of the divine dragon bone. He wouldn't hesitate to slay anyone who dared to stand in his way, and he was determined to obtain the blue dragon bone. Along with powerful fighting spirits, Lin Yun pressed on and followed the aura of the divine dragon bone. Half an hour later, Lin Yun could sense that the divine dragon bone was close, and he finally came into the hall. When a blue stage appeared, his gaze immediately locked onto the box. The box still had restrictions, but Lin Yun already knew what was in it. The dragon runes within his body would have already flown out if he didn't forcibly suppress them. This was a weird feeling because it felt like the dragon runes were connected with bloodlines. It felt as if he was supposed to be here. But just when Lin Yun wanted to approach it, a chilling aura suddenly swept over as a dark light containing nether energy flashed. Lin Yun took 3 steps back to avoid this attack, and he was soon surprised because he naturally recognized the nether energy. He already guessed who it was and couldn't think of anyone besides Murong Chan, the one amongst the 7 chief disciples who possessed nether energy. Before he could regain his footing, a black figure stepped out from the darkness and charged over with a torrential, deathly aura. Under the corrosion of nether energy, Lin Yun's sword intent was heavily corroded and showed signs of collapsing. If it was someone normal, their vitality would have been corroded under this attack. But Lin Yun was calm and circulated the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. A 12-petaled nether flower then appeared. When the nether energy filled his body and fused with his astral energy, Lin Yun threw a punch out. Throwing his punch forth, his sword intent that was previously corroded immediately came back to life. When the punch of nether energy dispersed, the person who unleashed the previous attack took several steps back. He raised his head to look at the person, and it was whom he had guessed. It was Morong Chun who unleashed that attack. He soon lowered his head to look at the interspatial bracelet on Morong Chen's wrist. He could sense an aura that made the nether flower condensed by his Divine Firmament Sword Sutra nearly spiral out of control. Lin Tian? That should be your name, right? The blue dragon bone belongs to me. Morong Chun didn't bother concealing his objective, and his speech was arrogant. As someone who could compete to become a holy son, he had the qualifications to be arrogant regardless of who he faced. Let you have it? Lin Yun snickered with mockery flashing across his pupils. It took him a great amount of effort to come this far, and Morong Chun wanted him to give the blue dragon bone away? What a laughable joke. Lin Tian should be your fake name, right? Morong Chun squinted his eyes as he wore a playful smile. You should have obtained a lot of treasures along the way, right? You don't have a demonic sect behind you. You're merely a guest of the heavenly astral pavilion. You should know that it's a crime to be in possession of treasures without the capability or background to keep them, right? You're already a dead man because the elders of the heavenly astral pavilion won't let you off. I don't need you to worry about that, Lin Yun replied. Ha! Morong Chun wasn't bothered and snickered. I only want to point out a path for you. Cooperate with me. I'll ensure you can leave with the treasures you have obtained so far. When I fight Ling Xianxia later, you only have to stand beside me. I don't need any of his treasures, and I can swear in the name of the heavenly demon emperor if you don't believe me. He was serious about what he said this time. After all, the fact that Lin Yun could reach the 9th level was enough to prove that he wasn't weak. If Lin Yun was willing to cooperate with him, he was confidently sure that he could obtain the blue dragon bone. And Morong Chun also knew that the 7 demonic sects would let Lin Yun off. Even if Lin Yun could obtain the blue dragon bone, how would he leave? So he didn't think Lin Yun had any other choice and was also confident that Lin Yun wouldn't refuse him. Ling Qianxia's treasures will belong to me? Lin Yun asked in an interested tone. That's for sure. Morong Chun smiled in a confident tone. I only need the divine dragon bone. I don't need Ling Qianxia's saint elixirs or saint fruits. You should know the strength of my netherworld hall. No one will dare to stop you when you and I leave this astral realm. Compared to Ling Qianxia's treasures, I'm more interested in your treasures. Lin Yun smiled. When he said that, Morong Chen's face drastically changed. Lin Yun would probably agree if he had no background because what Morong Chun said did make sense. No matter how strong he was only at the Elysium Core realm, while the 7 demonic sects had many Dragon Pulse realm deacons outside. Let's not mention that there were also Samsara Edict realm powerhouses outside that could easily kill him. If Lin Yun didn't have a background, it would be futile even if he obtained the blue dragon bone. But he was the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint, and he also had the firmament medal given to him by the sect master that could protect him from Samsara Edict realm experts for an hour. Just the name Radiant Sword Saint alone was enough to deter many people, not to mention he also had the painting given to him by his master. This was where Lin Yun's confidence came from. With the Sword Sect and Radiant Sword Saint behind him, he didn't have to lower his head to anyone. You want my nether flower? Morong Chen's gaze sank, and he wore a mocking smile. Then you better die. When he was done speaking, Morong Chan stepped forth and appeared before Lin Yun. His body turned into a gigantic ocean filled with astral energy. When he raised his hand, it formed into a massive wave that was pouring down from the sky. But Lin Yun's face was calm as he used his finger like a sword. The giant wave shattered when it landed on the finger, and Murong-chan was sent flying away. What powerful astral energy! Murong-chan furrowed his brows with surprise flashing through his pupils. He could sense that there was something weird with Lin Yun's cultivation. Lin Yun might only appear to be at the 8-star Heavenly Elysium core realm, but Lin Yun could easily suppress him with his sword intent. Although his attack was only to probe Lin Yun's strength, but Lin Yun had just reached the 8-star Heavenly Elysium core realm, which meant that Lin Yun's cultivation was lower than his. Thinking about that, Murong-chan instantly came up with a solution, and his aura was pushed to the limit. Torrential waves! As a terrifying aura was unleashed from the waves, it gave off the feeling that it could break apart the sky. Simultaneously, he executed a ghost spirit movement technique and merged with the ocean. This made him look agile. When he moved, every single step would unleash a terrifying power, which was why he could suppress all the geniuses that were in the same generation as him. You want to compete with me in terms of cultivation? I'm afraid that you found the wrong person. Lin Yun didn't panic, especially since he had refined the divine dragon creation pellet. When he pointed with his finger, sword rays were enveloped in layers of moonlight, and a terrifying storm swept out like flying azure dragons. 10 moves later, Lin Yun let out a roar and combined all the sword rays. When he waved his hand, space was torn apart, and cracks began to spread across the ocean beneath Murong-chan. Interesting. Let's see how you'll take this palm of mine. Murong-chan's pupils blazed with flames. The shattered ocean turned into rivers, instantly turning his disadvantage into an advantage. As thousands of rivers unleashed an even more terrifying momentum than before, a palm descended with the intent that it could destroy everything. Lin Yun had to admit that the martial techniques of the Netherworld Hall were impressive. But Lin Yun didn't fear nether energy. If someone else was in his position, they would have trouble facing Murong-chan. But if Murong-chan thought he could defeat him with only this much, Lin Yun could only say that Murong-chan was too naive. He had never been afraid when competing in martial techniques, not to mention that his Aqua Heaven sword technique had long reached the manifestation stage. Murong-chan could turn the shattered ocean into thousands of rivers, but Lin Yun could instantly turn the heavenly water into 108 phenomena. When all the phenomena overlapped, Lin Yun was brightly radiating with sword rays, and his aura reached an unprecedented height. When all the phenomena combined, he easily stopped Murong-chan from taking another step forth. As his sword aura came crashing down, Lin Yun swung his sword with every step he took, unleashing all the profundity of the Aqua Heaven sword technique and fully restrained Murong-chan's palm technique. When the heavenly river descended, the thousands of rivers that were manifested by Murong-chan shattered. Under the boundless sword rays, Lin Yun's palm landed on Murong-chan's chest, making the latter throw out a mouthful of blood before he was sent flying away. But Lin Yun had no change on his face as he took a step forth and quickly caught up to Murong-chan. As he waved his hand, all sorts of sword auras overlapped before they flew towards the latter. The two had exchanged over 10-odd moves in the blink of an eye. As Murong-chan threw out another mouthful of blood, he was sent flying away. When he was sent flying away, a nether flower bloomed behind him, and he finally managed to stop Lin Yun's attack. When Murong-chan took 3 steps back, he easily resolved Lin Yun's attack. But Lin Yun was surprised when he saw the nether flower. This was because the netherworld art of the Netherworld Hall was similar to the Firmament Sword Sutra, which was a little incredible. When Murong-chan landed on the ground, he wiped the blood off the corner of his lips, and he didn't seem that heavily injured. But when he looked at Lin Yun again, his face became grave. Right then, claps resounded as a person walked out from a passage. It was naturally Xianxia who was late. Wearing a smile, Xianxia said, "This is my first time seeing someone bringing a sword technique to the manifestation stage, and you've still not drawn your sword. I can't imagine how strong you'll become after drawing your sword, and I'm inquisitive about your true identity." Lin Yun and Murong-chan weren't surprised at Xianxia's appearance. Although they both used their strongest attacks, they were still probing each other, since they had long sensed Xianxia's existence. Xianxia initially planned to appear later, but he never expected that Murong-chan would be so pathetic while Lin Yun and Murong-chan were just probing each other. He knew that the stalemate would continue if he didn't appear. Those two weren't fools. They wouldn't fight for real as long as he was around. Xianxia, you should have made a decision now since you've been watching for a long time, right? Chan said while gritting his teeth. As they talked, the seal on the box was lifted, and a draconic roar echoed. Shortly after, a boundless blue light shone out that soon filled every single corner of the hall, and a dragon bone that's as long as an arm slowly hovered out of the box. The dragon bone had a dragon coiling around it, radiating a draconic aura. When the powerful draconic aura swept out, the three were surprised and took several steps back. When they looked at the blue dragon bone, their faces changed, and their gazes became grave. Although they had long speculated that the blue dragon bone would be here, they couldn't help feeling shocked when they ultimately saw it and could feel their hearts throbbing violently. The blue dragon bone emitted a monarch aura. Aside from that, the surface of the blue dragon bone had an ancient rune shining brightly. That was an origin divine rune. Seeing that this blue dragon bone had an origin divine rune, the three's eyes blazed with flames, and Lin Yun's obsession finally reached a limit. He couldn't believe that it was actually an origin divine rune. One must know that Qinsong's golden dragon bone only had an origin saint rune, and a dragon bone with a divine rune differed from one without. The three instantly became excited and felt that this was a vast fortune for them. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun forced himself to calm down. Chun, you don't mind us joining hands, right? Xianxia said while looking at Chun. Definitely. No matter what, the divine dragon bone belongs to the 7 demonic sects, and it can't fall into the hands of an outsider. Chun replied. Joining hands. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with mockery. Just a moment ago, Chun wanted to join forces with him to deal with Xianxia. But now, the 2 strongest chief disciples wanted to join forces against him. If the news of this spread out, it would definitely shock many people. Don't blame us for being shameless. You can only blame yourself for being unfortunate, Xianxia said. Before I came here, I knew that you're not that simple since someone already told me about you. Nothing is fair in this world. I gave you an opportunity earlier, but it's too late now, even if you go down on your knees. Chun coldly said. The 2 were confident as they slowly walked towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun was strong, but they didn't think that he could defeat the 2 of them. Is that so? A cold light flashed through Lin Yun's pupils, and the flower burial sword flew out from his sword box. When Lin Yun's left hand held onto the sword, his temperament suddenly changed. His gaze became ferocious, and he coldly said, You guys still have the time to regret now. It'll be too late for you once I draw my sword. Chun and Xianxia thought they could take down Lin Yun, and they didn't place him in their eyes, judging from their tone. But did they really think that he was a pushover? Rage flashed across Lin Yun's pupils. It was rare for him to be furious, and he was genuinely angered this time. Since they wanted to join hands to deal with him, then he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. The moment Lin Yun grabbed onto the flower burial sword, his firmament sword intent at complete mastery exploded like a sharp sword. Every single demonic cultivator was a ruthless person with the blood of countless people on their hands. But countless clowns also died at the hands of Lin Yun. So Chun and Xianxia would be too naive to think he didn't have any temper. You seem to be furious. Xianxia squinted his eyes. He then shook his head with a smile. Well, there's nothing you can do even if you're furious. Don't blame us for joining hands to gang up on you. If you want to blame anyone, you can only blame yourself for being weak. When Xianxia charged over, his figure began to flicker as the astral energy within his body and demonic aura began to gather. Then, he unleashed a crimson crescent moon towards Lin Yun. Facing Xianxia's attack, Lin Yun tightened his grip on the flower burial sword, and he could sense a strong connection with it. Pouring his boundless astral energy into the sword, a sword vibration echoed, and a powerful aura exploded from the flower burial sword. But that wasn't all for Lin Yun. Even after he destroyed the crimson crescent moon, the remaining power of his attack turned into a roaring azure dragon that was accompanied by a thunderstorm. This made Ling Qianya's face change, and he took 3 steps back before he barely managed to avoid that sword ray. He instantly recognized the Azure Dragon Sword aura that Lin Yun used, and he was surprised by the speed of Lin Yun's sword. Morong-chan, you're still going to keep your guard up against me? If you're not going to be serious about this, we might lose the blue dragon bone today, Ling Qianya indifferently said. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a white fan appeared. That was the Inheritance Saint artifact of the Blood Moon sect, the Profound Moon Fan. His aura began to violently rise when he opened the fan, and a painting slowly opened behind him. This was his constellation, a crimson moon that emitted a boundless, eerie, serene, and devilish aura. As you wish. Morong-chan no longer stood to the side and drew out a demonic sword. When he unleashed the blade intent from the demonic sword, the sword ray released by Lin Yun's attack was instantly resolved. As a blood mist swept out, Morong-chan's figure then disappeared within the blood mist. But even if he disappeared within the blood mist, his blade rays still existed. 9 blade rays flew out from the blood mist. Each blade ray was further divided into 9 blade rays, so the number of blade rays reached an astronomical sum of 81. As the blade rays intertwined, stars filled the entire sky, and his blade rays perfectly merged with the phenomenon he summoned. When they gathered, the blade rays began to rain down from the sky upon Lin Yun. Both Morong-chan and Ling Qianya had brought out their saint artifacts and summoned their constellations. At this moment, they weren't holding back at all. Ling Qianya's attack also flew over. His demonic aura had condensed to the limit when he waved the fan in his hand. As a boundless crimson light flew out from his fan, it soon hid within the blood mist that Morong-chan had created. This instantly placed Lin Yun in a dangerous position. After all, Morong-chan and Ling Qianya were the strongest amongst the 7 chief disciples, and anyone would feel despair if they were in Lin Yun's position. As Lin Yun's hair began to flutter in the wind, the flower burial sword in his hand vibrated with excitement. He only had his sword in his heart, and he didn't think there was anyone he couldn't slay. Nothing would stop him from chasing his sword path. Taking a step forth, Lin Yun pushed the Aqua Heaven sword technique to the limit. When he gently pricked his sword, a moon rose from the ocean. Pricking moon. When the 2 moons and 3 weapons collided, sparks flew around as Lin Yun faced 2 opponents by himself. This was a terrifying clash, and the entire battle could only be described as roaring waves accompanied by a violent storm. The hall was spacious but filled with the phenomena the 3 created. Their phenomena filled every single inch of space, and this battle lasted the time it took for half an incense to burn. The entire hall was filled with sword intent, blade rays, and crimson lights. Suddenly, Lin Yun's eyes flickered, and a dragon roar echoed from within his body. An ancient purple-golden armor then appeared on the surface of his body. The 10,000 dragon runes and blazing crimson flame divine rune had manifested an Azure Dragon Saint armor that had reached near perfection. When the armor appeared and enveloped him, he faced Morong-chen's blade head-on without avoiding it. When Morong-chen's blade rays landed on the Azure Dragon Saint armor, they left several cracks on it. His attack constantly destroyed the dragon runes on Lin Yun's armor, but Morong-chen's blade ultimately failed to leave any injuries on Lin Yun, and the rebound force sent Morong-chen flying away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Yun unleashed a sword ray and forced Ling Qianya out of the blood mist. But Ling Qianya spread his arms apart while wielding the fan and retreated. The crimson moon behind him was bewitching, and this scene made Lin Yun squint his eyes before he swung his sword once Ling Qianya reappeared. His attack made Ling Qianya's face change, and he inwardly cursed. The sudden change of events had placed him in a vulnerable position because he couldn't avoid this sword at all, knowing that this attack would land on him for sure. Before Ling Qianya could think more about it, he closed his fan and used it to block Lin Yun's attack. When the phenomena created by Lin Yun's attack overlapped, a boundless aura exploded that shattered the crimson moon. When his attack collided with Ling Qianya's fan, over 70 phenomena overlapped together and emitted a blinding brilliance. When Ling Qianya's fan was knocked away by Lin Yun's flower burial sword, Lin Yun spread his arms and soared into the sky. He had immediately disappeared from Ling Qianya's vision, causing the latter's face to turn pale. This scene left Murong Chan in lingering fear, and he rejoiced at the fact that Lin Yun's sword wasn't directed at him. When the sword ray reappeared, Ling Qianya fell from the sky. He was covered in injuries, his clothes dyed in his own blood, and his hair was scattered about. Even the crimson moon behind him had become terrifyingly dim. When Murong Chan and Ling Qianya looked at Lin Yun again, they were both deeply shocked. This was because they didn't expect to be in a disadvantageous position even after joining forces. Lin Yun's Aqua Heaven sword technique had reached the manifestation stage, easily suppressing both Murong Chan and Ling Qianya's ghost spirit martial techniques. But Lin Yun naturally wouldn't give Murong Chan and Ling Qianya the time to catch their breaths and executed the last move of the Aqua Heaven sword technique. As the flower burial sword in his hand emitted a dazzling radiance, it was like an enchanting plum blossom in the snow. His sword might seem gentle, but a terrifying might accompanied it. When he swung his sword, both Murong Chan and Ling Qianya executed various means to defend against this move. But no matter how they tried, they couldn't put up any resistance against Lin Yun's attack. When Murong Chan and Ling Qianya unleashed their astral energies, they raised their weapons before them, trying to defend themselves. But after they took 10 odd steps back, they ultimately threw out a mouthful of blood each before they were sent flying away. Seeing this, Lin Yun could feel that his blood boiling within his body. He swiftly traveled around the hall while spreading his arms apart. He was flower burial, burying both flowers and people alike. When he sped around the hall, his sword aura made the surroundings tremble, and he was like a dragon flying within the hall while being accompanied by a monarch aura. This made both Murong Chan and Ling Qianya's faces change as they quickly raised their weapons in a hurry to defend themselves. They were both gritting their teeth when they blocked Lin Yun's attack, waiting for his aura to drop before unleashing a lethal attack upon him. But they were destined to be disappointed. Lin Yun's aura was blazing like a wildfire and showed no signs of declining. This left both Murong Chan and Ling Qianya in disbelief as they wondered if Lin Yun was really a dragon. Their confidence was also slowly crumbling under Lin Yun's attack. Then, Lin Yun used his sword like a brush when he swung his sword. He didn't hold back in this attack and used the heavenly sword form. A dazzling radiance shone brightly as a gigantic heaven appeared in the air. The dazzling sword ray easily destroyed Murong Chan and Ling Qianya's confidence. Lin Yun's attack easily destroyed the astral energies that protected the two of them before they were sent flying away. Countless cracks also appeared in their internal organs, which meant that they were both heavily injured. When they fell to the ground, they were heavily gasping for breath. Murong Chen's face became pale as thoughts of retreating surfaced in his mind. But just when he wanted to leave, he raised his head to see a pair of cold eyes, and he couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. This also made him stop retreating. "You want to leave?" Lin Yun asked. "You can leave, but you must leave your interspatial bracelet behind. I remember you said that it has a nether flower, right?" "You!" Murong Chan instantly flew into a rage. "Lin Yun, don't push it. You already won the divine dragon bone. If you push it, I don't mind exploding myself. You can give up on the divine dragon bone at that time. Go ahead and try then," Lin Yun replied. He was confident in facing Murong Chen's self-destruct, which would only mean he couldn't obtain the interspatial bracelet. "What about him? Why didn't you ask for his treasures?" Murong Chen's face was dark. Felt as if Lin Yun was targeting him. So he naturally wanted to drag Ling Qianya down with him. "I already said that I'm more interested in your treasures," Lin Yun said. Murong Chan instantly fell into despair as he gritted his teeth. This was because he really didn't want to hand over the nether flower. But he also knew that he didn't have any choice right now. His life was in Lin Yun's hands, and he could do nothing to Lin Yun when they were defeated, even after they ganged up on Lin Yun. In the end, he could only unwillingly hand over the nether flower. Before he left, he glared at Lin Yun and planned to settle this with him outside the Dragon Remnant astral realm. He refused to believe that Lin Yun could leave with the blue dragon bone and nether flower in front of the Netherworld Hall and the other demonic sects. With that, Lin Yun and Ling Qinya were the only ones left in the hall, and Ling Qinya broke the silence. I admit my defeat. You can ask me for anything you want since you won. You can leave. Lin Yun didn't even look at Ling Qinya. There was no need for him to push Ling Qinya into a corner. If Ling Qinya chose to self-destruct, it would be a piece of bad news for him, even if he could come out of the whole ordeal alive. The hall was a secluded space, and he could not dodge the explosion even if he wanted to. Ling Qinya was surprised to hear what Lin Yun said. He fell into a deep silence for a long time before he cupped his hands together. I'll remember this favor. But before he raised his head, a sinister smile rose on his lips, and the profound moon fan in his hand turned into crimson petals that filled the entire hall. A crimson array instantly appeared on the ground with the crimson flowers drifting in the air. Taking opportunity of this moment, he took a step forth, and his hand fell onto Lin Yun's shoulder. With a smile, Ling Qinya said, I'll return your favor in your afterlife. Not even monstrous geniuses who have condensed their dragon origin can withstand this blood-devouring demonic array. So I'll be taking your cultivation. Everything might occur in the blink of an eye, but Ling Qinya had been planning this from the moment he failed. When his palm fell onto Lin Yun's shoulder, a terrifying suction force exploded, and Lin Yun's 30,000-foot astral energy ocean began to wither. On the other hand, Ling Qinya was excited, with his face turning red. It's painful, right? Don't worry about it because it'll be over soon. Ling Qinya grinned as he felt Lin Yun's cultivation declining. But Lin Yun was looking at him like he was looking at a fool, allowing Ling Qinya to execute the blood-devouring demonic array. This made Ling Qinya feel uneasy, and he quickened the pace of devouring Lin Yun's cultivation. Just when Lin Yun's astral energy was about to hit rock bottom, Ling Qianya's face suddenly changed. It was as if he had seen something terrifying. It was a demonic cauldron at the bottom of the emptied astral energy ocean. When the demonic cauldron slowly rose into the air, the astral energy that Ling Qianya had devoured was returned to Lin Yun at 100 times the speed. But that wasn't all. The Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron was also devouring Ling Qianya's cultivation, and there was nothing he could do to resist it. Ling Qianya was utterly dumbfounded and couldn't believe what was happening. He wanted to lift his hand from Lin Yun's shoulder, but he realized he couldn't move his hand at all. Die! But Lin Yun had no intention of taking Ling Qianya's cultivation at all. Ling Qianya's demonic aura was too heavy, so he immediately slammed his palm against Ling Qianya's head. As blood splattered, Ling Qianya's headless corpse fell to the ground. Ling Qianya's corpse dyed the ground with blood on the 9th level of the Blue Dragon Trial Tower. Lin Yun killed him with one palm. Initially, Lin Yun already let him off, fearing that Ling Qianya might risk everything. But it was a pity that Ling Qianya didn't appreciate his goodwill. Since Ling Qianya courted death, he might as well fulfill his wish. Then, the blood-devouring demonic array collapsed along with Ling Qianya's death, and turned into countless crimson flowers. The crimson flowers gathered before Lin Yun, while emitting a gentle and charming light before they fused into a fan. It was the Inheritance Saint artifact of the Blood Moon sect, the Profound Moon Fan. Ling Qianya relied on this fan to set up the Saint's spiritual array, which was the fan's true power. If it was someone else, they would have fallen for it. But it was a pity that he ran into Lin Yun, and his fan didn't bring him fortune, and he lost his life since he wasn't careful. When Lin Yun grabbed onto the Profound Moon Fan, he toyed with it. When he swung it, his astral energy turned into flames that swept out. Isn't it good to be alive? Why did he have to court death? As flames blazed in the hall and incinerated everything, Lin Yun waved his hand again, and the hall was cleaned up. He wanted to refine the divine dragon bone here, but it would have been a little disgusting to face the corpses that were on the ground. But he wasn't in a hurry to retrieve the divine dragon bone. He sat down with his eyes closed. After placing both of his hands on his lap, he circulated the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. When he circulated the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon, the Dragon Phoenix Sword aura within his astral energy filled every single corner of his body. Wisps of a baleful aura were being refined within his body before they dispersed from his pores. After the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron retrieved his cultivation, it also devoured quite a bit of Ling Qianya's cultivation, which contained a demonic aura. The demonic aura was beneficial to demonic cultivators but not to Lin Yun. So Lin Yun naturally had to get rid of it beforehand since it would be troublesome if it became deeply planted within his body. Half an hour later, Lin Yun opened his eyes, and his black pupils became clearer. After slowly getting up, Lin Yun looked at the divine dragon bone that was hovering in the air. Time to retrieve the divine dragon bone. He felt complicated. He forked out so much for this divine dragon bone and even became Tianju's lackey for some time in the dragon remnant astral realm. Sensing the cold and mocking gazes, Lin Yun ultimately endured it. His effort didn't go down the drain because a divine dragon bone was just right before him. When he got close to the blue stage, Lin Yun was nervous. He then took a deep breath and slowly grabbed the blue dragon bone. The moment he held onto the blue dragon bone, the bone emitted a dazzling blue radiance and a boundless dragon aura. It suddenly became ordinary, aside from being heavy. Aside from the ancient divine rune engraved on the blue dragon bone, there was nothing special about it. He had given so much just for this blue dragon bone, and his obsession with it nearly became a demon in his heart. But the blue dragon bone ultimately fell into his hand. When Lin Yun grabbed a hold of the blue dragon bone, everyone else who was still within the trial tower suddenly felt a rejection power. Soon after, the heavenly astral pavilions Tianju, blood rain pavilions Qinyu, 7 absolute palaces Pei En, demon fiend sects Yanxian, 100 ghost gates Chankue, and netherworld halls Murongchan were all expelled from the dragon astral realm. Logically speaking, they should have been able to stay within the trial tower for another 4 to 5 days before being teleported out of the astral realm. But they were all teleported out of the astral realm to the asteroid belt before then, which instantly caused an uproar amongst the demonic sections. They're out. The chief disciples of the other demonic sects are out. I wonder who obtained the blue dragon bone. You can't use any tricks in the trial tower. Murongchun and Ling Qianya have the highest possibility. Wait, why is Ling Qianya nowhere to be seen? Everyone soon noticed something. There were only 6 chief disciples, and Ling Qianya was nowhere to be seen. Everyone was briefly stunned before they turned to look in the direction of the Blood Moon sect. Everyone was out except for Ling Qianya. So wasn't it obvious who had the blue dragon bone now? The blue dragon bone was obtained by Ling Qianya? The Samsara Edict Realm Elder of the Heavenly Astral Pavilion furrowed his brow and asked Tianju. His words surprised Tianju, and he wondered if Ling Qianya obtained the blue dragon bone. This was because Lin Yun was nowhere to be found, and he instantly asked what was happening. If it were before, Tianju wouldn't hesitate to think that Ling Qianya must have killed Lin Yun. But after fighting Lin Yun, Tianju suddenly speculated that Lin Yun wasn't dead and Ling Qianya was the one who died. "What's with your injuries?" the elder of the Heavenly Astral Pavilion asked. But Tianju didn't answer and said, "Let's talk about it later. I want to make a breakthrough into the Dragon Pulse realm, and I need your help to ensure my safety." A decisive light flashed across Tianju's pupils. He felt that Lin Yun wasn't dead, and the blue dragon bone might be in his hands. No matter what, he had to repay Lin Yun for his humiliation in the trial tower. "Why are you hurrying to reach the Dragon Pulse realm? There's no way you can immediately condense dragon origin." "What happened in the trial tower?" the Samsara Edict Realm Elder asked. This further proved that this matter wasn't as straightforward as he thought. Reaching the Dragon Pulse realm wasn't an issue, but it wasn't easy to condense dragon origin at the One Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. "I've made up my mind." Tianju didn't want to explain much and immediately closed his eyes. He then took out various saint artifacts and saint elixirs, wanting to make a breakthrough. If he wanted to suppress Lin Yun, his only option was to make a breakthrough to the Dragon Pulse realm, even if he couldn't immediately condense dragon origin as the price. The faces of the other chief disciples were also dark, and they all chose to immediately make a breakthrough. That was the same for Murongchen. Others might not be able to confirm who had obtained the blue dragon bone, but he knew it was Lin Yun. Ling Qianya was simply courting death to try and play tricks with that guy. Lin Yun was also the strongest genius he had encountered in his lifetime. There's a high possibility that Xianxia is dead. I want to make a breakthrough right away, Morongchan said, and his words left the Samsara Edict realm experts of the Netherworld Hall shocked. The middle-aged man who was the leader of the Netherworld Hall party furrowed his brows as he looked at Morongchan. His name was Cho, and he was already at the Nirvana stage of the Samsara Edict realm. This meant he was only one step away from becoming a saint and was the strongest amongst all the Samsara Edict realm experts in the asteroid belt. He was the one who planned for the 6 demonic sects to join forces against the heavenly astral pavilion, and he was dumbfounded, wondering what happened in the trial tower. Elder Cho, what should we do now? The other Samsara Edict realm elders looked at Chotsong because they had no idea what to do now. It doesn't matter who obtained the blue dragon bone. He's just a brat, and there's no way I can let him escape. Let Morongchan make a breakthrough. I'll kill whoever obtains the blue dragon bone, and there's no need for us to be concerned with the rules about not laying a hand on juniors. Chotsong's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. Logically speaking, even demonic cultivators wouldn't lay their hands on a junior because this was a rapport between sections. But there was always an exception. Chotsong spent such a great effort for the blue dragon bone. So there was no way he could see the blue dragon bone being obtained by a junior. Before great interests, even the so-called rules could be broken. In reality, not only he but the Samsara Edict realm experts of the other demonic sects had similar thoughts. Just the blue dragon bone alone was enough for them to have a fallout, not to mention that there were other treasures. And Lu Yen and Xiao Yun exchanged a glance with shock in their eyes. This was because Lin Yun still hadn't come out. Xiao Yun wanted to say something, but Lu Yen wore a grave expression as she placed her finger before her lips, her eyes radiating with concern. Lin Yun grabbed onto the blue dragon bone within the blue dragon trial tower without knowing that the outside world was utterly chaotic and that a storm was brewing. Looking at the blue dragon bone in his hand, Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because he knew he had run into deep trouble. In the past, Lin Yun was only focused on obtaining the blue dragon bone. But now that he had obtained the blue dragon bone, he was thinking about fusing it into his body. The Azure Dragon Bone was once fused into his body with the help of the Azure Dragon Lord. Empress, can you help me fuse the blue dragon bone? Lin Yun asked. He was already used to Lil Purple's existence, and she was unknowingly like an encyclopedia to him. When Lil Purple flew out from the sword box, she donned a white dress while sitting on the snow-heat blade. Looking at the blue dragon bone in Lin Yun's hand, Lil Purple couldn't help having shock in her eyes. What's wrong? Lin Yun asked. Lil Purple shook her head and replied, not many things in the world can trouble me, and I naturally know how to fuse the blue dragon bone. In ancient times, I bestowed phoenix bones to some servants. But you're not willing to help me? Lin Yun asked, surprised. Take back those words. Lil Purple turned to coldly look at Lin Yun. Lin Yun instantly knew that he had spoken the wrong words and immediately apologized. As Lil Purple snorted, she replied, you lost the Azure Dragon Bone because of me, so I'll help you to fuse it even if you have no relations with me. I don't like what you said earlier. Sorry about that. Lin Yun nodded. He knew he had made a mistake with his words because he was too anxious, and his relationship with Lil Purple was no longer ordinary. Seeing the guilt on Lin Yun's face, Lil Purple smiled. All right, I'll stop teasing you. The blue dragon bone won't be here for no reason, and everything is related to karma. Although I have no idea what happened after the Golden Era ended, the rise of the 9 emperors is definitely related to the inheritance of the Dragon Gate. The Azure Dragon Lord's inheritance was still fine, but the karma of this blue dragon bone is too heavy. If you accept it, you'll probably be drawn into the karma of the 9 emperors. You serious about that? Lin Yun asked. And Lu Yen and Xiao Yun knew more than you. Don't you know that the blue dragon's lineage always inherits the Dragon Gate Lord's position? Do you still remember the white-haired bladesman on the wall in the White Dragon Palace? Of course. That person might have been the first-generation god ancestor of the Dragon Gate. Lil Purple replied. Azure Dragon God Ancestor? That's right. You've seen this person before? I've not heard of any legends related to him. Back then, in the ancient battle between the deities, there was a high possibility that we were waiting for him. My memories are incomplete, but I can be sure that the Iris Sword Saint has a huge connection with him. There's a high possibility that the Iris Sword Saint received his inheritance. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts and asked, "This is related to the Blue Dragon Bone?" "That's for sure. I'm worried that the Iris Sword Saint might have been the gatekeeper of the Dragon Gate. The sudden appearance of the 9 emperors might be related to him. If you refine the Blue Dragon Bone, you will have to inherit that karma." Lil Purple muttered, "It's pointless to think about it now. I only fight for the present and not the future. If there's any karma, I'll just cut it with a sword." Lin Yun smiled. Lin Yun's face was dark, and his eyes shone with splendor. His words also made Lil Purple smile. As her eyes shone brightly, she winked. "If you're willing, I can help you fuse with the divine dragon bone. But you have to think it through. None of the 7 demonic sects are pushovers." But Lin Yun's face was firm, and he said, "I have no fear." When he said those words, the flower burial sword vibrated as if it was saying that it was also fearless. "Although you've already experienced it once, I must warn you of the pain, especially since the Blue Dragon Bone is much stronger than the Azure Dragon Bone. The two are not at the same level at all." Lil Purple said, "That Azure Dragon Bone was special because the Azure Dragon King left it behind. Otherwise, there's no way the Azure Dragon Bone can be compared to a divine dragon bone." "I can endure it." Lin Yun took in a deep breath. He had an intense obsession with a divine dragon bone. If he couldn't obtain a divine dragon bone today, it might really become a demon in his heart. This meant he wouldn't be able to take another step in his lifetime. Now that the opportunity was right before him, he wouldn't take a step back, regardless of the pain he had to go through. After Lil Purple took the blue dragon bone from Lin Yun, she briefly glanced at it before the 2 runes on her forehead emitted a bewitching light. When the blue dragon bone blazed in her hand, the flames on its surface looked like magma. The magma emitted a holy light that shone brightly with a golden light, and the divine runes on her forehead were emitting a dazzling azure light. A torrential draconic aura suddenly exploded with a draconic roar echoing throughout the hall. The dragon's roar was like arrows colliding with the surrounding walls, making the surrounding space look like it was about to collapse. This made Lin Yun's face change as he took several steps back. Under the immense pressure, Lin Yun fell onto one knee with his brows locked together. Beads of sweat also covered his forehead, and it felt like he was carrying a mountain. He didn't hesitate to form seals to summon the golden crow wings since the draconic aura was too terrifying. It was ancient, like a 10,000-year-old wine, and the pressure of the aura was unbelievably heavy. "There's no need to summon your wings. Walk over by yourself. If you can't bear this dragon aura, you won't be able to fuse with it. You need the blue dragon bone to acknowledge you at the very least," Lil Purple indifferently said as he held onto the blue dragon bone. The divine runes on her forehead were shining brightly. The blue dragon bone in her hand was radiant, as if it was responding to her. Then, the draconic aura crashed down on Lin Yun, becoming even heavier. After Lin Yun raised his head with great difficulty, he looked at Lil Purple, feeling that she was a little too heartless. Bearing the pressure head-on, he could hear cracking sounds coming from his bones. Simultaneously, 10,000 dragon runes slowly appeared on the surface of his body. The distance of barely 10 meters took Lin Yun an hour, and he felt that his skeleton was going to break apart. Not giving him time to ponder, Lil Purple stabbed the blue dragon bone into Lin Yun's chest. Argh! Lin Yun let out a painful howl while feeling that his heart was being torn apart. His chest was instantly covered in red, with blood pouring from it. The wound on his chest was terrifying. It was so much so that anyone could see his beating heart. The blue dragon bone in Lil Purple's hand had fused into Lin Yun's body through this wound. When the blue dragon bone fused into his body, the dragon bone began to burn before starting to melt like magma. Once the blue dragon bone began to fuse with his ribs, it would bring great pain to Lin Yun. He could feel his ribs slowly shattering as the blue dragon bone gradually fused into his body. Lin Yun had experienced a similar pain before and now had to experience it again. But this time, the pain was 100-fold or even 1,000-fold stronger than before. This pain was penetrating deep into his soul, and he would lose his life if he wasn't careful. The pain made Lin Yun lose the ability to think. Soon, he didn't even have the energy to yell out, and his pupils gradually lost focus. This was because he had entered a blurred and chaotic state. "Don't die." Lil Purple stretched her hand out to touch Lin Yun's forehead. The touch was like a bucket of ice water pouring down, making him shiver from the bottom of his soul. In the next second, he continued to wail out in pain. As the blue dragon bone fused into his body, the dragon runes on the surface of his body kept wriggling, as if they were being summoned. Along with the blue dragon bone slowly fusing into his body, the dragon runes also entered the blue dragon bone. Simultaneously, the violent energy within the blue dragon bone spread to his internal organs and 4 limbs. All his pores were opened, allowing wisps of blue light to be emitted from them. Looking from afar, it looked like a dragon was wrapping around him. As the violent aura spread throughout his body along with intense pain, the pain nearly made Lin Yun lose consciousness. But every time he was about to lose consciousness, a chill would instantly wake him up, and he would continue to let out a miserable wail. Lil Purple's hand was like 1,000-year-old ice, preventing Lin Yun from fainting. Looking at Lin Yun being in pain, she also felt heartache for him, but she knew he couldn't stop now. Divine dragon bones were unique, and he would never be able to wake up again if he lost consciousness from the pain. As the merging of the divine dragon bones sped up, Lin Yun opened his eyes, and his pupils shone brightly with a blue radiance. Lil Purple let go and gently retreated. Under the surge of violent energy, Lin Yun's body subconsciously hovered in the air with a terrifying blue light shining from every single one of his pores. As his hair fluttered violently, his entire face was distorted from the pain. The wound on his chest was slowly being healed, and the vitality within his body would violently roar with every heartbeat. A blue dragon was surrounding him. As the thunderstorm roared, the dragon aura he released began to violently rise. A brief moment later, Lin Yun, who was hovering in the air, released a ferocious roar. The fierce roar was no different from a dragon's roar, and the aura of a divine dragon violently swept out, making no one dare to look him in the eyes. In Lil Purple's eyes, she could see Lin Yun being wrapped in a blue light while emitting a holy and violent aura. Dragons were divine beasts, and they were born in primal chaos. They were also primordial ominous beasts. More accurately speaking, aside from some auspicious beasts, most divine beasts were ferocious and couldn't be judged with human morals. Then again, being ominous beasts didn't mean that they were devilish beasts. Devilish beasts were pure manifestations of evil, and the world rejected them from their birth. Lil Purple's eyes flashed with concern. After all, it was a divine dragon bone. Even if the blue dragon bone had no intelligence, the ferocity deep within the dragon bone wasn't something just anyone could subdue. If Lin Yun couldn't subdue the ferocity, he would be reduced to a beast. At that time, the dragon bone would devour Lin Yun and use his body for its rebirth. Since Lin Yun's obsession with a divine dragon bone had practically become a demon in his heart, he would be consumed by the ferocity if he wasn't careful. Simultaneously, a faint black demonic aura could be seen on his forehead. If Lin Yun didn't have the quasi-heavenly dome sword intent or the azure dragon saint physique, Lil Purple would definitely not let him fuse with the blue dragon bone. But even so, the entire fusion process was dangerous, and it had reached a critical point now. Lin Yun could only try and overcome this whole ordeal by himself. Half a day later, the blue light gradually faded, and the wound on Lin Yun's chest was slowly being healed. All of the dragon runes were inside the blue dragon bone, and the ferocious aura that Lin Yun was releasing gradually dimmed. When Lin Yun reopened his eyes, the black aura on his forehead was severed by several sword rays. With excitement flashing across her pupils, Lil Purple knew he had succeeded. She couldn't contain her emotions at this moment. As Lin Yun slowly descended, he suddenly lost control of his body and fell to the ground. Ouch! Lin Yun yelled out in pain when he landed on the ground. He raised his head and saw a pearly white hand reaching over. Lin Yun reached over with a smile, and Lil Purple pulled him back up. She muttered, "You're as clumsy as a pig. I can't drag you around anywhere." Her words made Lin Yun wear a mocking smile because he couldn't muster any of his strength. Scratching his head, he swallowed a pellet and sat down. "I'll briefly rest." After the time it took for half an incense to burn, Lin Yun opened his eyes and examined himself. When he clenched his fist, he could feel an ancient power surging from the divine dragon bone. As purple golden dragon runes flowed over the surface of his fist like water, it gave him the feeling that he could destroy a mountain with one punch. This? Lin Yun smacked his lips with shock flashing through his pupils. This was a bizarre feeling. The purple golden dragon runes would disappear and return to the blue dragon bone after being used. It felt similar to astral energy. Like how cultivators had to refine astral energy, there was a scale. It was just like when his astral energy ocean reaching 35,000 feet. He couldn't unleash the power that exceeded that. The number of purple golden dragon runes within the blue dragon bone has reached 20,000. But the number wasn't significant. The key lied in the fact that the blue dragon bone could keep producing dragon runes. The blue dragon bone could produce another one whenever he used a dragon rune. This was the same as astral energy. In the past, it needed time to recover the dragon runes when they shattered. There might not seem to be much of a difference, but the difference was actually like heaven and earth. Aside from that, Lin Yun could also sense that he was a lot stronger than before. Not only had his physique undergone a transformation, his astral energy would also contain the suppression of a blue dragon whenever he circulated the blue dragon bone. This meant that he could fight enemies who had a cultivation higher than his own. Simultaneously, his Azure Dragon Saint art finally reached complete mastery, and there was no longer a flaw with his Azure Dragon Saint physique. Spreading his palm out, purple golden dragon runes began to appear on his palm, and each dragon rune had a wisp of crimson engraved at the center of it. The dragon runes then began to combine. Initially, it wasn't clear, but Lil Purple soon saw an azure dragon's tail appearing within Lin Yun's palm. When the azure dragon's tail appeared, the dragon runes merged together even faster. Soon, dragon scales, claws, bones. An entire dragon was slowly taking form. It didn't take long for a 200-foot-long azure dragon to be formed, filling the entire hall. When the dragon's head fell onto Lin Yun's right shoulder, the body of the azure dragon coiled around him. But that wasn't all. Lin Yun then activated the Azure Dragon Saint art. A thunderstorm formed and a blue light surged. More dragon runes were being produced within the blue dragon bone. Through this entire process, Lin Yun could sense that his vitality was swiftly being sapped away from him. So this didn't mean that the dragon runes were endless. He would need some time to recover when he runs out of vitality. This was the same logic as exhausting astral energy. But despite the restriction, the current him was 10 times stronger than before. When the blue dragon bone produced another 10,000 dragon runes, Lin Yun formed a seal with his hands, and the dragon runes swiftly merged into an armor that enveloped him. The sight of this brought joy to him because there was no way he could summon the Azure Dragon and dragon armor at the same time in the past. In the past, he could only choose between summoning the Azure Dragon or dragon armor. But now that he had the blue dragon bone, he wouldn't have to worry about that any longer. Dismissing the Azure Dragon and dragon armor, Lin Yun tried to use the Azure Dragon grasp. When his right hand reached out, Lin Yun instantly felt like he had summoned a vivid Azure Dragon claw. This was bizarre because the Azure Dragon claw felt too real. It's just that he was currently isolated from heaven because of the blue dragon trial tower, so he couldn't really execute the Azure Dragon grasp. Since that was the case, he decided to try the thunderstorm vortex. With a single thought, dragon runes appeared within his palm that soon transformed into a terrifying vortex. A powerful suction force exploded from his palm when the vortex appeared. The suction force was so powerful that it created cracks in the surrounding air. It was as if space would collapse in the next moment. This surprised him because he didn't expect the vortex to tap into space. His eyes shone brightly, and he could clearly feel that he had distorted the space, not the air. Although space and air might sound the same, they were completely different. In the past, Lin Yun could compress and explode the air, but it had nothing to do with space. So even if the surrounding air had distorted, it would just take time for the air to recover. Furthermore, it had nothing to do with space, regardless of how terrifying it was. But looking at the fluctuation and slight distortion in the air, Lin Yun could clearly sense that he had affected space instead of air. The Azure Dragon grasp is a little terrifying. It looks like the Azure Dragon Lord didn't bluff you, Lil Purple said. In the Azure Dragon Lord's inheritance on the heavenly path, Lin Yun was shameless in asking for a small gift from the Azure Dragon Lord. And the Azure Dragon grasp was that small gift from the Azure Dragon Lord. The Azure Dragon Lord taught it to him. But now that he looked at it again, the Azure Dragon Lord didn't give him a small gift. Lin Yun nodded his head in agreement with Lil Purple's words. When he was done testing the power of the blue dragon bone, Lin Yun began to search around the hall. "What are you looking for?" Lil Purple curiously asked. "A divine art, obviously," Lin Yun replied as he continued to search the hall. More accurately, he was looking for a body-refining technique belonging to the blue dragon's lineage. After all, he couldn't possibly keep using the Azure Dragon Saint art with the blue dragon bone. Now that he had completely mastered the Azure Dragon Saint art, he naturally focused on the body-refining technique of the blue dragon's lineage. Lil Purple instantly saw through his thoughts and grumbled, "You're really shameless. The Azure Dragon Saint art is enough to last you to the Samsara Edict realm and even the Saint realm. So what if you found the body-refining technique of the blue dragon's lineage? There's no way you can cultivate it." Lin Yun retracted his attention when he heard that because he also realized he was too greedy. But Lil Purple rolled her eyes and winked. "There's a need for a dream. What if you really found it?" When Lin Yun looked at Lil Purple, he was briefly stunned before he smiled. It turned out that Lil Purple was also greedy. While Lin Yun and Lil Purple were searching for the body-refining technique of the blue dragon's lineage, there was an undercurrent flowing in the outside world. As a blade ray soared into the sky in the heavenly astral pavilion's direction, a powerful aura swept out that rumbled like thunder. When Tianju opened his eyes shone brightly. He had reached the Dragon Pulse realm. Tianju made a breakthrough. It's no wonder why he's the first envoy. The phenomenon created by him is a little terrifying. His foundation is too terrifying. Even if he didn't manage to condense dragon origin, his aura is a little too terrifying. Everyone was shocked while directing their gazes towards Tianju's direction. "How is it?" The Samsara Edict Realm Elder of the Heavenly Astral Pavilion asked with his brows furrowed, looking at Tianju. He found it a pity because Tianju had waited for so long. Since he was in such a hurry to make a breakthrough, this meant that he wouldn't be able to condense dragon origin in the first Dragon Pulse realm. Although Tianju had become a lot stronger, it was a loss when looking at it in the long term. If Tianju went into seclusion for 10 days to half a month, it was certain that he could condense dragon origin in the first Dragon Pulse realm. "I nearly succeeded, but it doesn't matter anyways," Tianju replied without any regret in his pupils. "Elder Chong, has anyone come out from the astral realm?" Tianju looked at the entrance of the dragon remnant astral realm, and his face was terrifyingly dark. "No one as of now. What happened inside?" The Samsara Edict Realm Elder was named Chong Chung. He was curious about what happened in the astral realm. Tianju's face changed before he turned to look at An Luyen, while transmitting his voice to Chong Chung. When Chong Chung heard what Tianju said, his face was ugly because he couldn't accept what Tianju said and inwardly shook his head. Tianju was the first envoy and had a high position in the Heavenly Astral Pavilion. There was a high possibility that he might become the young lord. So Chong Chung would naturally respect his opinion. But what Tianju said was too incredible. "Humph," Tianju snorted. "Don't interfere later. I'll take revenge with my own hands." His heart was filled with hatred and he was gradually running out of patience while waiting for Lin Yun. He wanted to step on him to take revenge for what happened in the trial tower. Right then, a few auras swept out, followed by various phenomena. the 7 absolute palaces Qin Yu, Blood Rain Pavilions Pei En, Demon Fiend Sects Xianxia, and 100 Ghost Gates Chan Kuei reached the Dragon Pulse realm. The phenomena created by them dazzled everyone's eyes. There were crimson sword rays, blood rain, demonic blade rays, and ghosts wreaking havoc. As 4 figures soared into the sky, the auras that they were releasing reached terrifying heights. They didn't manage to condense Dragon Origin in the first Dragon Pulse realm, but the aura they were releasing still left many people stunned. Through years of accumulation, their hard work at the Elysium Core realm had been excavated when they reached the Dragon Pulse realm. It was hard to believe how strong they would become if they were willing to wait for another half a month. At the same time, everyone couldn't help feeling puzzled. What's going on? Something doesn't seem to be right for several chief disciples to make a breakthrough at the same time. They're indeed stronger, but they suffered a bigger loss of being unable to condense Dragon Origin in the first Dragon Pulse realm. It's normal for an ordinary genius to be unable to condense Dragon Origin in the first Dragon Pulse realm. But to monstrous geniuses like them, this is a little too unbelievable. I'm afraid that they're waiting for someone. Everyone could sense an undercurrent. But just while everyone was being astonished, a dazzling demonic light shone as brightly as a vast sun, accompanied by a draconic roar that sounded like a demonic dragon. Shortly after, a black demonic dragon appeared, flickering with dazzling light. This phenomenon shocked many people, and geniuses under the Dragon Pulse realm could feel fear rising in their hearts. Murong Chan and Luyen sighed beside Xiao Yun. That phenomenon attracted everyone's attention in the asteroid belt, including the Samsara Edict realm experts of the various demonic sections. None of them could conceal the shock in their eyes because they didn't have such a terrifying phenomenon when they reached the Dragon Pulse realm. Ling Xianxia won't be inferior to him if he's here. 3 Samsara Edict realm experts of the Blood Rain Pavilion side. The chief disciples of the other demonic sects were all out except for Ling Xianxia. But the 3 elders were confident that the blue dragon bone definitely fell into Ling Xianxia's hands. That's where you're wrong, 3rd elder. Since Ling Xianxia obtained the blue dragon bone, the phenomenon created by his breakthrough will only be more shocking. That's right. The leader of the 3 elders smiled. Don't look down on the blue dragon bone. Since Xianxia received this opportunity, he naturally will be able to compete for the Divine Sun position. Our position in the Blood Moon sect will rise at that time. When the demonic dragon dove like a comet, it entered Murong Chen's body. As demonic light shone out from Murong Chen, a nether flower with 16 petals slowly bloomed behind him. But when he opened his eyes, everything disappeared except the light flickering in his pupils. He had concealed everything and looked no different from an ordinary Dragon Pulse realm expert. Weird. What's going on? Why did the phenomenon disappear all of a sudden? Yeah. Did he manage to condense Dragon Origin? But the nether flower behind him is a little terrifying. Everyone in the surroundings exclaimed, but only the middle-aged man named Qiu Qiong nodded his head with a smile. As Murong Chan slowly stood up, he nodded. Elder Qiu, did anything happen? No, Qiu Qiong said. Let's just wait then, Murong Chan calmly said. But his tone was filled with a terrifying killing aura that left several Elysium Core realm disciples stunned. They had no idea what was going on for Murong Chan to have such a strong killing intent. Suddenly, a vibrating noise resounded from the entrance of the Dragon Remnant astral realm. This commotion instantly attracted everyone's attention and a person flew out, landing in the asteroid belt. He's out. Ling Xianxia, senior brother Ling. The Blood Moon sect's disciples wanted to cheer, but they were soon dumbfounded because the person that came out was donned in azure clothes, carrying a sword box behind him and a purple mark on his forehead. Lin and Luyen wanted to say something, but she soon shut her mouth. But her eyes radiated with excitement because Lin Yun was alive, and she finally felt relieved. But she knew this wasn't the time to meet Lin Yun. She began to feel worried, and the excitement in her pupils soon turned into concern. At this moment, she only hoped that Lin Yun could leave. This was all captured by Tianju, making him inwardly snicker. He hated Lin Yun, and what happened in the trial tower was a great humiliation. But when he saw him, He suddenly calmed down and wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Everyone's attention was on Lin Yun at this moment, but Lin Yun didn't panic when he sensed the gazes of Samara Edict Realm experts directed at him. This made him inwardly snicker, but he didn't head to the heavenly astral pavilions region. Nor did he look at An Luyen and Xiao Yun. This was because he didn't want to land those two into trouble. What should we do now? Lil Purple asked. Let's just pretend that nothing happened. Lin Yun replied, wanting to leave with no intentions of staying behind. They couldn't find the body-refining technique of the Blue Dragon's lineage, but he had obtained almost everything he could. Since there was no longer a purpose for him to stay behind, he naturally had to leave. But it wasn't easy for him to leave. 5 figures suddenly soared into the sky. They were the 7 Absolute Palaces Qin Yu, Blood Rain Pavilions Pei En, Demon Fiend Sex Yen Xian, 100 Ghost Gates Chan Kue, and Netherworld Halls Morong Chan. The 5 were emitting auras in the Dragon Pulse realm, with rolled-up paintings behind them. As long as they wanted, they could open up their constellations. Lin Tian, you're really daring. After obtaining the Blue Dragon Bone, you want to leave just like that? Morong Chen mocked. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it. Everyone burst into an uproar when they heard what Morong Chen said. This person has obtained the Blue Dragon Bone? How is this possible? Where's Ling Xianxia? Then, does this mean that the chief disciples of the 7 demonic sects all lost to this person? Everyone was shocked when they heard that, and they could feel a chill run down their spines. A person that no one has heard of has defeated the 7 chief disciples? Hand over the Blue Dragon Bone, or you can only dream about leaving here today. Chun Kue of the 100 Beast Gate stared at Lin Yun. What if I refuse? Lin Yun replied indifferently, as mockery flashed through the pupils of Qin Yu. He snickered. You're really naive. Do you think this is still the trial tower? Raise your head and look around. We have our demonic sects standing behind us, and it's just a word from us to have you killed. Where did you get the confidence to reject us from? From the fact that I'm the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. From the fact that I'm the Heaven Direct disciple of the Sword Sect's Divine Firmament Peak. If you dare to try and suppress me with your forces, you are also challenging the Sword Sect. Where do I get my confidence from? Is the name Radiant Sword Saint enough? Lin Yun coldly said. When he was done speaking, the chief disciples were stumped, especially Chan Kue, whose face had turned red. He never expected that. Everyone in the surroundings also fell silent. It was as though Lin Yun had suppressed the 7 demonic sections. Everyone from the 7 demonic sects was stumped when they heard what Lin Yun said. Even the Samsara Edict Realm elders from the various sects had fear flashing across their pupils. The Sword Sect might have declined now, but there wasn't a single person in the Eastern Desolation that hadn't heard of the Radiant Sword Saint's name. Just the fact that he was one of the 3 Sword Saints in the Eastern Desolation was enough to speak for his strength. Only 3 people in the Eastern Desolation dared to use the word sword in their title. This might seem like a simple title, but it proved their strength through the lives of many. There were many swordsmen from the saints, but not every swordsman could be called a sword saint. The title was the glory and proof of their strength. Being a sword saint was an immense glory in this world, and anyone who wasn't strong enough with that title would be long dragged down. So Lin Yun's words were equivalent to dropping a bomb in the asteroid belt, leaving everyone shocked. A long time later, an uproar exploded and everyone's gazes were filled with shock when they looked at Lin Yun. He's the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint? I thought the Radiant Sword Saint was no longer taking in disciples? He even rejected Xiahou Yen, who possesses the innate sword physique and innate sword heart. I heard that he did take in a disciple. Don't tell me that he's the one. It makes sense if it's really him. Not to mention that he's managed to last till the end. Since the activity of the 7 demonic sects wasn't mainly in the ancient barren domain, they weren't that well informed in regards to this information. So they were shocked and puzzled when they heard what Lin Yun said. But if Lin Yun was really the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint, it would be hard to resolve this matter today. Not to mention what others think. Even the 5 chief disciples in front of Lin Yun had shock on their faces. Lin Yun was the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint? No one would dare to touch him today if he really was the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. Their faces were ugly, with reluctance on their faces, but none of them dared to make a move. The arrogance they had before had now disappeared. Humph! Don't bullshit. You think I don't know that he's in seclusion? A cold voice resounded from Cho Cheong of the Netherworld Hall. Hand over the blue dragon bone, and I can give the Radiant Sword Saint face by sparing you. Otherwise, what can you do even if I bully you? A mere disciple of the Sword Sect dares to challenge the 7 demonic sects. He was an arrogant person to begin with. When he said those words, his temperament became even more domineering. The Samsara Edict Realm elders from the other demonic sects were all startled by Cho Cheong's words. They knew that Cho Cheong was fearless, and they had personally experienced it today. They had experienced how arrogant Cho Cheong was today. He did not even give the Radiant Sword Saint any face. But when they thought about it again, what Cho Cheong said wasn't exactly wrong. It had been a long time since the Radiant Sword Saint showed himself, and Tian Xuanzi stole all the limelight in the ancient barren domain. Murong-chan, go for it. The Radiant Sword Saint still can't put his hands on the 7 demonic sects, Cho Cheong coldly said. Roger that, ha ha ha. Murong-chan laughed. With Cho Cheong backing him up, he naturally didn't have to fear the Radiant Sword Saint. Before Lin Yun could say a word, Murong-chan drew his demonic blade and charged over. Lin Tian, today is your death, and not even the Radiant Sword Saint can save you, Murong-chan indifferently said. Before he charged over, a painting that covered half the sky unfolded behind him. His blade ray surged with a torrential demonic aura that made him look like a demonic dragon when paired with his cultivation at the Dragon Pulse realm. Why do I fear death as long as I have my sword in my hand? Lin Yun inwardly said the moment he grabbed onto the flower burial sword. Raising his brow, he drew his sword and executed the first sword of the earth sword form empowered by his pinnacle firmament sword intent and destroyed the blade ray unleashed by Murong-chan. Looks like you've improved. But you'll still die. Murong-chan grinned. When he shook his wrist, he unleashed 81 blades in a breath. Each blade ray manifested into a demonic dragon that was enveloped with a crimson demonic aura. The demonic aura was filled with dense resentment, making the surroundings look like hell. When Lin Yun executed the second sword of the earth sword form, the flower burial sword began to flicker with a cold and dark light. With a gentle brush, Lin Yun swung his sword out, and a boundless sword aura exploded. The sword ray was like a brush that landed on the demonic dragon. When the demonic dragon shattered, Murong-chan was surprised because his attack was actually resolved so easily by Lin Yun. He began to wonder what sword technique that was because he never saw Lin Yun executing that before. Lin Yun's sword intent had reached a terrifying height when wielding the flower burial sword. The aloofness in his sword intent was like a red flower in the snow. He wouldn't provoke others on purpose. But if anyone tried to provoke him, he would return it tenfold. While gently tapping his foot on the ground, a carefree intense sword from Lin Yun, emitting a dazzling pride that no one could neglect. Facing his attack, Murong-chan actually failed to dodge it and took a sword on his right shoulder. Is this all? You don't look so impressive after all, even after you've reached the Dragon Pulse realm, Lin Yun said when he landed on the ground. How is this possible? Qin Yu, Pei En, Chen Kuei, and Yen Xian were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They couldn't believe that Murong-chan was injured with 3 swords after his breakthrough into the Dragon Pulse realm. When the 4 exchanged glances, they reached an agreement and stood beside Murong-chan, drawing their weapons. They had no intention of letting Lin Yun off to begin with. They were only concerned about Lin Yun's identity. But they no longer had reservations since Murong-chan made the first move. Don't go easy on him. His sword technique is weird, and I suspect he has refined the blue dragon bone, Murong-chan coldly said while looking at the wound on his right shoulder. That sword from earlier was weird, and he was fortunate because he was fast enough to avoid it. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Let's go at him together. We can discuss who will have the blue dragon bone afterwards. As for his other treasures, we can split it amongst ourselves, Chen Kuei said. Aside from the blue dragon bone, there was no doubt that Lin Yun definitely obtained other treasures in the trial tower. No matter what, they couldn't allow him to leave, even if he was the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. I have no objection to that. Yan Xian licked his lips and revealed a sinister smile. I hope that you guys won't regret it then. Lin Yun's gaze was cold as he tightened his grip on the flower burial sword. As if the sword had sensed his killing intent, it began to incessantly vibrate. Before the five made a move, he had already charged into the asteroid belt with his sword. He had decided to start a massacre, killing anyone who dared to stand in his way. You're courting death. When the five saw Lin Yun charging over, their eyes flashed with mockery. But their smiles lasted for only a split second because Lin Yun suddenly disappeared. More accurately speaking, Lin Yun's sword aura had disappeared. His sword intent was like the clouds, giving off a feeling that it didn't exist, yet it was everywhere. What's going on? Just when everyone felt uneasy and became alert, they pushed their astral energy to the limit. Suddenly, a sword vibration echoed, and a sword ray appeared. When Lin Yun reappeared, he was behind Chen Kuei, thrusting his sword. Chen Kuei didn't have the time to think as he turned around and raised his demonic blade. When the blade and sword collided, astral energy fluctuated, which caught Chen Kuei by surprise because he had difficulty firmly wielding his sword. Let me deal with him. A cold light flashed across Murong Chen's pupils as he appeared before Lin Yun, thrust his blade. Together, the remaining three were building up their attacks, and they charged forth, drawing their various weapons. As a terrifying aura exploded, it caused the entire heaven and earth to start trembling. Murong Chen's blade blocked Lin Yun's sword. Sparks flew when the blade tip and sword tip collided. As Murong Chen let out a roar, he pushed his cultivation at the first pulse dragon pulse realm to the limit. Under that immense pressure, the flower burial sword began to bend as Murong Chen slowly approached. Die! When Chen Kuei and the three others saw this scene, a cold light flashed across their pupils, and they charged over from different directions. This was an excellent opportunity because Murong Chen and Lin Yun couldn't escape their stalemate. So this instantly placed Lin Yun in a dangerous position. A heaven word appeared in Lin Yun's palm right then. It began to overlap as 36 sword rays bloomed over Lin Yun's palm. When the 36 sword rays overlapped, Lin Yun threw it out at Murong Chen, causing the latter to throw out a mouthful of blood before he was sent flying away. After sending Murong Chen flying, Lin Yun didn't even glance at the four charging over and swung his sword. The flower burial sword was like a brush, with each swing creating a painting that sent the four flying back. When Lin Yun clasped his hands together, the golden crow wings opened up behind him while he grabbed onto the flower burial sword. When he held onto the flower burial sword, space overlapped, and Lin Yun suddenly appeared before Murong Chen. Screw you! A ruthless light flashed across Murong Chen's pupils as a pair of crimson and silver wings opened up behind him. When the pair of wings unfolded, they were instantly sliced into two by Lin Yun's golden crow wings, causing Murong Chen to let out a wail. But Lin Yun didn't want to give Murong Chen a chance to catch his breath and executed the earth sword form. Whenever he swung his sword, the surrounding space would become heavy. 36 sword rays later, the space suddenly became so heavy that it made Murong Chen's legs feel like two boulders. Even Chen Kuei and the other three felt like they had fallen into quicksand with their movements greatly restricted. This left everyone from the 7 demonic sects dumbfounded because Lin Yun suppressed 5 Dragon Pulse Realm experts by himself. Lin Yun's proficiency in the heaven and earth sword forms increased while he fought the 5 chief disciples. The 5 were already at the Dragon Pulse Realm, which further proved how terrifying the sword forms were after combining them with his firmament sword intent. This was enough to cover their cultivation differences and suppress his opponent. The earth sword form could keep stacking gravity. So after 72 swords, the gravity would multiply by 72 folds. No matter how strong they were, it would be tough for them to exhibit their full strength. The 5 chief disciples all had great difficulty moving, and they were all in slow motion in the eyes of Lin Yun. On the other hand, Lin Yun was as agile as a fish as his sword aura began to rise violently, with his aura reaching a terrifying height. As the two ancient heaven and earth words revolved, Lin Yun swung his sword once more with the surrounding space being distorted. After Lin Yun's figure gradually became blurred, the 5 chief disciples couldn't bring out their advantage in the Dragon Pulse realm. What's going on? The Samsara Edict realm elders of the 7 demonic sects' faces changed with shock in their pupils. At this moment, no one doubted Lin Yun's identity anymore. Even if he couldn't show proof, his sword technique alone was more than enough. Tianju's face changed, and he felt fortunate that he wasn't impulsive. Under the overlapping of gravity, the heaven came crashing down. But Murong Chan quickly retreated with a trace of blood dripping from the corner of his lips. With shock in his pupils, he gritted his teeth. Damn it! What is this power? He was already at the Dragon Pulse realm but was in a disadvantageous position in his fight with Lin Yun. This was simply too outrageous. But Lin Yun didn't chase after Murong Chan. He unleashed a dazzling sword ray that brightly bloomed from behind him, making others think he had eyes in the back of his head. Just like that, Chun Kuei, Yen Xian, and Peiyan were sent flying away. After taking 2 steps forth, Lin Yun's sword rays left several wounds on the 3 of them. He then slanted to the side to avoid a sword ray that was directed at him from Qin Yu of the 7 Absolute Palace. He was also someone who grasped the firmament sword intent. This sword was directed at Lin Yun's temple, but Lin Yun easily avoided it. That sword ray brushed past Lin Yun's head and sliced off several strands of hair. Under the multiplied gravity, the speed of the falling hair was slowed. When Lin Yun shook his wrist, the flower burial sword flew out, and the hair drifting in the air was sliced into 2. Then, the sword rays charged over in an even more ferocious momentum, wanting to cut Qin Yu into 2. The collision caused a massive explosion, and Qin Yu's saint armor was reduced to ashes under Lin Yun's sword. He even felt that his soul had been shaken. Throwing out a mouthful of blood, his eyes were filled with grievances. He was confident that he could avoid that sword if it wasn't for the multiplied gravity. After Lin Yun sent him flying away, his flower burial sword began to vibrate like a draconic roar, causing a fluctuation in the air. When Lin Yun poured his astral energy and the Dragon Phoenix sword aura into the sword, he waved his hand, and his sword landed on Murong Chan, who was charging over. This made Murong Chan throw out a mouthful of blood before his saint artifact was sent flying away, while Lin Yun's sword was rebounded. Without turning around, Lin Yun began to form seals. A black flower bloomed behind him. It was a 12-petaled nether flower. When the 12-petaled nether flower fully bloomed, Lin Yun's fingers were like taut bows as he executed the flicking divine finger. Graceful moment, absolute hit. The 12-petaled nether flower manifested into sword rays that were flying out, instantly decimating Chan Kuei's group of 4. When they were sent flying away, Lin Yun soared into the sky. The golden crow wings unfolded behind him while he grabbed onto the flower burial sword. As the ancient heaven and earth revolved around him, each of his swords made him look like a celestial as he executed the Aqua Heaven's sword technique. All of this took place in the blink of an eye. Lin Yun was like a cannonball piercing through the layers of space. When his sword reached Murong Chan took a hit head-on before he could even grab onto his demonic blade. As sword rays exploded like a dazzling sun, countless rock fragments flew about. The asteroid that Murong Chan was standing on shattered, and his face became pale with his 7 orifices bleeding. This made everyone dumbfounded because the grace of that sword stumped them. But when Lin Yun wanted to follow up and slay Murong Chan, he suddenly groaned, with flaws starting to appear in his sword aura. This alarmed the initially despaired Murong Chan, who quickly took this opportunity to duck to the side. Get lost! Murong Chan took the opportunity while he retreated to counterattack. When his palm landed on Lin Yun's chest, his palm sent Lin Yun flying away before he grabbed onto his demonic blade. Is this all you got? Murong Chan laughed when he saw that he was in an advantageous position once more before he charged over. You're courting death. A cold light flashed in Lin Yun's pupils, and he sent Murong Chan flying back. His attack shattered Murong Chan's attack. But just when Lin Yun was about to step forth, He suddenly threw out a mouthful of blood because it felt like his firmament sword intent was being torn apart. Many Samsara Edict Realm elders looked in the direction of the Netherworld Hall's Cho Cheong with surprise in their eyes. As Samsara Edict Realm experts, they naturally knew what happened earlier. Cho Cheong made a move. The first time was relatively discreet, but he didn't bother hiding the second time, which surprised them. After all, Lin Yun was the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. It was fine if it was a battle between juniors, but for a Samsara Edict Realm elder to make a move personally. Wasn't he afraid that the Radiant Sword Saint would come looking for him? Ha ha! Cho Cheong disregarded all the gazes with mockery flashing across his pupils. Is this all to the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint? You're nothing. So you can only die in the hands of my Netherworld Hall's genius. As he spoke, a power surged forth and tore the ancient heaven and earth words around Lin Yun into pieces. This made Lin Yun throw out another mouthful of blood while he fell onto one knee. Murong Chun, kill him, the four chief disciples said with their voices filled with killing intent while being covered with injuries. Are you unwilling to accept it? This is a fact, and this is the difference between us. So what if you're the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint? Today, I'll take your life. Murong Chun coldly smiled. His aura suddenly exploded. A mighty draconic aura exploded from the droplet of black liquid within his astral energy ocean. Dragon origin. Murong Chun actually condensed a droplet of dragon origin. He has really hidden it quite deeply. I'm afraid that Lin Yun will die today. Exclamations resounded from the surroundings as Murong Chun laughed with his hair fluttering in the wind. So what if Lin Yun was the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint? He would take Lin Yun's life and use him as a stepping stone to becoming the Holy Sun. At that time, the blue dragon bone and netherflower would belong to him. Pushing that droplet of dragon origin to the limit, a black dragon suddenly appeared behind him as Murong Chun swung his blade down. His blade was fast, slicing everything before falling towards Lin Yun. Since Lin Yun's sword aura was torn apart and the two words were destroyed, he was weakened and couldn't lift his sword. When Murong Chen's sword landed on him, 3,000 dragon runes shattered, and he was sent flying away. But when Murong Chun pushed that droplet of dragon origin to the limit, he unleashed 18 blades in a split second, and his blade rays traveled faster than lightning. Before the dragon runes could condense into a saint armor, they were shattered by the blade rays. But the dragon runes were endless. The blue dragon bone could regenerate them like astral energy. 18 blades later, all the dragon runes were shattered, and Lin Yun took 18 blades with his body. After Lin Yun's dragon runes collapsed, Murong Chen's blade rays continued and reduced Lin Yun's surroundings into chaos. Cho Cheong's gaze was indifferent. He could sense a weak aura in that region, and this was the best outcome. After all, Lin Yun was the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint, and this meant that he normally couldn't make a move against Lin Yun so openly. But the Sword Sect wouldn't be able to say a word if Lin Yun died at the hands of Murong Chun. He had nothing to fear at all. On the other hand, Murong Chun was gasping for breath with his forehead covered in sweat. But his pupils were radiating with anxiety and excitement. Not too far away, Chun Kuei's group of four also felt anxious because Murong Chun was too ruthless. They would feel uneasy if Murong Chun became their enemy. As the commotion settled, Lin Yun was revealed from the cloud of dust. But his aura was fragile, and his heart was barely beating. Ha! Murong Chun smiled. It's best for you to die. As he spoke, he slowly walked over to Lin Yun, wanting to take Lin Yun's head, dig the blue dragon bone out from him, and retrieve his interspatial bracelet. Lin Yun was hovering in the air with his eyes closed, looking like he was sleeping. But he was already dead. His vitality had disappeared. Cho Cheong heavily injured him, and he took Murong Chen's strongest attack head-on. He might seem asleep, but everyone knew he wouldn't be able to open his eyes again. This scene made tears roll down in Liu Yin's cheeks, since she couldn't believe what she saw. Suddenly, Lin Yun opened his eyes and raised his hand with 20,000 dragon runes poured into his palm. When Lin Yun let out a ferocious roar, he unleashed the Azure Dragon Grasp. An Azure Dragon Claw was suddenly manifested and grabbed onto Murong Chun. lifting the ladder by his neck. "Stop!" Cho Chung's face changed when he saw this scene. But Lin Yun had fooled Cho Chung by pretending to be dead. So how could he possibly let Murong Chun off so easily? As a cold light flashed across Lin Yun's pupils, he easily crushed Murong Chen's head. Just like that, Murong Chen's headless corpse fell to the ground. This left everyone shocked, their eyes bulging. Even Cho Chung's mind had briefly short-circuited. He couldn't believe that Lin Yun dared to kill the chief disciple of their Netherworld Hall right before his eyes. It was like a resounding slap to his face. But Lin Yun didn't stop there. He roared, "Sword!" When the flower burial sword flew into his hand, a sword ray flashed across Murong Chen's headless corpse, obliterating it completely. His sword aura, which was torn apart by Cho Chung early, suddenly reached the peak and broke through the limit of the firmament sword intent. At this moment, the quasi-heavenly dome sword intent shone brightly on the flower burial sword. He only fights for the present and not the future. As Lin Yun hysterically laughed, he turned around and sent his sword ray flying past Chan Kuei's group of 4, instantly severing them from their waists. If a massacre couldn't be avoided, he would build a path of bones to his throne. When Lin Yun sheathed his sword, a sword vibration echoed, drawing everyone back to reality. They still couldn't believe that the chief disciples of the 5 demonic sects died just like that. After all, the 5 demonic sects spent a lot of resources to nurture those chief disciples, but they were all killed by Lin Yun. Lin Yun first killed Murong Chun before he claimed the lives of the 4 with another sword. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and the 7 demonic sects were still in shock. All the juniors could feel a chill run down their spines because Lin Yun was too terrifying in their eyes, and they wouldn't have believed it if they didn't witness it with their own eyes. Lin Yun's gaze was indifferent. He had already made up his mind when Cho Chung interfered in his battle with Murong Chun. Since Cho Chung wanted to take it further, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. Everything happened too quickly. There was enough time for the Samsara Edict Realm Elders to react, but they were still shocked when Lin Yun killing Murong Chun. When they came to their senses, 5 chief disciples died before everyone's eyes. When they recollected themselves, a torrential killing aura exploded and their demonic auras spread out. The Samsara Edict Realm Elders were furious with their gazes on Lin Yun. Cho Chung was the angriest amongst them, and he quickly moved against Lin Yun. Die! After Cho Chung made the first move, the other Samsara Edict Realm Elders made their moves. This was shocking since all the Samsara Edict Realm Elders made a move, aside from the Heavenly Astral Pavilion. 20-odd Samsara Edict Realm experts were making a move against an Elysium Core Realm Junior. No one would believe this if they didn't witness it themselves. When the 20-odd figures descended towards Lin Yun, their terrifying auras became enough to crush Lin Yun into pieces. But Lin Yun was calm as he took out a medal with a wave of his hand. The front of the medal had firmament, and the back had Lin Yun's name engraved on it. This medal was given to him by the sect master, Mu Shenkong, when he became the Heaven Direct disciple. In the next second, something bizarre occurred. The medal began to glow, and the radiance formed into a bright moon within the asteroid belt. The light enveloped Lin Yun, and a sword vibration echoed within this region. 8,000 years of rain with our halo enveloping 90,000 miles. As long as the moon exists, the sword sect never dies. The 20-odd Samsara Edict Realm Elders threw mouthfuls of blood before they were sent flying away by the moonlight, especially Cho Chung. Since Cho Chung charged in first, he was the first to collide with the moonlight, which made him throw out 3 mouthfuls of blood. It's rude not to reciprocate. Since you dare to harm the Heaven Direct disciple of my sword sect, I have a sword to give as a gift in return. A figure wielding a sword flew out from the moonlight. When a sword ray exploded, the radiance lit up the entire horizon, with every speck of dust glowing in gold under the bright light, looking like flames. The dazzling sword ray made the 20-odd Samsara Edict Realm Elders bleed from their eyes. But when the sword ray descended, aside from those who were Pinnacle Kings, all the other Samsara Edict Realm Elders were reduced to ashes. After the sword ray, only 7 Samsara Edict Realm experts were left trembling in fear. Sword Sect's sect master, Mu Shenkong, this brat actually has a medal that was personally given to him by Mu Shenkong. Cho Cheong was shocked as he bled from his eyes. He couldn't believe that the sect master of the sword sect would pay such great importance to Lin Yun, nor that the medal he gave him would have a sword hidden within it. If they weren't strong enough, they would also be dead. When the moonlight dissipated, Lin Yun was utterly dumbfounded as he looked at the medal. The sect master clearly said that this medal could help him fend off the attacks of Samsara Edict realm elders. He didn't say anything about a sword being hidden within it. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw Cho Cheong's gaze staring at him with no intention of letting him go. Cho Cheong gritted his teeth. Capture him. I'll personally dig out his dragon bone. He might be intimidated by Mu Xuankong's sword, but there was no way he would let Lin Yun go just like that. Even if he were willing to let Lin Yun go, he would let him go after digging out the dragon bone. Upon receiving his command, the Dragon Pulse Realm Elders of the Netherworld Hall all charged out. They were stronger than Murong Chun, and everyone had condensed a lot of dragon origin. Practically in a split second, they surrounded Lin Yun, wanting to capture him alive. Brat, what else can you do after using that medal? A Dragon Pulse Realm Elder unfolded his crimson and silver wings before reaching out towards Lin Yun. His dragon origin was gathered on his palm, which instantly shattered Lin Yun's sword aura. Lin Yun was surprised by the power of dragon origin, but he didn't have any panic on his face. When that person got close, he took out the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella from his interspatial bracelet. He first poured 10,000 dragon runes into it before he swung it. When the umbrella came in contact with that person's palm, that person's dragon origin instantly collapsed under the 10,000 cauldrons of weight. When that elder grabbed onto the umbrella, his forehead was covered in sweat because the umbrella was simply too heavy. The elder had disbelief in his eyes, and he could sense that he wouldn't be able to last any longer. When Lin Yun poured another 10,000 dragon runes into the umbrella, he raised it before slamming it down at an even faster speed. As the umbrella came in contact with that elder's palm, that elder's right hand began to shatter. Since the blue dragon bone could keep producing dragon runes, Lin Yun could keep pouring them into the umbrella to increase its power. As the number of dragon runes in the umbrella rose, the umbrella's weight also increased from 10,000 cauldrons to 30,000 cauldrons. So when Lin Yun unleashed his attack, none of the Dragon Pulse Realm Elders could take more than 3 strikes from him. Just like that, Lin Yun didn't take long to create a bloody path in the siege of the Dragon Pulse Realm Experts, and this scene made all the demonic sect's disciples dumbfounded. Seeing that Lin Yun was about to leave just like that, the remaining 7 Samsara Edict Realm Elders were dumbfounded at this scene. Their faces were ugly, but none dared to make a move, especially Cho Cheong, who was so furious that he nearly threw out a mouthful of blood. Glory Saint Artifact. Why does he have a Glory Saint Artifact? Cho Cheong's face was nearly distorted as a ruthless light flashed across his pupils. But he suffered greatly from Mu Xuankong's earlier sword and was no longer as arrogant as before. Lin Tian, you want to leave just like that? An eerie voice came from the heavenly astral pavilion's direction. The voice came from Tianju, with the second and third envoys restraining and Luyen beside him. When Tianju gave Luyen a slap to her face, this instantly made Liuyen's cheek swell. Tianju then grabbed a hold of her hair. It's thanks to her that you can enter the Dragon Remnant astral realm, right? Lin Yun stopped moving when he saw this scene, and his face was terrifyingly dark while he tightened his grip on the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. Interesting, Cho Cheong smiled. After all, it would be a little troublesome if Lin Yun left just like that. If he had a choice, he didn't want to make a move against Lin Yun personally. Tianju really helped him this time. What do you want? Lin Yun calmly asked while suppressing his rage. I want your death. Tianju laughed. But I know that you won't provide that. So dig out the blue dragon bone yourself, and I'll let her off. A cold light flashed through Lin Yun's pupils because he was extremely sensitive to those words. After all, he had his dragon bone dug out once in the past. What's the matter? You can't do it. Tianju eerily smiled before he gave Luyen another slap. This slap was resounding, and this made Tianju feel great. You madman. Let her go and come at me if you dare. Xiao Yun, also restrained, furiously roared with his body trembling. But Tianju didn't even bat an eye at Xiao Yun. He looked at Lin Yun and snickered. What's the matter? Can't do it? Get lost if you can't. She's a woman, so why should you have to put her in your eyes? He knew very well what kind of person Lin Yun was and said those words to incite the latter even further. He had planned this for some time now, even before Lin Yun came out of the Dragon Remnant astral realm. And Liu Yan's attention was on Lin Yun all this time, so it was easy for him to take her down. His action was shameless even in the eyes of demonic sect's disciples, using a woman to threaten Lin Yun. Strictly speaking, they were still from the same sect. Tianju snickered. Tisk, TSK, TSK. This woman will become my slave sooner or later, so I'm just teaching her in advance. Lin Tian, don't pretend to be a good person if you can't do it. And Liu Yan's face was swollen, and she couldn't utter a word. But she had tears rolling down her cheeks as she shook her head, signaling Lin Yun to leave quickly. My name is Lin Yun, not Lin Tian. Lin Tian is a fake name that she gave me. Lin Yun calmed down, and the killing intent in his pupils disappeared. But those who knew him well knew how furious he was right now. Cut the nonsense, Tianju coldly said. I don't care what you're called. I'm only concerned if you're going to dig out your dragon bone. Get lost if you can't. What's the matter? Is it weird to see a man beating a woman? There are many more, and she has nothing to do with you. As you wish. Lin Yun suddenly thrust his fingers into his chest without any emotions on his face, with blood spilling out. This scene shocked everyone because no one expected Lin Yun would go this far for a woman. Even Tianju was stumped, but he was briefly stunned before he laughed. Ha ha ha! Lin Yun, you're a real man. You're the first person to gain my respect. So there are stupid people like you in this world. Come and hand the dragon bone over to me if you want me to let this woman go. Big brother Lin, run. Don't believe him, Xiao Yun yelled. But Lin Yun disregarded his words and slowly walked over, blood spilling out from his chest. Just like that, he walked a bloody path with his blood. When he stood before Tianju, he had already dug out the dragon bone from his chest. The entire process was naturally painful, but Lin Yun didn't even let out a groan. Very well. Hand over the dragon bone, Tianju indifferently said. Release her, Lin Yun replied. Easy. Tianju clapped his hand, and the two envoys that restrained and Luyen let her go before they stood behind Tianju. When Lin Yun placed the dragon bone stained in his blood in Tianju's hand, Tianju was already smiling with his eyes squinted. But when he grabbed it, he realized that Lin Yun was still holding on to it. He smiled. Let go. This blue dragon bone no longer belongs to you. When did I say that I'll give it to you? Lin Yun suddenly said. Tianju was briefly stunned before he snickered. You already dug the dragon bone out. Do you think that you're still my opponent now? Without the dragon bone, I can easily kill you if I want. But when he was done speaking, flames suddenly blazed on the dragon bone, making him let go of it. Lin Yun naturally wouldn't let Tianju go just like that. He slammed the dragon bone enveloped in flames at Tianju's face, making Tianju throw out a mouthful of blood before flying away. But that wasn't all. Lin Yun used the dragon bone like a bat and slammed it between Tianju's legs. As the sounds of nuts burst, Tianju's face became pale, and he screamed. He grabbed onto his crotch and wailed out in pain and despair because they were thoroughly smashed. Right then, a torrential killing intent exploded from Lin Yun as he thrust the dragon bone back into his chest. As flames blazed, he sat down with his eyes closed. Fortunately, the dragon bone hadn't left his body for long, so it wasn't troublesome for him to fuse with it again. Kill him. Don't let him fuse with the dragon bone again, Tianju screamed. The other envoys charged at Lin Yun without hesitation upon receiving his order. They knew Lin Yun was extremely weak now, and this was the best opportunity to take him down. Don't move. Lin Yun grabbed onto an Luyen, who wanted to step forth and stand before Lin Yun. A black figure suddenly flew out from the sword box, holding onto a staff. It was Lil Red, who had successfully reached the Dragon Pulse realm. It then suddenly transformed into a gigantic dracope with its pupils turning blood gold, emitting a terrifying outburst of dragon aura. As Lil Red let out a ferocious roar, it released its aura as a Dragon Pulse realm monarch demonic beast. All the envoys charging over were instantly injured since they were still at the Elysium core realm. They couldn't have defeated Lil Red before it was at the Dragon Pulse realm, not to mention that it had further strengthened its bloodline during its breakthrough. A cold and domineering light flashed across Lil Red's pupils as it swung the staff in its hands. With a simple swing, all the envoys, aside from Enluyen and Tianju, were dead. The other disciples of the heavenly astral pavilion were stumped by this scene, with fear rising in their pupils. How did this happen? The Dragon Pulse realm deacons were also frightened, with heartache reflected in their eyes. After all, even if those envoys couldn't become the young lord, they were still the future foundation of the heavenly astral pavilion, not to mention the astronomical sum of resources that the pavilion spent on them. They also didn't expect the envoys to die when Lin Yun was heavily injured. Where did this dracope come from? Tianju's face was ugly, with the corner of his lips twitching. Who could have thought that Lin Yun not only had a demonic beast, but one possessing a monarch bloodline at that? The face of the Samsara Edict Realm Elder, who led the heavenly astral pavilion, was ugly because he was placed in a tough position. He initially disagreed when Tianju wanting to threaten Lin Yun with Enluyen, but he could do nothing because of Tianju's identity as the first envoy. Now that they had practically lost all the envoys, it was a huge loss. Even if they managed to take the dragon bone back, it couldn't make up for the loss, which was why his face was so ugly. Stop! A decisive light flashed within Chang Cheng's pupils as he stopped the Dragon Pulse realm deacons who wanted to charge over. Tianju's eyes turned red as he yelled, "Elder Chang, make your move. If you make a move, you can kill him with a finger. How can we let all our envoys die just like that? Lin Yun has to die today, no matter what." But Chang Chang merely glared at him before ignoring what he said. No Samsara Edict Realm expert here had the guts to make a move against Lin Yun anymore, not even those who lost their chief disciples. After all, they lost their Samsara Edict Realm experts, aside from those who were kings as a result. Lin Yun had used a trump card given to him by Mu Xiankong, and no one could say that Lin Yun didn't have another one. In reality, no Samsara Edict Realm expert would dare to make a move against Lin Yun aside from Cho Cheong, not to mention the Dragon Pulse Realm experts. Just the title of the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple was enough to intimidate many people, including saints. Not to mention that they were only Samsara Edict Realm kings. In their eyes, Cho Cheong wasn't just arrogant. He was blind to dare to publicly make a move against Lin Yun. The other Samsara Edict Realm experts briefly lost their rationale, and he dragged them down. So Chang Chang naturally wouldn't make a move against Lin Yun, nor did he dare to do it. As for the death of so many envoys, he could only swallow it down. It wasn't because he didn't want to take revenge, but he couldn't. It was fine if Tianju managed to kill Lin Yun because it was a battle between juniors, and even the Radiant Sword Saint couldn't say a word about it. But if he made a move himself, this was a signal that it was fine for Sword Sect's Samsara Edict Realm experts to make a move against their juniors. So unless one could do it without anyone knowing, no one would be willing to break that rule because the consequences weren't something anyone could accept. So no matter how Tianju called out for him, Chang Chang simply ignored him. Good. Since you guys aren't willing to make a move, I'll do it myself, Tianju said. His hate for Lin Yun naturally reached its peak. Most importantly, this was his only chance to kill Lin Yun. If he allowed Lin Yun to fuse with the Dragon Bone again, he would lose the chance of taking revenge. Not to mention that Lin Yun naturally wouldn't let him off. As waves of astral energy poured into the heavenly feather blade in his hand, he knew that this was his only chance, or he would fall into the abyss. That fellow is really courageous. The 6 demonic sects inwardly muttered in their hearts. Even now that Lin Yun was heavily injured and only had a demonic beast guarding him, no one dared to make a move. Let's not mention the Radiant Sword Saint. Just the medal given to him by Mu Xiankong was enough to speak for Lin Yun's status in the sect. Even Cho Cheong only ordered the Netherworld Hall's deacons to capture Lin Yun. So no one really dared to make a move against Lin Yun aside from juniors in the same generation as him. But Lin Yun had already slaughtered almost all the geniuses in his generation from the demonic sects, which meant that they could only watch Lin Yun fuse with the dragon bone, thus creating this bizarre moment. So they were naturally willing to see Tianju make a move against Lin Yun, and it was best for Lin Yun to die in the hands of Tianju. Die! Pushing his aura to the limit, Tianju charged over with his blade hacking down towards Lin Yun. This was a fatal blade. He had given his all in this attack. Even the space around the blade had cracked. Many Dragon Pulse Realm deacons were surprised by this attack, and Tianju really deserved his reputation as the first envoy. Lin Yun might have a demonic beast protecting him, but he couldn't move right now. So the fluctuation of this blade was more than enough to kill Lin Yun. But no one had thought that when Tianju charged over, the Dracope was already standing in his way and easily destroyed Tianju's attack. Everyone could see that the blade ray was dimming, and Tianju was still ultimately lacking. He wasn't strong enough to take Lin Yun's life. Suddenly, a bizarre scene occurred. A figure flew past the Dracope. His attack earlier was a facade right from the beginning to attract Lil Red's attention. When Lil Red blocked his attack, he didn't hesitate to throw the heavenly feather blade away and jumped over its head. Lil Red didn't have enough time to turn around. When Lil Red let out a roar and reached out to grab Tianju, Tianju easily avoided it as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Ha ha ha! Tianju laughed. When Lil Red turned around, he was just a step away from Lin Yun, and Lin Yun would be killed by his palm as long as he took another step forth. Lin Yun, I bet you never thought you'd die in my hands, right? Tianju took a step forth and raised his palm. When his palm landed on Lin Yun's head, Tianju suddenly threw out a mouthful of blood before he was sent flying away. What's going on? Tianju's face changed, and he was shocked by this scene. When he raised his head, a blue dragon enveloped Lin Yun, who looked like a soul. This signified that Lin Yun had merged with the blue dragon bone. When Lin Yun opened his pupils, a terrifying outburst of draconic aura swept out from his pupils, enveloping Tianju in fear. It was as if he was facing an actual divine dragon. Thanks to you, my soul has completely fused with this dragon bone. Lin Yun calmly looked at Tianju. Tianju threw out a mouthful of blood and wanted to flee for his life. But Lin Yun naturally wouldn't let him off. He reached out and said, "Get back here!" As a powerful suction force exploded from the azure dragon grasp, ripples spread out in space, and a bloody scene occurred. As thunderstorms gathered in Lin Yun's palm when he poured the dragon runes into this attack, Tianju was being dragged back while being torn into pieces. This was a painful process, but Lin Yun's pupils were cold. He wanted Tianju to die the most painful death. He had already decided on this when he slapped An Luyen earlier. Following Tianju's screams, An Luyen also felt a chill run down her spine, and her hand was trembling as she grabbed onto Lin Yun's hand. In the end, Tianju was completely shredded into pieces, and the surroundings fell silent. Does the Heavenly Astral Pavilion have any opinion about me leaving with her? Lin Yun looked at Changcheng. He was at the Elysium Core Realm while the other party was a king. But this didn't mean Lin Yun didn't have the confidence to speak to Changcheng directly. The Heavenly Astral Pavilion's party was shocked by Lin Yun. Changcheng widened his mouth. He wanted to speak, but his words were stuck in his throat. If he agreed, it meant he took an order from Lin Yun. If he refused, this would flip the table against Lin Yun and the Radiant Sword Saint. When Lin Yun saw this scene, he turned to look at Xiaoyun's direction. Let him go. When the Dragon Pulse Realm deacons all looked at Changcheng, the latter nodded. But just when the three of them were about to leave, Cho Cheong's cold voice resounded. The Heavenly Astral Pavilion might have agreed to let you leave, but I don't remember agreeing to it. Old goat, don't push it, Lin Yun said in a solemn voice. He didn't want to use his last trump card if he could resolve it himself. But Cho Cheong kept pushing it and even wanted to make a move against him, disregarding his identity. Humph! Cut the nonsense. I have to obtain the blue dragon bone no matter what, Cho Cheong said. You better hand it over. Others might fear the Radiant Sword Saint, but not me. He's already old, and he doesn't have long to live. Do you think he can descend here with a clone in his current state? The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched, and his face was terrifyingly cold. And Lu Yen could feel Lin Yun's dilemma when she held onto his hand. Don't try to have any funny thoughts. Not to mention that the Radiant Sword Saint can't descend himself. Even if he can, I'm not afraid of him, Cho Cheong coldly said, and his words were equivalent to taking extreme means. The other Samsara Edict Realm elders were shocked when they heard that because Cho Cheong was being a little too arrogant. When he was done speaking, he laughed when he saw Lin Yun going down on his knees. He was under the impression that Lin Yun was kneeling to him, but he still had no intentions of letting Lin Yun go. But who knew that Lin Yun didn't look at him and took out a painting instead? Disciple is useless. I ask for Master to save me. Lin Yun wore a grave expression as he raised the painting with both hands, and his tone was filled with helplessness. He had 2 trump cards that could resolve this matter. One was the firmament battle cloth that was left to him by the Azure Dragon Lord, and the other would be this painting given to him by his master. But he knew that if he used the firmament battle cloth, it would bring a great amount of trouble to him, and the news of it would leak out. At that time, he wouldn't be able to stay in the sword sect any longer. After all, he did not doubt the potential of the firmament battle cloth, and it would definitely draw a lot of unwanted attention. He had no idea what grade it was, but it was definitely a treasure related to the god battle in the Golden Era. He wouldn't hesitate to use it if it only brought Lin Yun some trouble. But there was a high possibility that the firmament battle cloth would bring trouble to the sword sect and many people, which he couldn't accept. If Tianju didn't previously make a move against An Luyen and he successfully left, there wouldn't be so much trouble. At that time, only Cho Cheong would probably catch up to him. At that time, he could use the firmament battle cloth to get rid of Cho Cheong, and no one would see it. But he didn't have a choice now, and using the painting was painful to Lin Yun because what Cho Cheong said wasn't wrong. His master was in seclusion. If it was a normal situation, it shouldn't be an issue for his master to descend with a clone. But his master was in seclusion right now, which meant there would be a huge price to pay. So Lin Yun's hatred for Cho Cheong reached the limit. The other Samsara Edict Realm experts were fine, but Cho Cheong kept trying to force him. His hands were trembling when he held onto the painting. At this moment, he felt useless because he didn't want to use this painting. His hatred for Cho Cheong was brought over to the Netherworld Hall. Even if Cho Cheong died, he wouldn't forget or let the Netherworld Hall go. The Samsara Edict Realm experts of the 7 demonic sects had fear flashing across their pupils when they heard what Lin Yun said, and they were surprised that the Radiant Sword Saint would descend a clone there. The Radiant Sword Saint has lived for too long, and there were rumors that the Radiant Sword Saint was already running out of lifespan. If he couldn't take another step further in his cultivation, the Eastern Desolation would only have 2 Sword Saints left. But the Radiant Sword Saint was still alive. So as long as he was still alive, his name would be a huge intimidation. Even Cho Cheong wasn't an exception. But he soon calmed down and coldly said, "Are you trying to scare me?" I refused to believe that the old geezer. But before he could finish, the painting in Lin Yun's hand glowed brightly, and holy light swept out from it. As the painting flew out from Lin Yun's hand and unscrolled itself in midair, the Radiant Sword Saint's portrait was soon revealed in the eyes of everyone. The Radiant Sword Saint looked vivid with gray hair and beard in the painting, but his eyes were sharp. It's really the Radiant Sword Saint. The Samsara Edict realm of the various demonic sects were shocked, and they could no longer conceal the fear in their hearts. Simultaneously, they inwardly rejoiced, especially those from the heavenly astral pavilion. They could feel their backs being covered in a cold sweat. They all rejoiced that they didn't listen to Tianju. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. How is this possible? Cho Cheong's eyes nearly fell out of the eye sockets, and he couldn't believe what he saw. The Netherworld Hall was the leader of the 7 demonic sects, and their foundation was stronger than the likes of the heavenly astral pavilion. This meant that they had a greater information network. He was sure that the Radiant Sword Saint was in seclusion, and he knew that the Radiant Sword Saint only had 5 years left. and he might shorten his lifespan further by descending his clone. Just who the hell was Lin Yun? Not only did he have the medal personally given to him by Mu Xiankong, but the Radiant Sword Saint was also willing to descend for him, even at the expense of his lifespan. While everyone felt uncertain, a person walked out from the painting, and the entire asteroid belt was enveloped in a boundless saint aura. This aura shocked everyone because they knew the Radiant Sword Saint's clone had arrived. Who dares to bully my disciple? The Radiant Sword Saint coldly looked around as he unleashed his killing aura. Juniors, pay our respect to the Sword Saint. Under the Radiant Sword Saint's killing aura, everyone, including the Samsara Edict Realm Elders, fell onto their knees. They couldn't bear that killing aura at all. Only Cho Cheong gritted his teeth to endure the saint aura and cupped his hands. Cho Cheong of the Netherworld Hall. Talk with your knees on the ground. The Radiant Sword Saint didn't even bat an eye at Cho Cheong before pressing down with his hand. This instantly made Cho Cheong throw out a mouthful of blood before he fell onto his knees. This useless disciple pays his respects to Master. Lin Yun's feelings were complicated as he knelt before his master's clone. His head was lowered, and he didn't dare to look at his master. Raise your head and talk. The Radiant Sword Saint furrowed his brows. But Lin Yun gritted his teeth and didn't dare to raise his head. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control his tears. Senior, this person wants to dig out Lin Yun's blue dragon bone and even stop him from leaving. But An Luyen didn't have such reservations while pointing her finger at Cho Cheong. When the Radiant Sword Saint heard what An Luyen said, a terrifyingly cold light flashed through his pupils. Everyone could feel a chill down their spine, and fear began to loom over everyone's hearts. Ha ha ha! An arrogant laughter suddenly echoed as Cho Cheong slowly got back on his feet. When he stood up, his aura began to rise and a saint's aura was being emitted from within his body, which left everyone shocked. Everyone was shocked that Cho Cheong had the aura of a saint while he was only at the Samsara Edict realm. This meant that Cho Cheong could now be called a quasi-saint. After everyone was briefly stunned, they soon realized that Cho Cheong was already a quasi-saint, which was probably why he dared to be so arrogant. Ha ha! I am a man of my actions. Cho Cheong's eyes radiated with demonic light as he continued. You want to scare me with a mere clone? Seeing that the Radiant Sword Saint was merely looking at him and said nothing, Cho Cheong continued. You're old, and this is no longer your era. I won't hesitate to let him go when he says your name. Let's not mention that you're only a clone, but my Netherworld Hall doesn't fear you, even if you were to descend personally. Don't think I don't know you only have 5 years left. There's no way you can make it through this. You would have made it over if you could, and you wouldn't have to be in seclusion right now. It's been a long time since anyone has dared to speak to me in this manner. It looks like I'm really old. The Radiant Sword Saint squinted his eyes. You don't have to be humble. Even if you're old, you're still one of the 3 Sword Saints of the Eastern Desolation. Cho Cheong replied. But since you're here, I'll give you some face. You can leave with him, but it's best for young people to not be arrogant. After all, you might not be able to save him next time. Radiant Sword Saint, this is no longer your era. Ha ha ha! The Radiant Sword Saint suddenly laughed before he roared. A mere quasi-saint dares to speak to me in this manner? Then let me take a good look at you. When the Radiant Sword Saint widened his eyes and looked at Cho Cheong for the first time, Cho Cheong subconsciously raised his head and looked at the Radiant Sword Saint. In the next moment, a boundless sword intent charged into Cho Cheong's body and destroyed his eyes. My eyes! Cho Cheong suddenly panicked as he touched his bloodied eye sockets. But before he could do anything, boundless sword intent charged out from his body and blew his head apart. Just like that, a quasi-saint died. This scene left everyone dumbfounded, and many people were trembling in so much fear that they didn't even dare to raise their heads. The Heavenly Astral Pavilion's Chang Chang was also shocked by the Radiant Sword Saint's strength to use a single glance from his clone to kill a quasi-saint like Cho Cheong. It wasn't as though the Heavenly Astral Pavilion didn't have any saints, and he had also seen their saints before. But he had never seen such a powerful saint before. After the Radiant Sword Saint landed before Lin Yun and helped him up, he said, Don't overthink it. As long as I'm still alive, no one can touch you. This is just a clone, and it won't affect me that much. Lin Yun looked at the radiant sword saint and had a lot of words to say, but he couldn't utter a single word. Not bad. You've actually obtained a dragon bone. I'm happy for you. The radiant sword saint wore a gratified smile as he looked at Lin Yun's chest. Why didn't you use the painting earlier? I still wanted to try and resolve this on my own, Lin Yun explained. They're right. I'm old, and relying on my name alone is not enough for me to intimidate some people. The radiant sword saint said with some disappointment on his face. This instantly made Lin Yun anxious, and he replied, Master, don't listen to them. I'm sure that you can take that step out. Ha ha ha. The radiant sword saint laughed. I appreciate it, but everyone will grow old one day. I've long tossed life and death to the back of my mind. But even if I'm dead, I'll personally make a trip to the Netherworld Hall. I'll tell them that no one can touch you as long as I'm still alive. When he was done, he suddenly disappeared before Lin Yun. We send off the radiant sword saint. All the Samsara Edict Realm experts raised their heads and said in fearful voices. The radiant sword saint might be old, but his blood hadn't dried up, and he still had his pride. Simultaneously, they all understood the radiant sword saint's words. He wouldn't interfere if it were to better the juniors. But if someone wanted to be shameless bully his disciple when they were a senior, he would kill that person, and that was the same even for a quasi-saint of the Netherworld Hall. All the radiant sword saint did was use a single glance, and Cho Cheong was dead. The forehead of Chong Chong of the heavenly astral pavilion was covered in sweat. He felt that he had just brushed past death. After all, Cho Cheong was a quasi-saint, but even he couldn't resist the radiant sword saint. He felt that the radiant sword saint would start a massacre on this trip to the Netherworld Hall, and he could even predict the deaths of their saints. So he was now rejoicing that he didn't make a move against Lin Yun. The Netherworld Hall had a stronger foundation than the heavenly astral pavilion. So, who knew how many people would have to die if the heavenly astral pavilion clashed with the radiant sword saint? Let's go. Leave immediately. Chong Chong exchanged a glance with the other elders. They could see similar thoughts in each other's pupils. They didn't want to stay here for another second. They might have suffered an enormous loss here, but they believed that those higher up within the heavenly astral pavilion wouldn't blame them for it. It didn't take long for all the demonic sects to leave, and the asteroid belt suddenly became spacious. It was hard to believe that a battle occurred here not too long ago. Master, Lin Yun muttered. He knew that this matter really blew up, and he couldn't imagine what would happen if his master lost more lifespan just to descend here with a clone. But since things have already taken place, it was too late for him to regret it. He just had to keep this grace in mind and try his best to repay the sword sect, hoping he could become a powerhouse like his master one day. That was the radiant sword saint? Xiao Yun scratched his head. Just a clone is already so powerful. You didn't know about the radiant sword saint? And Luyen was surprised when she looked at Xiao Yun. Back then, a holy land wanted to expand its forces to the eastern desolation. The radiant sword saint blocked the entire holy land by himself, slaughtering 10 saint lords. That battle earned the radiant sword saint the title of sword saint. I didn't. Xiao Yun shook his head. For there to be such a powerhouse outside the 8 clans, Xiao Yun had a feeling that it wouldn't be long before his clan came out into the open. Big brother Lin, thanks for your help on this trip. Xiao Yun looked at Lin Yun, and he smiled. I'll tell big brother Xiao Fan about this. I bet he'll be happy to hear about your news. Lin Yun's eyes lit up because he had a strong impression of that white-haired bladesman. The other party said he owed him a favor. You're not coming with us? Lin Yun asked after recollecting himself. Hee. There's no need. Xiao Yun smiled as he looked at An Luyen and Lin Yun. An Luyen's face blushed after being stared at by Xiao Yun, and she snapped, What are you looking at? Ha ha ha. I'll stop looking then. Xiao Yun laughed. Greet Xiao Fan on my behalf. I'm looking forward to fighting him again. Lin Yun said. That's for sure. Xiao Yun smiled. After Xiao Yun left, Lin Yun took out the white dragon bone from his interspatial bracelet. Here, Take it. I don't need it. You risked your life to get it. And Luyen shook her head. I'm only keeping it for you. Furthermore, do we have to differentiate ourselves so clearly? Lin Yun smiled, and Luyen didn't dare to look Lin Yun in the eyes. After taking possession of it, she replied, I can't take it for free. What do you want? I can give you anything. But Lin Yun pondered and couldn't think of what he needed. After all, he had a massive harvest in the Dragon Remnant astral realm and made enormous progress in his cultivation. So he needed some time to digest all of the harvest. There's nothing that I... Stop! Lil Purple yelled from the sword box. True Dragon Saint Liquid. You scumbag. Did you forget about me? Did you forget about your promise to me after getting a new woman? I don't really need anything. But if there's any... Maybe True Dragon Saint Liquid. Lin Yun quickly changed his words. True Dragon Saint Liquid? That's easy. How much do you need? I can get it for you. And Luyen replied, 50,000 kilograms. 50,000 kilograms. 50,000 kilograms. Lil Purple yelled out excitedly. Lin Yun nearly threw out a mouthful of blood when he heard that because 5,000 kilograms was already an astronomical sum. He briefly pondered before he asked, 10,000 kilograms. Can you do that? I can also use saint fruits to exchange for them. It's a huge sum, but it's nothing compared to the value of the white dragon bone. I'll try and get you 25,000 kilograms. As for your saint fruits, you can keep them for yourself. Didn't you say there's no need to differentiate between ourselves so clearly? And Luyen said while rolling her eyes. Thanks then. Lin Yun was surprised because he knew that it was a vast sum. Hehe. I'm starting to like this woman. Lil Purple smiled from within the sword box. But when Luyen saw no smile on Lin Yun's face, she asked, What's the matter? You're worried for your master. Lin Yun nodded in response because he knew his master would stand out for him. The Netherworld Hall was the leader of the 7 demonic sects in the Eastern Desolation, and they had a stronger foundation than the Sword Sect. So he would be lying if he said that he wasn't worried. The worst outcome is just the destruction of a clone. Don't worry about it. And Luyen comforted. It's not the same. Lin Yun's gaze became grave, and he continued, Let's go then. 7 days later, Lin Yun and Luyen arrived in Aquabaron City, the biggest city in the Eastern Desolation. 25,000 kilograms of True Dragon Saint Liquid was an astronomical sum, and it was naturally impossible for her to take that much out while in Azure Rock City. So Luyen could only come to Aquabaron City. Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion? Can you still return to the Heavenly Astral Pavilion? Lin Yun asked. That's for sure. And Luyen replied, The envoys are actually worthless. There should have only been 5 envoys left if everything goes according to plan. But everyone died, and this is good news for me. The factions in the Heavenly Astral Pavilion are complicated, and I won't give up the faction I'm in because of Tianju. Not to mention that my clan won't allow me to back off. Lin Yun already guessed that Luyen might have come from an ancient saint clan. He asked, So you're now the young pavilion lord of the Heavenly Astral Pavilion? It's not that easy. The clan behind Tianju and the factions behind the other envoys won't give up so easily. They won't give up their entry ticket to the Imperial Demon Domain so easily. But with the White Dragon Bone, there's no need for me to go easy on them anymore. Perhaps I've been too benevolent towards them in the past. And Luyen replied. She suffered greatly at the hands of Tianju this time, and Lin Yun nearly fell into danger because of her. So she naturally wouldn't take this lying down, and the White Dragon Bone gave her greater confidence. Imperial Demon Domain? Lin Yun asked with a light flashing through his pupils. That's right. And Luyen replied. You can only find the best demonic cultivation techniques in the Imperial Demon Domain. Back then, when the Heartless Demon Emperor destroyed the various demonic forces, he collected all the powerful demonic techniques to create the Heavenly Demon Canon. So the Imperial Demon Domain is the holy land of the demonic path. They were chatting amongst themselves as they entered the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. Very quickly, the pavilion master for this branch appeared, and his eyes lit up when he saw Luyen. Missy, you're finally back. This is my guest. Prepare the best cultivation chamber for him, and help me collect 25,000 True Dragon Saint liquids regardless of the price. I want it done in 10 days, and Lu Yen instructed. The pavilion master was shocked when he heard what Lu Yen said. But he didn't say much about it and only said in a somewhat difficult tone, "It'll be hard to gather so much in 10 days. There's no need to rush, as long as it can be done within a month." Lin Yun interrupted. This time, the pavilion master was really shocked because this meant that all of that the True Dragon Saint liquid was for Lin Yun. He wondered about Lin Yun's identity. "Half a month then. 5 days more for you." And Lu Yen said, "Roger that. I'll go and get it done as soon as possible," the middle-aged man said before leaving. After Lin Yun went into seclusion, and Lu Yen began refining the white dragon bone. 3 days later, Lin Yun fused his dragon runes and astral energy to execute the flicking divine finger, creating a dragon-shaped sword ray. After the massive dragon image began to shrink in size, it was then suppressed within his middle finger and emitted a terrifying radiance. When Lin Yun flicked his finger out on the wall, it pierced through the spiritual array on the wall and created a dent of roughly 3 meters. The spiritual runes had melted from this attack and dripped onto the ground. "I can finally fully control it." Lin Yun rejoiced and was satisfied with the power of the flicking divine finger. This secret technique had reached a terrifying height with the empowerment of the blue dragon bone, and the power would further increase as time passed until he reached the Iris Sword Saint's height. "I wonder what my current ranking on the Elysium Core ranking is," Lin Yun muttered. Since there was still some time for the True Dragon Saint liquid to be delivered to him, should he give the Elysium Core ranking a try? When he found Lu Yen, not only had Lu Yen recovered from all her injuries, but she was also done refining the white dragon bone. She became even more charming than before, matched by her voluptuous figure and the natural charm she was born with. Even without using her charming tricks, she was already a bewitching demoness. "You want to give the Elysium Core ranking a try?" And Lu Yen smiled after hearing what Lin Yun said. "That's simple. You can go there yourself, but it's more convenient if you have a connection." "That's what I plan to do as well." Lin Yun didn't want too many people to see him attempting the Elysium Core ranking and wanted to use Liu Yen's connections. "Give me a moment." And Lu Yen smiled before returning to her room and returned in a man's disguise. Her temperament had changed after disguising herself as a man. As a man, she looked elegant and handsome, which left Lin Yun stunned. "What's the matter?" And Lu Yen asked. "If you're really a man, who knows how many women would be charmed by you?" Lin Yun replied honestly. He nodded at her and continued, "Something's still lacking." When he was done, he retrieved a fan from his interspatial bracelet. It was the Inheritance Saint artifact of the Blood Moon sect, the Profound Moon Fan. This saint artifact belonged to Xianxia, but after Lin Yun killed him, the engraving that Xianxia left in it was completely erased. "Is this for me? It's pretty suitable for you. I won't be polite to you then." And Lu Yen grabbed the Profound Moon Fan with joy on her face. When they entered the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's main hall, their faces changed when they heard the discussions in the surroundings. The Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion was the most prominent chamber of commerce in Aquabaron City. There were all sorts of cultivators who came here for transactions. So Lin Yun and Lu Yen naturally heard information about the Radiant Sword Saint. "I can't believe that the Radiant Sword Saint is so strong that he charged into the Netherworld Hall with his clone and slayed 3 saints. Didn't everyone say that the Radiant Sword Saint didn't have much lifespan left? He doesn't look like he's dying anytime soon." In the end, the Netherworld Hall's Hall Master had to make a move and personally destroyed that clone. But the Hall Master is cowardly, with no intentions of charging towards the Sword Sect to take revenge. Why did the Radiant Sword Saint make a move on the Netherworld Hall? No idea. But I heard that he did it for his newly accepted disciple. This incident naturally caused a huge commotion within the Eastern Desolation. Everyone in the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion was talking about it. After all, it had been 100 years since the Radiant Sword Saint made a move, not to mention the rise of Tian Xuanzi. So there were a lot of rumors saying that the Radiant Sword Saint was old. But it didn't seem like it because just his clone could slay saints. After all, who in the ancient barren domain could accomplish that feat aside from the radiant sword saint? But Lin Yun's face changed when he heard that his master's clone had been destroyed. He already expected it but still felt terrible when he heard it. He was worried for his master's safety and even wanted to rush back to the sword sect to check and see if his master was all right. Then again, he ultimately endured it because he had promised Lil Purple the true dragon Saint Liquid. "Are you all right? Should we pick another day?" And Lu Yen asked. "It's fine." Lin Yun smiled. The Elysium Core Rankings Challenge was in the City Manor, and the ranking covers the entire Eastern Desolation. Anyone who reaches the Elysium Core realm could try the test regardless of age. So the ranking holds high weight, and there wasn't any other ranking that could be compared to it. And Lu Yen interacted with the city lord a lot, so she immediately used her special treatment to bring Lin Yun into the testing hall. The one that received them was a gray-clothed old man. Looking at Lin Yun and Lu Yen, he asked, "Which one of you wishes to challenge the Elysium Core ranking?" "Me," Lin Yun said. The gray-clothed old man looked at Lin Yun and asked, "So, how do you plan to challenge? Do you want to reveal your name on the ranking?" Most people would definitely choose to reveal their names. After all, this was an opportunity for them to make a name for themselves. But Lin Yun didn't hesitate to remain anonymous because he was only here to prove his strength. "Go in, then." When Lin Yun entered the hall, he found himself in a spacious area, and the wall was engraved with golden names. Each name represented a cultivator on the Elysium Core ranking. There were countless cultivators in the Eastern Desolation, calculated in the tens of millions. Those who could make it on the ranking could be considered an expert within the Eastern Desolation, regardless of their age. If they were younger, then it would be even more incredible. "Who comes?" A robust voice echoed within the palace, and a blue dragon appeared before Lin Yun. Blue dragon? Lin Yun was surprised. He naturally could tell that this dragon seemed to be a dragon spirit from one of the 7 divine dragons. "I'm the clone of the blue dragon spirit controlling the 3 rankings. Tell me your name and origin." Sword Sex Lin Yun. After the dragon spirit heard Lin Yun's name, words began to appear within the surroundings. They were Lin Yun's origin. It recorded Lin Yun's journey starting from the heavenly path. It was so much so that the fact that he had obtained the Azure Dragon's inheritance was also recorded on it. Lin Yun knew this dragon spirit was probably related to the Divine Dragon Empire. It was said that the rankings Astral, Divine, and Dragon rankings were all established by the Divine Dragon Empire. So they recorded the information of every cultivator and came out with a proper ranking. He heard that there was the Blue Dragon ranking above the 3 rankings. The Blue Dragon ranking was a divine artifact, and anyone with their names recorded on it would attract the attention of the Kunlun realm's heavenly will. Fortune was invincible, and this made it even more terrifying. This divine artifact was under the control of the Divine Dragon Empire and was the foundation of the Divine Dragon Empire. It had been many years since it appeared, but it was said that the Blue Dragon ranking had an artifact spirit of its own and would only appear at a certain time. Lin Yun didn't know much about it and was observing the Elysium Core ranking to pick his opponent. "Who do you want to challenge?" the dragon spirit urged after seeing Lin Yun staring at the ranking for a long time. "Ranked 530, Zhang Tianyu," Lin Yun said. Ling Qianye, whom he slayed, was ranked 1000th on the Elysium Core ranking. He had defeated Ling Qianye before refining the Blue Dragon Bone, so Lin Yun was pretty confident about himself and picked an opponent who was ranked in the top 500s. Good. The dragon spirit soon transformed into a youth of roughly 40 years old. This youth was Zhang Tianyu, ranked 530 on the Elysium Core ranking. His temperament had also changed, and this surprised Lin Yun. "You've just reached the age of 20, judging from your appearance, right?" 21. Haha. "You're arrogant to dare to challenge me at the age of 21. Zhang Tianyu was practically his real person. He was arrogant and didn't place anything in his eyes. Arrogant. Lin Yun held onto the flower burial sword and said, "You'll know if I'm arrogant in a while." Zhang Tianyu sneered. "It's a pity because I don't want to know about that." As he waved his hand, a long sword appeared, and it was actually a myriad rune saint artifact. This surprised Lin Yun as he wondered how he managed to do it, since this was simply unheard of. As a powerful sword intent exploded from Zhang Tianyu, his firmament sword intent began to fuse with his lightning intent, and a painting also unfolded behind him. Wielding the saint's sword, Zhang Tianyu's pupils radiated brightly. When he thrust his sword, cracks began to appear in the hall. Zhang Tianyu had no intention of holding back and decided to defeat Lin Yun in one move. He was at the pinnacle of 9-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm. Activating all 9 stars simultaneously, his cultivation instantly multiplied 9-fold. In terms of cultivation alone, Lin Yun was naturally weaker since Zhang Tianyu was already in his 40s. But he let out a roar and drew the flower burial sword. When the two saints' swords collided, it caused a rumble in the hall. One exchange later, Lin Yun didn't retreat, while Zhang Tianyu took 10 steps back before stabilizing himself. Realizing that Zhang Tianyu didn't seem as strong as he had imagined, Lin Yun was surprised because his 8 stars weren't inferior to Zhang Tianyu's aura. When he circulated his innate saint aura, his cultivation immediately suppressed Zhang Tianyu. What's going on? Zhang Tianyu was surprised with his pupils squinted. You practiced a high-grade ghost spirit cultivation technique? That's a secret. Lin Yun smiled as he sheathed his sword. Now that he was confident about dealing with Zhang Tianyu, he no longer had to draw his sword. Are you looking down on me? Zhang Tianyu flew into a rage as he charged over. But Lin Yun activated the divine sun-chasing art, creating thousands of afterimages. Regardless of how furious Zhang Tianyu was, he couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Yun's clothes. My turn. 50 moves later, a cold light flashed within Lin Yun's pupils and he reached out with his palm, executing the Azure Dragon Grasp. Empowered by the blue dragon bone, a terrifying dragon aura immediately swept out, sending Zhang Tianyu flying before colliding against the wall. When Lin Yun lowered his palm, the dragon claw slammed Zhang Tianyu to the ground, tearing Zhang Tianyu's body apart. When Zhang Tianyu disappeared, the dragon spirit reappeared once more. Congratulations on your challenge. You can leave behind a droplet of blood essence if you don't wish to continue your challenge, and your name will be on the Elysium Core ranking when it refreshes, leaving behind a clone of yourself with similar strength. The dragon spirit said. Then you'll take on my appearance? Lin Yun asked. That's right. Lin Yun finally understood what happened when he fought Zhang Tianyu, but he had never seen anything like this. He asked, doesn't that mean that the Divine Dragon Empire can use you to deal with me? You belittle me. I have existed since the primordial times, and the Divine Dragon Empire wasn't even around. Aside from one person, no one can give me orders. So you don't have to worry about that. The dragon spirit said, and its tone was indifferent. I wish to continue my challenge. Lin Yun said after a brief pondering. This time, his gaze was on the top hundreds. Lin Yun's gaze fell onto the top hundreds after a brief pondering. This name should be the name of a woman by Luiying, from the Eastern Desolation's Heavenly Tao sect. With a gentle tap on the name, Bai Luiying's information appeared before him. No one who managed to reach the top hundreds was weak. They would either be old monsters or absolute geniuses. Bai Luiying was a core disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect's 9 peaks. She came from an ancient saint clan and was a top-tier genius within the ancient Bai Saint clan. She reached the pinnacle of the Empyrean realm at the age of 13 and reached the Elysium Core realm at the age of 14. At the age of 18, she reached the Heavenly Elysium Core realm. Now that she was 21, she reached the 9-star Heavenly Elysium Core realm, ranked 100 on the Elysium Core ranking. Lin Yun nodded his head because this was a good opponent. Her young age and cultivation proved that she was a monstrous genius, no matter how he looked at it. But thinking about it, the Heavenly Tao sect seemed to be a holy land. When was the last time she challenged the Elysium Core ranking? Lin Yun asked. 2 years ago. This is her strength from 2 years ago? Yeah. She's now on the Dragon Pulse ranking. This meant that no one could defeat her in the past 2 years, which gave Lin Yun some pressure. Looks like I can't look down on anyone in the Eastern Desolation. Lin Yun inwardly sighed. Having the blue dragon bone didn't mean that he was invincible. But this sparked his fighting spirit even further, and he felt he made the right choice coming here. After Lin Yun picked his opponent, it didn't take long for the dragon spirit to transform into Bai Luiying. "Someone picked me?" Bai Luiying's voice resounded. When Lin Yun raised his head, he could see a heroic beauty wielding a long sword. Despite knowing this was only a spiritual clone, Lin Yun still introduced himself according to his habit. "Sword Sex Lin Yun." "Let's begin then." Bai Luiying didn't waste time with Lin Yun and charged over with her sword, executing an intermediate-grade ghost spirit sword technique. A low-grade ghost spirit sword technique was terrifying enough, and the intermediate grade was on a new level. Generally speaking, practicing a low-grade ghost spirit sword technique at the Elysium Core Realm was hard. A terrifying chill swept out when she drew her sword, instantly covering the hall in snowflakes. But if one looked at it carefully, the snowflakes were inattributed flames, and each snowflake was engraved with a saint rune. A combination of frost and flame intent, and she was also a spiritualist at the same time. This surprised Lin Yun, since this was the first time he had seen such means. Merging the Tao of spiritual runes with a sword technique proved that her comprehension was a little terrifying. If he didn't have the blue dragon bone and his sword intent didn't reach quasi-5th grade, he might not even be able to block a single sword from her. Lin Yun also drew his sword and 36 sword rays overlapped, forming an ancient heaven word. When Bai Luiying's sword stabbed the ancient heaven word, her sword slowed down, and fine cracks also appeared on the heaven word. Her sword ultimately pierced through the word and slowly expanded within Lin Yun's eyes. "You lost." Bai Luiying's voice resounded as the power of her sword nearly tore this word apart. "You're overthinking it." Lin Yun gently flicked his finger and unleashed the flicking divine finger. As a dazzling sword ray flew out from Lin Yun's finger, the sword ray looked like an erupting volcano. Although Bai Luiying swiftly reacted by retreating, Lin Yun took a step forth, and the ancient heaven word flew out. This made Bai Luiying helpless, and she could only raise her sword before her to block this attack. Even so, the impact of this attack knocked her to the wall. "Interesting." Bai Luiying's gaze became grave as she looked at Lin Yun. "It's just a little trick." Lin Yun swiped with his sword, and the ancient heaven word scattered. As he continued to swing his sword, the strokes began to emit a terrifying aura that could restrict an entire space. In the next second, Lin Yun executed the divine sun-chasing art and disappeared from where he stood. When he executed the earth sword form, Bai Luiying suddenly slowed down. But that wasn't lethal because she soon noticed the peculiarity of the earth sword form. She instantly felt like she was in a quicksand with her movement technique greatly restricted, and it didn't take long for her to be covered in faint wounds. The way she was using her astral energy to protect herself was terrifying, and she could avoid most fatal attacks. She might look pathetic, but she didn't suffer any severe injuries. When Lin Yun was done executing the earth sword form, the heaven and earth words began to revolve around the flower burial sword. The surrounding space became distorted, and Bai Luiying finally couldn't maintain her composure any longer. The flower burial sword found the right opportunity and wanted to sever her from her waist. When she saw Lin Yun wouldn't let her go, Bai Luiying created a painting with her left hand forming a seal, and a saint rune formed into a saint diagram. When a snow lotus constructed with saint runes appeared, flames exploded from the heart of the lotus and blocked Lin Yun's sword. When the lotus shattered, Bai Luiying took this opportunity to execute a profound movement technique. As she moved, she dissolved into petals and her physical form appeared outside the envelopment of the heaven and earth words. What a profound sword technique. I've never seen many people whose talent in the sword path can be compared to you. Bai Luiying's eyes flashed with appreciation as she looked at Lin Yun. Considering her identity, this was a high evaluation, and one could imagine how terrifying Lin Yun's talent in the sword path was from her praise. "Your movement technique is a little weird. It looks like a high-grade ghost spirit martial technique," Lin Yun said. "Not bad, but I can barely execute this movement technique. I can only grasp it after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. This is the maneuver word art of the Heavenly Tao sect. The profundity of this movement technique lies in the fact that it can perfectly merge with the cultivator's martial Tao. Since Bai Luiying thought highly of Lin Yun's talent, she didn't hesitate to share the secrets of this movement technique. But appreciation was appreciation. She no longer held back when she regulated her breathing and they clashed again. But all of Lin Yun's attacks were avoided by Bai Luiying's maneuver word art. A high-grade ghost spirit martial technique was simply a cheat in a fight between Elysium Core Realm experts. When Lin Yun's attack missed again, several petals drifted in the air, and Bai Luiying disappeared. But this time, Lin Yun had no intention of letting her go and summoned the Golden Crow wings. 20,000 saint runes on the Golden Crow wings lit up with a single thought. Flapping the wings, boundless energy exploded, and Bai Luiying's footing became uneasy when she reappeared. As a cold light flashed across Lin Yun's pupils, he arrived before her, and his sword knocked Bai Luiying's sword away. Seeing that Lin Yun's sword was about to stab her forehead, Bai Luiying twisted her figure and used 2 fingers to clasp onto it. When Lin Yun tried to exert more force, he was shocked to discover saint runes flowing from her fingers to the flower burial sword, and he realized that he couldn't break free from her at all. Not good. An ill premonition suddenly alarmed Lin Yun, and he wanted to let go of his sword. "You're too late." Bai Luiying wore a cunning smile as she began to form seals and roared, "Seal!" The saint runes flowed from the flower burial sword to Lin Yun and formed into shackles that sealed off his astral energy ocean. This meant that Lin Yun's cultivation was instantly restricted. "You lost." Beads of sweat flowed down from Bai Luiying's forehead. But she also breathed a sigh of relief as she looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun gave it several attempts, but he realized that he couldn't budge his astral energy ocean, and he was no different from an ordinary person now. Dragon locking shackles, even an expert in the Dragon Pulse realm can be sealed. "You're already very strong since you can force me to use this trump card, and I will remember your name." Bai Luiying winked while she comforted Lin Yun. She appreciated Lin Yun's talent and felt somewhat guilty that she had to resort to the dragon locking shackles. I actually have 3 methods to defeat you without breaking free from the seal," Lin Yun said. He could tell that Bai Luiying had exhausted a great deal of energy just to seal off his cultivation. Not to mention that it wasn't easy for her to execute the maneuver word art and the injuries she suffered, so her current condition wasn't any better than his. 3 methods. Bai Luiying locked her brows with disbelief. That's right. 3 methods. With a single thought, the golden human in his sword ocean emitted a dazzling glow and clasped its hands together. As the sword ocean began to rumble, the azure dragon's sword soul flew from his forehead and released a roar, unleashing an azure dragon immortal sword intent. This made Bai Luiying throw out a mouthful of blood and fly back. She slammed against the wall and threw out another mouthful of blood. But Lin Yun could tell she hadn't accepted her loss, as she used her frost and flame intent to break free from the azure dragon's sword aura. "Is this one?" Bai Luiying snorted while she lifted herself up from the ground. "Not exactly." Lin Yun clasped his hands together and activated the blue dragon bone. As 20,000 dragon runes poured out, it formed into a rope that coiled around Bai Luiying. Restricted by the rope, Bai Luiying felt it was tough to breathe, and her face turned red. "Let me go!" She was really furious. Just a moment ago, she felt guilty that she resorted to the maneuver word art and dragon locking shackles against Lin Yun. But she now realized Lin Yun was cheating instead. Not only did Lin Yun possess dual sword souls, he even had a divine dragon bone. Since Bai Luiying surrendered, Lin Yun naturally did not need to torture her. When the azure dragon coiling around Bai Luiying loosened up, she fell onto the ground. Her face was red, and she rested for a while before she recollected herself. "Your injuries aren't that heavy. So why are you so weak?" Lin Yun asked in a surprised tone. Rolling her eyes, Bai Luiying replied, "Do you think it's easy to execute a high-grade ghost spirit martial technique and the dragon locking shackles?" Lin Yun's eyes flickered, and he knew why his master forbade him from touching ghost spirit martial techniques before reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. "Don't be smug." Bai Luiying looked at Lin Yun. "My strength is restricted in this hall. If we're in the outside world, it's still uncertain who will win or lose. Lin Yun smiled and didn't say a word because she was so competitive. When Bai Luing saw Lin Yun wasn't saying a word, she thought she was being looked down upon, and her face turned red. "What's the matter? You don't believe me?" "I believe you." Lin Yun nodded. "You're proficient in spiritual runes, and you can borrow the power of heaven and earth to set up a spiritual array or a saint diagram. This hall is small, and this place greatly restricts your strength." Lin Yun could be considered half a saint spiritualist himself, so he naturally knew that what Bai Luing said wasn't a lie. "Humph, at least you have some eyesight. Let me help you remove the dragon-locking shackles." Then, Bai Luing nodded her head and formed seals with her hands. Once the shackles in Lin Yun's astral energy ocean were lifted, saint runes flew out, and Lin Yun suddenly felt that he had loosened up. This was pretty interesting, and his eyes flickered, because the moment she succeeded in setting up the dragon-locking shackles, she would practically be invincible. Even a Dragon Pulse Realm expert would be at her mercy, which also taught him that he couldn't underestimate anyone in this world. But judging from her words, she might not undo the dragon-locking shackles for him if he didn't praise her. She was a little petty, and she was pretty troublesome to deal with. "Hey, what's your name again?" "Sword Sex Lin Yun." "Lin Yun, you said that you had 3 methods. You only revealed 2 so far. So what's the last one?" Bai Luing asked curiously. His last trump card was naturally the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron. If he used it, the disadvantage in his cultivation would be erased, and Lin Yun could even fight a Dragon Pulse Realm expert with the power of the cauldron. Then again, this only granted him the qualification to fight with Dragon Pulse Realm experts, and it would be better for him not to fight them. "That's a secret." Lin Yun smiled. "Ha, you're a coward," Bai Luing said unhappily. After all, she even told Lin Yun about the maneuver word art. But she wasn't too bothered and changed the topic. "Sword Sex Lin Yun? I'll teach you a lesson when we meet the next time. Don't you know that you're already in the Dragon Pulse realm? You're already on the Dragon Pulse ranking." Lin Yun smiled. "Dragon Pulse ranking?" Bai Luing was briefly stunned, but she wasn't surprised about that. She then furrowed her brows. "It'll look like I'm bullying you this way. We can fight again after I reach the Dragon Pulse realm." Lin Yun smiled. "Okay, that's a promise. Then, you can come and look for me in the Heavenly Dao sect." Bai Luing agreed straightforwardly. She appreciated Lin Yun's talent, and Lin Yun's talent in the sword had left a deep impression on her. "Your main body doesn't know me, and I might be beaten to death by her if I go and look for her all of a sudden." Lin Yun smiled. "Ha ha ha." Bai Luing laughed. "Don't worry about that. My main body will notice when my name disappears from the Elysium Core ranking. At that time, she will purchase our fight scene and conversation. You won this fight." As Bai Luing's body dissipated, she returned to the dragon spirit. Lin Yun still couldn't get used to it since it was a beauty just a moment ago, before she turned into an old dragon in the next second. "Do you wish to carry on your challenge?" The dragon spirit looked at Lin Yun. "There's no need." Lin Yun shook his head. He roughly knew his strength in his fight with Bai Luing. She was in the same generation as him, and Lin Yun was forced to use several trump cards in this fight. There was no longer a meaning for him to carry on challenging the Elysium Core ranking. Lin Yun felt that if he used his full strength, he could make it into the top 30. He wasn't in a hurry to leave, so he looked through the information of those ranked in the top hundreds on the Elysium Core ranking. In the top hundreds, there were only 18, including Bai Luing, who were under the age of 50, and there were only 10 under the age of 30. The person who was ranked first was named Huang Xuani, but there wasn't much information about him except his age of 35. So he could also be considered to be part of the younger generation. Dripping a droplet of blood and choosing to maintain anonymity, Lin Yun ended his challenge. Thinking that someone else might challenge him was interesting. If I'm defeated by someone else, does that mean that my name will disappear from the rankings, and I'll have to challenge it again? Lin Yun asked. "Not exactly," said the dragon spirit. "If you defeat someone with a higher ranking on the Elysium Core ranking outside, I will also receive the information and change your ranking." "I see. I'll take my leave then." Lin Yun cupped his hands together. But just when he was about to leave, the dragon spirit's voice resounded behind him. Brat, don't die. The blue dragon ranking will soon appear, recording the names of all the heroes in the world. There's a high possibility that your name might also be recorded on it. Lin Yun briefly paused when he heard that before he continued forth. How is it? And Luyan asked when she saw Lin Yun coming out. Ranked 100. Lin Yun replied. Not bad. Wait, what did you say? Ranked 100. And Luyan smiled before her face turned into shock. She wondered if she had heard him correctly because Lin Yun was ranked 100 in his first challenge. One must know that when they left Azurok City, Lin Yun was only at the 4-star Heavenly Elysium core realm, and he couldn't even make it into the top 2000s back then. Not bad, I guess. Lin Yun calmly replied. I need to sort out my strength systematically and excavate more from the blue dragon bone. After I'm done, it shouldn't be an issue for me to make it into the top 10. Suddenly, Lin Yun sensed something and took out his sword sect medal. An aged and prestigious voice from the medal resounded. I'm fine. That voice naturally came from the radiant sword saint. When Lin Yun lowered the medal, he breathed a sigh of relief. What's the matter? Good news. Lin Yun smiled. 7 days later, Lin Yun left Aquabaron City with 25,000 kilograms of True Dragon Saint liquid. He had left the sword sect for close to 4 months. 4 months wasn't long, but the experience within the Dragon Remnant astral realm made it feel like a long time had passed. During this period, he ran into all sorts of trouble and danger. It was so much so that he even needed his master's help to resolve the crisis. But fortunately, he survived the ordeal, and his harvest far exceeded his imagination. After returning to the sword sect, he had to go into seclusion to finish learning the Carefree 9 swords and refine the Nether Flower. At that time, his strength would undergo a drastic transformation. If he could make a breakthrough in his strength, he was confident he could become first on the Elysium core ranking. After leaving the city gate, Lin Yun pushed his movement technique to the limit and traveled at lightning speed. 2 days passed, and the entire journey was smooth. He only needed another day to enter the range of the sword sect, so Lin Yun pushed his speed further, since he was feeling anxious. Suddenly, Lin Yun looked down and saw an old fisherman fishing on the lake. This gave Lin Yun a bad feeling because this was weird. But just when he was feeling uncertain, an elderly voice echoed within his ears. Young lad, why don't you come down and chat with me? This strengthened Lin Yun's doubt, making him more alert. But Lin Yun ultimately descended and walked towards the fisherman. Haha, Flower Burial is really bold to come down, not knowing if I'm a friend or enemy, the old fisherman said with his back facing Lin Yun. This surprised Lin Yun. Many knew his title as Flower Burial in the Profound Amber realm, but not many knew about it in the Kunlun realm. At the very least, few people knew about that title in the ancient Barren domain. So Lin Yun felt uneasy when he heard someone addressing him by that title, and he replied, I won't be able to leave if you're determined to force me to stay, so I might as well come down and see who you are. Haha, I'm an acquaintance. You know me? Lin Yun became even more alert. There was something fishy about this fisherman who called him by his title when he was right outside the range of the sword sect. I naturally do. You're waiting for me here. I'm fishing, but no fish is taking the bait for some reason, the old fisherman said. Suddenly the fishing line trembled. Ripples spread across the lake, and an eerie aura began to spread. It's coming. Haha. You're really my fortune star. The old fisherman rejoiced when he saw this scene, and he started a tug-of-war with the fish in the lake. God knows what had taken the bait because the fishing line was fully stretched. As the old fisherman pulled the fishing rod, the lake exploded, and a fish breached the lake's surface. Senior brother, Lin Yun yelled. That was no fish, but a person, his senior brother, Feng Ju. Feng Ju was covered in blood and tightly bound by the fishing line, with the hook digging into his rib. This made Lin Yun widen his mouth with shock before his pupils were filled with rage. Junior brother, leave quickly. He's Jin Ju, and he's here to kill you. Feng Ju was damp when he was pulled out from the lake, but he couldn't be bothered by that and yelled at Lin Yun. Lin Yun's face changed as a face appeared within his mind. On the heavenly path, Jinju stopped all the sects from picking him and nearly forced him into a dead end. But Lin Yun never expected that he would run into Jinju here. Since you're already here, why bother running? Jinju revealed a sinister smile under the hood and swung the fishing rod out, sending Jinju flying over to Lin Yun. But Lin Yun quickly avoided Fengju, who fell onto the ground, creating a huge crater. It has been a long time, and your movement technique has improved significantly. Try again. Jinju smiled as he swung the fishing rod once more. Just like that, Fengju was like a toy in Jinju's hand, flying towards Lin Yun, creating one crater after another on the ground. This made Lin Yun so furious that his entire body began to tremble, and his pupils were filled with hatred. Jinju was clearly trying to mess with him, but there was nothing he could do about it. Just when he was briefly distracted, Fengju slammed into him and he was sent flying away. Flower burial. Where's your grace when you fought the 10 realm suns back on the heavenly path? Jinju removed his bamboo hat and revealed an eerie smile. Lin Yun clutched his chest with his face pale as blood flowed down his lips. You better leave quickly or die when my master comes. Lin Yun threatened while he was finding a way to resolve this crisis. But there was nothing he could do to a king. The Radiant Sword Saint? Jinju snickered. You think I'm a fool? If the Radiant Sword Saint can descend, do you think I'd make a move against you? Ha ha ha. As he laughed, his eyes were filled with mockery. When he was done laughing, he continued, I already know of your tracks when you left the sect 3 months ago. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched. It turned out that Jinju had been eyeing him right from the beginning. But it's a pity that fool Qinsong is frightened after being defeated by you. Jinju's pupils were filled with unhappiness when he mentioned Qinsong. Not only was Qinsong not willing to make a move against Lin Yun, he even warned Jinju against making a move against Lin Yun. Jinju didn't think that a fool like Qinsong could have any significant accomplishment in the future, since he only had Tian Xuanzi in his eyes and not the Nether Divinity clan and gave up such a great opportunity. Why do you think I would be waiting here and not make a move before you reached the Dragon Remnant Astral Realm? Jinju suddenly laughed. I never thought that Qinsong not making a move would have helped me instead. Otherwise, I would have lost my life when I made a move against you. You've been following me? Lin Yun instantly figured it all out. Haha, not bad. Here's a reward for you. Jinju laughed and threw the bamboo hat like a frisbee. This made Lin Yun squint his eyes and duck. This time it was a close call. MHM? Jinju was surprised. Not bad. But there's no meaning in that. When he was done, he pushed his palm forth, and a terrifying pressure swept out, shattering Lin Yun's dragon runes. This made Lin Yun throw out a mouthful of blood and fall to one knee. Not bad. No wonder why you can leave with the divine dragon bone with so many demonic sects around. Jinju's eyes flashed with greed as he looked at Lin Yun's dragon runes and his chest. This could be considered a surprise harvest. After all, even as a king, he was tempted by the blue dragon bone. Old geezer, you can target me alone. SP, let my senior brother go. Lin Yun roared. Haha. What are you talking about? Jinju's pupils flashed with mockery. He's your martial guardian, and I spent a great deal of effort to fish him out. So how can I let him go so easily? Martial guardian? Lin Yun looked at Fengju. Fengju had shame on his face, and his face was ugly. He instantly understood what was going on. His master probably got Fengju to follow him and secretly protect him. With Fengju's strength, he could even suppress an ordinary king. After all, he was the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. But he never expected that he would run into Jinju. The latter had long reached the Samsara Edict realm, and his talent and resources weren't any weaker than Fengju. So it was expected that he couldn't defeat Jinju. Let him go, and I'll follow you to the Nether Divinity clan. Lin Yun calmly looked at Jinju. A living person is better than a dead person. If I decide to suicide, you won't be able to get the blue dragon bone. So you better consider it well. His words made Jinju's eyes flicker. Lin Yun's threat was effective. As Lin Yun said, a living person was better than a dead person. The Nether Divinity clan naturally wanted Lin Yun captured alive. Haha, your words do make sense. Jinju replied. This piece of trash has no value to me. To begin with, he couldn't be bothered with Fengju's life and death. He soon made his decision and walked towards Lin Yun, wanting to seal off Lin Yun's cultivation. Don't play any tricks with me. You bastard. Don't touch my junior brother. Fengju's pupils became bloodshot as he struggled back up to charge at Jinju. But Jinju didn't even bat an eye at him and sent Fengju flying with a slap. Instead, he mocked. You dare call yourself a disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint with this strength? What an embarrassment to the Radiant Sword Saint. As he mocked, he didn't stop walking towards Lin Yun. Looking at Lin Yun, Jinju laughed. Feeling despair now? But this is how the world works. Don't blame me for bullying you. If I don't bully you now, will I wait until you're strong enough to kill me? He knew that even if the Nether Divinity clan had no intentions of killing Lin Yun, he had to find an opportunity to do it himself. If a talent like Lin Yun grows up in the future, it would far exceed his imagination, and he had never underestimated Lin Yun's talent. Leave. Don't touch my junior brother. Fengju charged over once more. He couldn't move his arms, so he could only charge over with his body. He had no hesitation in doing so because Lin Yun was his junior brother. His master instructed him to take good care of Lin Yun because the latter was the sword sect's hope. He knew Lin Yun wasn't a piece of trash like him, but a genius with talent on par with Zhen Jingtian. So he couldn't allow Lin Yun to die here even if he died. But before he could get close, Jinju sent Fengju flying again with a slap. Jinju, stop. Lin Yun's emotions were running out of control. So what if I kill him? What can you do? You're no different from an ant in my eyes. Jinju mocked and pushed his palm in Fengju's direction, piercing through Fengju's chest. Fengju's vitality began to fall. Screw you. Lin Yun finally lost it and charged at Jinju. Another movement from you, and I'll kill him. Jinju suddenly roared. When he saw Lin Yun coming to a stop, he snickered. Kneel. Kill me. Lin Yun gritted his teeth. I won't kneel for anyone except my master in this lifetime. Pretty stubborn. A cold light flashed across Jinju's pupils as his aura crashed down on Lin Yun. He didn't like Lin Yun's pride. Lin Yun was clearly at his mercy, but Lin Yun had no intention to beg him for mercy, which made Jinju unhappy. Lin Yun naturally couldn't withstand the aura of a king, and his knees began to crackle as if they would snap in the next second. This scene made Jinju sneer as he increased his aura on Lin Yun. But just when Lin Yun was about to reach his limit, a boundless divine aura exploded from behind him. Lil Purple then flew out from the sword box with the divine runes on her forehead flying out. You want him to kneel before you? Did you ask me for my opinion? Jinju was shocked by this scene. When he raised his head, the Azure Dragon Divine Rune and Phoenix Divine Rune were like shackles that flew towards him. This made Jinju squint his eyes, and his first reaction was to retreat. But he was ultimately one step slower. The two divine runes caught up to him and restricted him. Kneel! Lil Purple roared, and an ancient aura from the Ice Phoenix exploded, forcing Jinju down on his knees with a groan. This instantly made Jinju panic because he couldn't see through Lil Purple's origin. Just how powerful was a king at full power? The power was indescribable and it exploded from Jinju's body. That aura instantly manifested into dense black clouds. The clouds caught up with Lil Purple in the blink of an eye. As Lin Yun rode on Lil Purple's back, he could sense an extremely dangerous aura. When he turned around, he saw the black clouds that looked like primordial beasts. At this moment, he finally knew why Lil Purple would revert to her actual body. This was because he would be caught by Jinju with his usual speed, even if Jinju was injured. Jinju had no emotion on his face as he tossed a pellet into his mouth before he chased after Lin Yun and Lil Purple. His speed was too fast, and he was like a comet streaking across the horizon. Empress, faster! Lin Yun became anxious because his senior brother wasn't in a good state. Junior brother, am I going to die soon? Fengju asked weakly. Senior brother, don't speak. We'll reach the sword sect soon. I believe that Master will save you. Lin Yun gave Feng Zhu a profound wither pellet before pouring astral energy into his body, helping him to refine that pellet. The profound wither pellet was a precious high-grade saint pellet, and Lin Yun could recover from any injury as long as he was alive. But it didn't affect Feng Zhu much because his injuries were too heavy. This meant that Feng Zhu was probably heavily injured when he previously fought Jin Zhu, not to mention that he was bound by a fishing line and used as a fishing bait to humiliate. He took several attacks from Jin Zhu after that, especially the last attack, which pierced through his chest. That attack nearly destroyed all his internal organs, and anyone else in his position would already be dead. Junior brother, put me down and return by yourself. You can't die. Fifth junior brother is already trapped in the fleeting cloud sword sect. If you're gone, the sword sect will really be doomed. Feng Zhu tightly held onto Lin Yun's hand with a grave expression. You won't die. You saved my life back then, so I will live well. Lin Yun comforted. It's a pity that this senior brother of yours is useless. I'm the stupidest amongst our master's disciples and have embarrassed him. Feng Zhu's pupils flickered with guilt. But the one thing that comforted him was that he brought Lin Yun to the Kunlun realm. Lin Yun, how dare you play tricks? Jin Zhu's voice echoed as he closed the distance with them, radiating a terrifying power. Profound sky cannon. Profound dragon sword. As Jin Zhu radiated brightly, a sword ray flew along his outstretched finger. The sword ray instantly became several hundred feet in size. The sword ray swiftly flew and caught up to the ice phoenix. Although Lil Purple managed to dodge in time, the sword ray affected the surrounding air current, significantly obstructing her speed. But Jin Zhu didn't stop there and unleashed several sword rays. Each sword ray was so terrifying that they radiated brightly like crystals. This scene shocked Lin Yun because he knew that just the aftermath of the sword rays was enough to take his life. Lil Purple's figure flashed here and there, but her flight was still stable despite her speed being greatly hindered. This made Jin Zhu's face dark. As a decisive light shimmered across his pupils, a painting unfolded behind him. He knew that the commotion of him summoning his constellation would be great. When his constellation unfolded, a flaming demonic eagle appeared. This was a demonic beast that possessed the bloodline of golden crows, the gold flame demonic eagle. It had a pair of sharp eyes that looked like blazing suns. As its feathers emitted a blazing radiance, each of the feathers looked like a sharp divine weapon. When Jin Zhu stood on the gold flame demonic eagle, his aura reached a whole new height. As the gold flame demonic eagle spread its wings, its feathers were enveloped with flames before shooting towards Lil Purple. This made Lin Yun furrow his brows as he waved his hand and retrieved the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. Looking down at the umbrella, Lin Yun muttered, "Screw it," pouring 20,000 dragon runes into the umbrella. Lin Yun's forehead was soon covered in sweat, sensing a huge hindrance. He wasn't trying to open an umbrella, but lifting a mountain. Circulating the Azure Dragon Saint art, Lin Yun poured the dragon runes into the umbrella from the blue dragon bone. When the exhaustion of his vitality reached a limit, he raised the umbrella in his hand to the sky. When he raised his head, he saw that the sky was raining blood, as if it was trying to incinerate the entire world. "Open!" Lin Yun roared, and he opened the umbrella. When the umbrella was opened, a terrifying light exploded from Lin Yun, forming a semicircle energy barrier. When the blood landed on the umbrella, it created a metallic collision with sparks flying around. At this moment, it was as though he was supporting the entire sky. Glory Saint artifact. Jin Zhu was shocked that Lin Yun actually possessed a Glory Saint artifact. He had seen Lin Yun using the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella while hiding outside the asteroid belt. But the umbrella looked no different from a rod in Lin Yun's hand back then, and he couldn't even bring out its full power. It might be helpful against Dragon Pulse Realm experts who hadn't condensed their dragon origin, but it was futile to a Samsara Edict Realm expert like him. So Jin Zhu was surprised to see that Lin Yun could open the umbrella. Humph! With a cold snort, he patted the back of the gold flame demonic eagle. When the eagle opened its mouth, boundless flames swept out. Those were golden flames that could even burn through space. The flames were like magma and looked like a massive ocean. Damn it! Lin Yun's face turned pale, making it difficult for him to stand. Just when he was feeling despair, a figure flew out from the sword box and took over the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella in his hand. The umbrella opened once more and blocked the sea of flames. But this time, the umbrella wasn't just being opened. It was accompanied by 8 dragons that flew out from the umbrella's surface. When they charged forth, they tore apart the sea of flames and collided with the gold flame demonic eagle. Lil Red was in its ancient Dracope form and used its dragon bloodline to activate the umbrella and fight Jinju. As the gold flame demonic eagle let out a howl, it began to sway while Lil Purple took this opportunity to put some distance between them. Damn it! Jinju flew into a rage and barked, "Profound sky cannon! Heavenly moon!" As a moon appeared behind him, Jinju raised his palm and slammed it down. As the moon revolved, countless starlights rained down, sending Lil Red flying away. Lil Red's huge figure smashed through several mountains before it fell into a lake, creating a huge splash. When the shockwave of this palm caught Lil Purple by surprise, she threw out a mouthful of blood before turning back into her little girl form. Since Lil Purple turned back into a humanoid form, they naturally fell from the sky. When they raised their heads, the sword sect was still some distance away, while the moon and demonic eagle were right behind them. When Jinju landed on the ground, his face was ugly because he was forced to summon his constellation and even used his greatest trump card just to deal with a mere Elysium Core Realm cultivator. This naturally made his mood foul. "Come here." When Jinju raised his palm, a suction force exploded, and Lin Yun was being pulled over. But right then, a leaf streaked across the horizon, leaving a wound on Jinju's palm. This also erased the suction force from Jinju's palm. "Who is there?" Jinju's face changed as he took several steps back. "Sword Sect's Mu Chuan." A figure flew over. It was the peak master of the Divine Firmament Peak, Mu Chuan. Mu Chuan was wielding a sword in his left hand while gently waving his right hand, summoning the leaf back to him. Before Jinju could react, the leaf swiftly flew out once more, but Mu Chuan's sword was faster. Although Jinju didn't hesitate to turn and run for his life, a sword flew and shattered the moon and demonic eagle in the sky before landing on Jinju. When that sword landed on Jinju, the latter's profound sky armor broke along with the saint armor that he wore underneath. Senior brother Fengju is not going to hold on," Lin Yun anxiously yelled as he carried Fengju. Mu Chuan quickly sheathed his sword and came over to Fengju. When he examined Fengju's condition, a faint sorrow appeared within his pupils. Mu Chuan took out several saint pellets and fed them to Fengju before circulating his samsara energy through Fengju's body. But it didn't change anything. Fengju's vitality was still falling. At the same time, saint aura was being emitted from Fengju's pores, and those were the saint pellets that were fed to him. This was a sign that Fengju's body couldn't digest the saint pellets. His foundation is damaged. He can't digest any saint elixirs. We must immediately bring him back to the sect. Mu Chuan's eyes dimmed, and he said in a sorrowful voice, "Perhaps only Master can save him." "Let's go, then," Lin Yun said before he suddenly stopped. "Wait, what's the matter?" Mu Chuan looked at Lin Yun, baffled. "Senior brother, let me give it a try," Lin Yun said, looking at Mu Chuan. They didn't have much time. Fengju might not be able to last till they returned to the sword sect. Moreover, Lin Yun didn't wish to trouble his master. "You?" Mu Chuan looked at Lin Yun with his brows furrowed. "Let me give it a try. I have obtained the blue dragon bone. The blue dragon is of the wood attribute. If I can activate the divine rune, I might be able to save senior brother Fengju." "No, you can't. How can you possibly activate the innate divine rune with your cultivation?" "Senior brother, let me give it a try," Lin Yun insisted, but Mu Chuan locked his brows and replied, "Do you know why junior brother risked his life to protect you? Even to the point where he'd rather die instead of you? You're the hope of the sword sect." "Hope of the sword sect?" Lin Yun replied, I don't mind carrying such hopes, but I'm more concerned about those around me. So please, let me try. Let him try. This Empress doesn't think he can last till you guys make it back to the sword sect, and you know it yourself. Lil Purple stood out right at this moment. When Lin Yun heard that, he no longer cared what Mu Chuan thought and sat behind Fengju. Lin Yun circulated the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra with both palms on Fengju's back. As boundless astral energy turned into 99 streams, they flowed towards the blue dragon bone. A blue dragon appeared around Lin Yun, and a terrifying dragon aura started to accumulate. After entering the blue dragon bone, his astral energy also entered a vast world. When he was done, he opened his eyes and consumed a profound wither pellet before placing his palms on Fengju's back again. This time, he circulated the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra and Iris Sword Sutra. Sensing his astral energy ocean withering, Lin Yun soon found a blue divine light in the blue dragon bone. That was the innate divine rune engraved on the blue dragon bone, and it was radiating as brightly as a sun in his eyes. Based on his current cultivation, the astral energy he could manipulate was nothing before this divine rune. But Lin Yun had long decided and no longer hesitated to use the nether energy to raise the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron from his astral energy ocean. When the cauldron rose from the ocean, Lin Yun's aura grew, and the astral energy he poured into the blue dragon bone increased. This made Lin Yun's face pale quickly, and his forehead was covered in sweat because it was so difficult. Even if he had boosted his cultivation with the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron, he still couldn't use the blue dragon divine rune. In the critical moment, his dual sword souls flew out from his sword ocean and entered the blue dragon bone, empowering his astral energy. As wisps of blue light flowed into Fengju's body from his palm, Fengju's vitality started to increase. He succeeded? Mu Chuan was shocked by this scene. Lin Yun could use an innate divine rune, even though he didn't look to be in a good state. But Mu Chuan soon froze because he suddenly recalled what Lin Yun had said earlier. Divine dragon bones couldn't be found anywhere, and Lin Yun didn't have one when he left the sword sect. Mu Chuan instantly decided to ask Lin Yun about it after he was done. Could it be that this was related to the descent of his master's clone to the Netherworld Hall? An hour later, Lin Yun's hands left Fengju's back. He briefly opened his eyes to look at Fengju before he collapsed, unable to say a word. This scared Mu Chuan. He rushed forth and fed Lin Yun a Saint pellet. "Junior brother, rest for a while," Mu Chuan said as Lin Yun's eyes closed. Hearing the crackling of flames, Lin Yun woke up from his sleep. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was that the sky was dark, and he could see a bonfire not too far away. Mu Chuan was roasting the meat of a demonic beast over the fire, with Lil Purple and Lil Red happily feasting on the meat. "You're awake," Mu Chuan smiled. "Come, have a drink." Lin Yun's mind was still in a state of confusion since he had just woken up. He briefly shook his head before heading towards the bonfire. It was just a few steps away, but his legs felt like lead. "Here." Mu Chuan sliced a piece of meat for Lin Yun. When Lin Yun tasted the meat, he discovered that Mu Chuan's skills weren't any inferior to his own. "Where's senior brother Fengju?" Lin Yun asked. "He's asleep. He's fine, and this might be a fortune for him." Mu Chuan smiled. He was still pretty concerned about Fengju. Although Fengju was a little stupid, he had pure thoughts and a pure heart. "Senior brother, what are you doing here?" Lin Yun asked. "The sect master sensed a Samsara Edict Realm expert's aura near the sword sect and got me to check it out. When I saw the moon, I immediately rushed over," Mu Chuan explained. Lin Yun finally understood the entire story after hearing from Mu Chuan. If Jinju didn't summon his constellation, the sword sect still might not have been able to sense the commotion. It was really dangerous for him, even more so than when he was at the Dragon Remnant Astral Realm. Jinju was too sinister to wait for him to use all his trump cards before making a move. This also strengthened Lin Yun's determination to take revenge in the future. He asked, "Senior brother, I still have a question." "Go on." "Back on the heavenly path, his strength is on par with senior brother Fengju. So why is there such a huge difference when he became a king? It's normal for you to have such a question. And the situation is a little special. Mu Chuan took several gulps of wine and said, first is his cultivation technique. After Tian Xuanzi completed the profound sky canon, it became a dragon spirit cultivation technique. Upon reaching the 10th stage, there will be a terrifying transformation. The profound sky canon has 19 stages, and it was initially half complete. But Tian Xuanzi completed it in 100 years, relying on his monstrous talent. The first 9 stages are only the entry, and the 10th stage is where it begins since one can summon a moon. Sun for the 11th stage, gold for the 12th stage. They all correspond with the 7 radiants. Above them are the great profound heaven and tribulation heaven. At the last stage, one can form the profound sky universe within the body. At that time, the power of this cultivation technique will be comparable to a divine spirit cultivation technique. At that time, one can be like the god fiends that were born at the beginning of primal chaos, mimicking millions of constellations and forming a starry sky within the body. Lin Yun was dumbfounded when he heard that because he didn't think the profound sky canon was so terrifying. Aside from that, Tian Xuanzi also created many martial techniques from the profound sky canon. Isn't this a little too unbelievable? Lin Yun was shocked. It's not at all unbelievable. A completed dragon spirit martial technique is terrifying, not to mention that the profound sky canon was a martial technique recorded on the ancestral dragon monument. Mu Chuan briefly paused before he continued. In the same realm, Feng Zhu naturally can't defeat Jin Zhu, who reached the 10th stage. Furthermore, Junior Brother's comprehension is a little poor as well. Doesn't the sword sect have any cultivation techniques comparable to the profound sky canon? Haven't you seen it already? I've seen it. Lin Yun's eyes flickered before he replied. Great profound sword canon. The Great Profound Palace was one of the 4 treasures of the sword sect, with the Great Profound Sword Canon recorded. But it's a pity that the Great Profound Sword Canon isn't complete, since we lost the most important section. Mu Chuan replied. Because of you Qingfeng? Lin Yun asked. That's right. Mu Chuan replied. He then continued in a rather sorrowful voice. Yu Qingfeng sliced 2 peaks 3,000 years ago, destroying the Grand Firmament and Pellet Firmament Peaks inheritances. It was fine to lose the Pellet Firmament Peak, but the Grand Firmament Sword Sutra was an important section of the Great Profound Sword Canon. The Great Profound Sword Canon is also recorded on the Ancestral Dragon Monument and has a higher ranking than the Profound Sky Canon. Everyone in the sword sect hated Yu Qingfeng deep in their bones, and Lin Yun also had complicated feelings. He had asked Yu Qingfeng about it, and the latter said he had no grudges against the sword sect. Lin Yun could tell that he was even filled with respect for the Radiant Sword Saint. What's above Dragon Spirit? Lin Yun changed the topic. Divine Spirit, it's something we can't imagine at our level, and martial techniques on that level have long become legends. So you don't need to care about that. Mu Chuan smiled. It's good enough if a powerful sect has several high-grade ghost spirit martial techniques. As for dragon spirit martial techniques, they're all incomplete. But Tian Xuanzi relied on his talent to complete the entire profound sky canon. Lin Yun recalled that clone he faced back at the fleeting cloud sword sect. Even if they were enemies, Lin Yun had to admit that Tian Xuanzi was a real monster. Junior brother. Mu Chuan looked at Lin Yun and briefly hesitated before he continued. Master didn't want me to tell you this, but I feel that you should know about it. It has been nearly 20 years, and few people still remember it. Those words made Lin Yun's heart tense because he could roughly guess what Mu Chuan was about to tell him. As Mu Chuan's expression became stern, he said, You roughly guessed it. I will tell you why Jian Jingtian was expelled from the sword sect back then. Pray tell, Lin Yun said. He was curious and baffled why Jian Jingtian was restricted to the fleeting cloud sword sect. After all, Jian Jingtian's talent and comprehension weren't any weaker than Lin Yun's. Jian Jingtian was even stronger than him in some aspects. He would have become a saint if such a genius was still in the sword sect. This is a long story, so let us go through it little by little. Mu Chuan looked at Lin Yun and sorted his thoughts before he sighed. Let's start with the 9 ancient domains. The Kunlun realm is known for having myriad cities, but there are only 9 ancient domains. They are the Ancient Heaven Domain, Ancient Earth Domain, Ancient Profound Domain, Ancient Barren Domain, Ancient Lightning Domain, Ancient Fire Domain, Ancient Ice Domain, Ancient Wind Domain, and the Ancient Saint Domain. Do you know why? I don't. Lin Yun replied honestly. Then we have to start from the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate has existed since ancient times, a sovereign holy land of the divine dragon era. The Dragon Gate has 9 sacred palaces within the 9 ancient domains. The sacred palaces have existed since before the ancient domains. Just what kind of existence is the Dragon Gate? Lin Yun asked. Shaking his head, Mu Chuan replied, I don't know. I've heard bits and pieces from our master that the Dragon Gate might be a sovereign holy land, but they're not domineering. Back in the ancient era or golden era, there were sects and clans comparable to the Dragon Gate, and the Kunlun realm had flourished. The Dragon Gate had no intentions of dominating the Kunlun realm, but they're the undisputed king of the Kunlun realm. That was a great era. Lin Yun couldn't imagine what sort of era that was. He had heard much about the Dragon Gate even when he was in the profound Amber realm. After coming to the Kunlun realm, he found many clues about the Dragon Gate. Even the 9 emperors were related to the Dragon Gate. It was so much so that even the Iris Sword Saint was associated with the Dragon Gate, and he was filled with curiosity for this gate. The Dragon Gate was on the front line in the Golden Era. The 9 sacred palaces became a battlefield for deities and were smashed. The Dragon Gate was destroyed along with the Golden Era in that battle, and the Kunlun realm fell into 100 years of chaos, known as the Darkest Era. Only the rise of the 9 emperors suppressed the Darkest Era. Mu Chuan said, Senior brother's affair is related to the sacred palaces? Lin Yun asked after a brief pondering. That's right. Mu Chuan nodded. The 9 ancient domains each have a sacred palace. The one in the ancient barren domain is called the Ancient Barren Sacred Palace. It might be called a sacred palace, but it's a huge patch of palaces. In that battle, countless palaces fell like stars, piling up on that ancient battlefield. That's a battlefield for deities. Not even saints dared to get close, so that place was sealed off afterward. But over the past 100,000 years, the seal has greatly weakened. The seal will be weakened once every 2 decades, and cultivators under the Samsara Edict realm can enter. During every opening, the 8 powerful sects of the ancient barren domain will send our disciples in to search the ruins. Before the profound sky sect rose, the sword sect managed it, and the sects are still amicable with each other. The competition might be cruel, but it hasn't reached a bloody stage. Mu Chuan sighed as he spoke about it. But everything changed when the profound sky sect rose to power. Everyone within the ancient barren domain knew about Tian Xuanzi's ambitions and intentions to rule the entire ancient barren domain. He didn't bother hiding his motives at all. Since he wanted to rule the entire ancient barren domain, he naturally had to defeat the sword sect. But even if the sword sect had declined, it was still once a holy land, not to mention that the radiant sword saint was around. The sword sect's prestige within the ancient barren domain wasn't something that the profound sky sect could be compared to. When Tian Xuanzi became a saint 500 years ago, his ambitions reached a new height. That was when the chant Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, invincible in the ancient barren domain, started to appear. Every time the ancient barren battlefield opened, the profound sky sect would target the sword sect. The sword sect's disciples would suffer provocation from the profound sky sect each time. Although the 2 sects didn't go to war, their relationship was already like fire and water. The profound sky sect wanted to suppress the sword sect within the ancient barren domain. Since Tian Xuanzi's rise, the profound sky sect became prosperous, far exceeding the sword sect, aside from their foundation. If it weren't for the radiant sword saint's presence, they would have long dominated the entire ancient barren domain. 19 years ago, when the ancient barren battlefield was opened, Jian Jingtian was the one who led the party. Every disciple within the sword sect wanted to suppress the profound sky sect, since the latter had previously suppressed them. The sword sect would suffer heavy casualties, and it was no secret that the profound sky sect was using the ancient barren battlefield to weaken the sword sect. But no one thought that the sword sect's disciples would die a terrible death this time, suffering close to 2/3 of decisible casualties. That's impossible, Lin Yun replied. Jian Jingtian was ranked first on the Dragon Pulse ranking, so it made no sense for the sword sect to suffer such a horrible loss. No one knew what happened at that time. After that, we learned that not too long after they entered the ancient barren battlefield, a junior sister that Jian Jingtian was close to was captured by the Profound Sky sect, thus causing junior brother to be trapped in a region. When the battlefield ended, that junior sister was killed by the Profound Sky sect's disciple. That's... Lin Yun was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that the Profound Sky sect would be so shameless as to threaten Jian Jingtian, thus allowing them to suppress the sword sect's disciples. Not to mention that they killed her when the battlefield was closing. Junior brother couldn't take that lying down, and he began slaughtering the Profound Sky sect alone. He had a treasure that could block the attacks from Samsara Edict Realm experts. When the Profound Sky sect responded, junior brother had already slaughtered nearly 1,000 people. Mu Chuan wore a complicated expression when mentioning that. He naturally supported Jian Jingtian from the bottom of his heart, but Jian Jingtian was too impulsive once you calm down and think about it. In the end, our master appeared and exchanged 3 moves with Tian Xuanzi. That battle also allowed everyone to witness Tian Xuanzi's strength. He and our master were evenly matched, shocking the entire ancient barren domain. Tian Xuanzi's fame rose from then on, and he became the strongest saint under our master. When our master saw that junior brother fell into Tian Xuanzi's hands, both sides could only take one step back. Master expelled junior brother from the sword sect, and Jian Jingtian swore that he would never take a step out from the fleeting cloud sword sect for his entire life. Lin Yun's emotions were down when he heard that. He never thought that his senior brother was toyed with right from the beginning. Even if he killed 1,000 disciples of the Profound Sky sect, it was nothing compared to being expelled from the sword sect. Furious? There's something more. Mu Chuan gulped down another mouthful of blood and wore a bitter expression. What's the matter? Remember when I told you that junior brother didn't cultivate the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra? He cultivated the Grand Firmament Sword Sutra. But how is that possible? Wasn't it long lost? Lin Yun was stumped upon hearing that. That's right. The Grand Firmament Peak's inheritance is long lost, and not even our master can do anything about it. My junior brother relied on his talent to comprehend the Grand Firmament Sword Sutra. If he became a saint, there's a high possibility that he can complete the Great Profound Sword Canon. Mu Chuan's emotions became unstable, and he roared, "Damn it! I've been guessing that it was all planned by that bastard, Tian Xuanzi." It was so much so that he already knew junior brother's actions right from the beginning and allowed him to slaughter the Profound Sky sect's disciples, so that not even our master could do anything about it. Lin Yun's gaze became cold when he heard that. Tian Xuanzi was too vicious. Now that he thought about it, Tian Xuanzi was a disgusting individual when he descended at the fleeting Cloud Sword sect back then. If his master didn't come, he would have probably been killed by Tian Xuanzi. Lin Yun could feel a chill run down his spine because Tian Xuanzi was too terrifying. As long as Tian Xuanzi existed, the sword sect would never have peace. I initially planned to tell you after some time, but I told you beforehand since you ran into Jinju. You have to be careful. You might fall if you're not cautious, no matter how talented you are. Mu Chuan said with a grave expression as he looked at Lin Yun. 20 years have almost passed, so you can learn from Junior B Brothers' experience. I must go to the ancient barren battlefield no matter what? Yes. Even if the Dragon Gate's sacred palaces aren't there, there are all sorts of secrets. Many peerless experts have lost their lives there, and the ghost spirit martial techniques inside can greatly boost the foundation of a sect. Mu Chuan looked at Lin Yun with a grave expression. This is also why the Profound Sky sect can rise so quickly. Lin Yun fell into silence for a long time after hearing that. He never expected that Jian Jingtian would have such a tragic story. Despite his peerless talent, he was toyed with in the hands of Tian Xuanzi and wasted 18 years. If he didn't undo the knot in Jian Jingtian's heart, the latter would probably still be trapped in the Dragon Pulse realm. So Tian Xuanzi wasn't just vicious. Your Divine Firmament Sword Sutra has reached the pinnacle of the third stage. So let me teach you a little trick. Mu Chuan smiled as he changed the topic. What trick? A little something to conceal your aura. Mu Chuan looked at Lin Yun and asked, "Did you notice anything different about me?" Lin Yun wasn't able to sense anything in the beginning. But he was soon surprised because Mu Chuan's aura suddenly dropped to the Dragon Pulse realm. No matter how he looked at it, Mu Chuan now looked like a Dragon Pulse realm expert with no signs of being a king. He naturally knew some tricks about concealing his aura, but he couldn't do it to Mu Chuan's degree. Mu Chuan explained, "This is called black tortoise breathing. This is a technique I saw after risking my life back then, and that technique is called the Divine Tortoise Transformation. If you're interested, I can teach it to you, but it's incomplete, and I can't guarantee how much you can grasp." Black tortoise breathing, Divine Tortoise Transformation? Lin Yun's eyes flickered, and this instantly piqued his interest. It's great if I can perfectly conceal my aura. The black tortoise breathing is a breathing technique, but it's more profound than ordinary tortoise breathing. As for the Divine Tortoise Transformation, this is a dragon spirit cultivation technique related to one of the 4 divine beasts, the black tortoise. Upon reaching a certain realm, not only can you change your aura, but you can also change your appearance. This is a profound transforming technique, smiled Mu Chuan. When it comes to Elysium Core Realm cultivators, they could easily change their appearance, even if they didn't practice any transforming techniques. It was even more apparent for Lin Yun, who had practiced a body refining technique. He could control his skeleton and change his height as he wished. But this method didn't have much meaning because powerful cultivators could see through the transformation with a glance. Just changing one's appearance wasn't impressive, but it was impressive if one could change their appearance and not let anyone see through it. At the very least, Lin Yun could rely on his firmament sword intent to see through the physical body, just like how he sees through the flaws of his opponent's martial techniques. The Divine Tortoise Transformation is a formidable transforming technique. There are rumors that if you can grasp the profundity, even saints won't be able to see through your disguise. Mu Chuan said, "Isn't that a little too heaven-defying?" Lin Yun was shocked. After all, it was a little ridiculous that not even saints could see through the disguise. "Senior brother, have you reached that level?" "Me?" Mu Chuan smiled. "I have no interest in it, so I didn't waste much time on it and lacked a little comprehension. Most importantly, you need a blood essence of a saint demonic beast if you want to reach that level, and it has to be a demonic beast with the bloodline of the black tortoise." When Lin Yun heard that, the flames within his pupils calmed down. He already expected that such a heaven-defying technique required a high threshold. Saint demonic beasts were tough to deal with to begin with, not to mention that it has to be one possessing the bloodline of the divine beast, a black tortoise. Who in their right mind would offend such a powerful demonic beast? "All right, I'll teach you the black tortoise breathing. The threshold shouldn't be difficult for you." Seeing Lin Yun being so emotional, Mu Chuan recovered from his sorrow. The reason why he and their master wasn't willing to tell Lin Yun about Jian Jingtian's story was that they were afraid Lin Yun couldn't accept it. After all, Lin Yun was still young, and it was pretty good that he could divert his attention with the black tortoise breathing. It's just that Mu Chuan didn't know that Jian Jingtian's story was deeply imprinted within Lin Yun's heart. He didn't say anything, but it was deeply engraved within his heart. Half an hour later, Lin Yun had already grasped the black tortoise breathing, and his emotions had calmed down. His aura was like a sleeping tortoise sinking into a particular stagnant stage. Even the stars within his violet palace had dimmed down. Simultaneously, Lin Yun was shocked to discover that after circulating the black tortoise breathing, his exhaustion was practically non-existent. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, he felt like he was an ordinary Elysium Core Realm cultivator. "Very good. No one can see through you if you don't reveal your strength. Even Samsara Edict Realm experts will have to put in more effort to see through you. But ordinary Samsara Edict Realm experts won't pay much attention to you," Mu Chuan said, and he was inwardly shocked. Lin Yun had only spent half an hour to grasp it, which was enough to prove that he had a shocking comprehension. "I feel that if I cultivate it daily, it will transform. It feels like a longevity technique. Lin Yun shared. Is that so? I didn't notice that. I'll transmit the divine tortoise transformation to you, and you can comprehend it when you're free. Mu Chuan took out a tortoise shell from his interspatial bracelet. The tortoise shell had many words engraved on it, making it look profound. I already looked into the tortoise shell for some time, so you can have it. Mu Chuan tossed the tortoise shell to Lin Yun. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Yun rejoiced. After learning the black tortoise breathing, Lin Yun's interest in the divine tortoise transformation increased significantly. 3 days later, they made it back to the sword sect. Mu Chuan carried Feng Ju and went to see Mu Xiankong, while Lin Yun returned to the cloud-soaring peak. When Mu Xiankong saw Mu Chuan, he tossed a letter over. Who wrote it? Tian Xuanzi. Mu Chuan raised his brow and snickered after receiving the letter. So he's both the good and bad person? Tian Xuanzi addressed that Jinju was no longer an elder of the Profound Sky sect 3 months ago, and his actions had nothing to do with the sect. He was only a member of the Nether Divinity clan now. So if the Sword sect was unhappy, the Sword sect could go and look for the Nether Divinity clan. He wouldn't interfere in that, which was more or less the story's content. Tian Xuanzi had received information about Jinju's actions long ago, and was clearly turning a blind eye on purpose. If Jinju could kill Lin Yun, it would definitely be the best. If Jinju couldn't, it had nothing to do with the Profound Sky sect, and there was nothing the Sword sect could do. Most importantly, Lin Yun killed the Nether Divinity clan's realm son, and there was nothing the Sword sect could do about it. We're careless in this matter, said Mu Xiankong. Who could have thought that my metal and martial uncle's painting wouldn't be enough to ensure Lin Yun's safety? Jinju is a good hound. Mu Chuan's face changed. Are we going to let this matter rest? I'll personally make a trip to the Nether Divinity clan. Even if the Nether Divinity clan isn't going to hand Jinju over, I must tell them that Lin Yun is a disciple of my sword sect. Mu Xuankong's eyes coldly flashed with a wisp of killing intent. He was clearly enraged. Jinju's move against Lin Yun was the same as the Nether Divinity clan slapping the sword sect on the face. If news of this gets out, it would significantly damage sword sect's reputation. At that time, it would be havoc if the other ancient saint clans did the same to their other disciples. Even if the sword sect had declined, it wasn't something that the ancient saint clan could humiliate. Not even if it was an ancient saint clan that has received a title from the Divine Dragon era. Mu Chuan's face changed when he heard that, because he didn't think that Mu Xiankong would be so serious. Did Lin Yun really obtain the blue dragon bone? Mu Xiankong asked. He did, and it's also a dragon bone with an innate divine rune. Otherwise, junior brother Feng Ju would be dead by now. Mu Chuan replied. Keep it a secret, at least regarding the innate divine rune. Mu Xiankong said with a grave expression. A divine dragon bone was still fine. Even if the Divine Dragon Empire had it under strict control, some divine bones were still secretly leak out. But a divine bone with a divine rune was an entirely different story. If the Divine Dragon Empire knew about it, they would definitely pressure the sword sect into handing it over. I got it. I have already informed Lin Yun about it along the way back. Mu Chuan nodded. He briefly hesitated before he continued. I already told him about junior brother's story. Mu Xiankong was briefly stunned when he heard that. He sighed. He'd have known about it sooner or later. It doesn't matter to let him know sooner. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak, and Jian Jingtian is tragic. He might have surpassed martial uncle with his potential, but he wasted 20 years. When mentioning Jian Jingtian, Mu Xuankong's pupils were filled with sorrow. Let's just hope that he won't be a second Jian Jingtian, said Mu Chuan. No, Mu Xiankong interrupted. It's us. We can't allow him to become a second Jian Jingtian. I also have responsibility for what happened back then. We can't allow such a tragic reenactment to happen again with Lin Yun, senior brother back then. Mu Chuan felt terrible when he heard that. He knew that Mu Xiankong blamed himself for what happened to Jian Jingtian, but it had nothing to do with Mu Xiankong in reality. I'll go to the Nether Divinity clan and meet their patriarch. If anything happens, you and the other peak masters can handle it. Mu Xiankong interrupted before he soared into the sky. He wanted to stand out for Lin Yun during this visit to the Nether Divinity clan. He wanted to let everyone know that no one could bully a disciple of their sword sect. While Mu Chuan went to meet Mu Xiankong, Lin Yun briefly rested in the cloud-soaring peak before visiting his acquaintances. He first visited the chief disciple of the Divine Firmament Peak, Feng Luan. He gave 2 saint fruits to the latter before paying a visit to Gongsun Yen, Ji Shuxian, Jin Xuani, and others with gifts. At last, when he met Mu Qingxing in the Scarlet Firmament Peak, he gave her 3 saint fruits. What the hell did you do outside? This is a little too unbelievable. 3 saint fruits. Mu Qingxing naturally knew how precious the 3 saint fruits were, and not even Samsara Edict Realm experts could take them out. I'm just lucky. Lin Yun smiled, but he didn't go too in-depth about it. Mu Chuan had informed him beforehand not to reveal anything about the dragon remnant astral realm. It was best not to reveal the blue dragon bone too early, especially since it had an innate divine rune. Why didn't I have such luck? Mu Qingxing said enviously. Nothing can be accomplished by relying on luck alone, and luck often comes with danger. So it's best for you not to have his luck. You only saw his harvest, but have you considered the dangers behind it? A gentle voice echoed. Big sister. Mu Qingxing was first shocked before she rejoiced as she turned around. An elegant lady was standing not too far away. She was Mu Shuiqin. Lin Yun's eyes lit up as he raised his head. He had seen Mu Shuiqin's painting before, but she was better in person. As she walked over, it was like a painting was being unfolded and the beauty was walking out from the painting. Greetings, senior sister Mu. Lin Yun bowed. Mu Shuiqin's words made Lin Yun's first impression of her increase. He nearly died several times, and it wasn't easy to obtain the saint fruits. After all, 90% of the 7 demonic sect's disciples and guests died in the dragon remnant astral realm, which was also dangerous for him. It was indeed his fortune that he could obtain so much harvest, but it was a little too naive for others to think it was all luck. If any other disciple had such an opportunity, they might not even be able to make it out alive. There's no need to be so polite with me. Mu Shuiqin looked at Lin Yun and smiled. I've seen you several times from afar, but this is the first time I'm seeing you close up. Lin Yun was baffled when he heard that, and Mu Qingxing smiled. I told my big sister what you did on the profound Wither Island when I came back, and she has been curious about you. She was watching when you entered the sect, took the test, entered the St. Pool baptism, and competed in the 5 Peaks competition. Her words surprised Lin Yun, and this also made him feel somewhat uneasy. Then again, it didn't feel bad to catch the attention of such a beauty like Mu Shuiqin. Mu Shuiqin glared at Mu Qingxing when she heard what her younger sister said. Even she couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Hee hee. Mu Qingxing stuck her tongue out and changed the topic. Big sister. Why are you back? Where's senior brother Gu and the others? Are they back as well? Senior brother Gu didn't come back this time. Heavenly flames fell from the sky at the God Burial Forest outside the ancient barren domain, revealing a complete ruin. This alarmed all the Dragon Pulse Realm experts within the Eastern Desolation, including Senior Brother Gu and Senior Brother Yi. Mu Shuiqin said. Lin Yun and Mu Qingxing were surprised when they heard that, especially the latter, who had flames blazing within her pupils. The Senior Brother Gu she mentioned should be ranked first on the heaven ranking, Gu Chun. As for Senior Brother Yi, he should be ranked second on the heaven ranking, Yi Qingxian. Regardless of the God Burial Forest, heavenly flames, or ancient ruins, it was hard not for anyone to be tempted. Simultaneously, Lin Yun realized that only those who reached the Dragon Pulse realm could be considered influential figures within the Eastern Desolation's younger generation. Based on his current strength, he couldn't get involved with these opportunities, even if he wanted to. Even Gu Chun and Yi Shenqing might not be the protagonist in this event and merely had the qualifications to participate. Big sister, you're back for the Heavenly Pool Gathering? That's right. The Heavenly Pool Gathering might be an exchange between Elysium Core Realm disciples, but it has to be led by a Dragon Pulse Realm disciple. Senior Brother Gu and Senior Brother Yi aren't free, so I naturally had to rush back. Mu Shuiqin explained. When Lin Yun saw the two sisters happily chatting, he felt awkward while remaining in their presence. He took out all the remaining saint fruits and instructed Yi Qingqing to hand them to Yi Xiling and the others. They were still in seclusion on Saint Mountain. So many? Mu Qingqing and Mu Shuiqin were stumped as they looked at the 30-odd saint fruits that Lin Yun took out. I have to go into seclusion for some time, so I have to trouble Lady Qingqing to hand them to my senior sister and others, said Lin Yun. You don't need them? These saint fruits are special. You can only consume one variety of each. Some attributes contradict each other, and I have already refined the saint fruits I needed. Lin Yun explained. If it weren't for these saint fruits and the divine dragon creation pellet, he wouldn't have been able to make so many breakthroughs in such a short time. He also consumed many saint fruits that were even more precious, but it was a pity that there were too few of them. Take the demon refining fruit, for example. One of them was equivalent to 10 ordinary saint fruits. Oh, okay. Mu Qingqing nodded her head. Oh, right. What kind of gathering is the Heavenly Pool gathering? Lin Yun asked. He probably had to participate in the gathering, but he was in a rush when he previously left the sect, so he didn't have the time to ask Mu Qingqing. There's a treasure within the ancient barren domain called the Dragon Transforming Pool. It's situated at the Heavenly Pool Peak and has incredible effects for Elysium Core Realm disciples who are about to reach the Dragon Pulse Realm. If they can bask in it, there's a high chance they can condense Dragon Origin at the first pulse. So the pool is also called the Dragon Transforming Pool. Every sect wants to own it, but we agreed to hand the management to the Heavenly Pool Manor. A gathering will be held once a year, and each sect will be sending out Elysium Core Realm disciples annually. Amongst them, only those who are outstanding can bask in the Dragon Transforming Pool. In the end, it has turned into a gathering within the ancient barren domain, and many Elysium Core Realm geniuses outside the ancient barren domain come for it every single year. Mu Qingqing explained, and she chuckled. Junior brother Lin, remember not to miss it. The ability to condense Dragon Origin at the first pulse was tempting to any Elysium Core Realm genius. Lin Yun asked, what if that person who basks in it can condense Dragon Origin in the first pulse? To begin with, Mu Qingqing and Mu Shuiqin exchanged a glance because they heard the hidden meaning behind those words. Lin Yun meant that he was confident he could condense his Dragon Origin in the first pulse, which was surprising. If they sensed correctly, Lin Yun seemed to be at the 5-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm right now, so it was practically impossible for him to condense Dragon Origin in the first pulse. Only those who reached the 7-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm could condense Dragon Origin. If that person can condense Dragon Origin by themselves, the benefits of basking in the pool will definitely increase. Mu Shuiqin recovered from her shock and continued, Dragon Origin is different in quantity and quality. I see. Lin Yun's eyes shone brightly with great interest. Suddenly, a dazzling sword ray exploded from the sect's hall and lit up the entire sword sect. The 5 peak masters, elders, and disciples were alarmed by this sword ray. When they raised their heads, they saw a dazzling sword ray flying over their heads. Sect Master! What is he trying to do? The Sect Master is leaving? What powerful sword intent! Everyone was shocked that the Sect Master would leave the sect in such a high-profile manner. This was really rare, not to mention that they could sense a wisp of killing intent in that sword intent. By connecting this event to the Radiant Sword Saint descending on the Netherworld Hall, everyone within the Sword Sect knew this wasn't a simple matter. What's going on? Mu Qingqing kept her smile with a hint of concern in her pupils. This was the first time she saw her father having such a terrifying killing intent, not to mention that he didn't bother concealing it. The killing intent even contained a torrential fury. Mu Shuiqin was silent. She felt that her father was going out to establish the sword sect's prestige. When she turned to look at Lin Yun, she began to wonder if this matter was connected to him after seeing the change in his expression. On the other hand, Lin Yun was shocked beyond words. If he wasn't wrong, this should be related to his assassination attempt by Jinju. He had thought that the sword sect would take revenge, but he didn't expect that the sect master would personally make a move. Moreover, judging from the sect master's aura, the sect master clearly wanted everyone in the Eastern Desolation to know about this, and he had no intention of keeping a low profile. Junior brother Lin, is this related to you? Mu Shuiqin ultimately asked. I don't know. Lin Yun shook his head. He wasn't very confident that this was related, so he couldn't answer her. He also didn't know if Mu Xiankong was going to the Profound Sky Sect or the Nether Divinity Clan. But there was no doubt that those two were colossal forces. But Mu Xiankong had no hesitation in his sword intent, and his killing intent was enough to prove that blood would be shed on this trip. Mu Xiankong didn't say anything to him, but this meant more than any amount of words. After all, Mu Xiankong wasn't his master, but his protection for him wasn't at all inferior to his master's. Lin Yun's eyes were watery as he remembered what Mu Xiankong had said. Mu Chuan told him that the sword sect wouldn't allow what happened to Jian Jingtian 18 years ago to reenact on him, and no one could bully him as long as the sword sect stood for a day. This touched a sore spot in Lin Yun's heart because the sect master kept his promise. If he had a choice, he didn't want the sword sect to take revenge for this because this wasn't related to the sword sect but his personal grudges. But the sect master still chose to take revenge for him. Lin Yun was in a daze as he looked in the direction that Mu Xiankong left. Junior brother Lin? Junior brother Lin? The sisters exchanged a glance and were both surprised. They didn't expect the change in Lin Yun's emotions would be greater than theirs when the sect master left. Could it be that there was something they didn't know about? When Lin Yun came to his senses, he smiled. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first and be in seclusion for some time. The two sisters nodded while falling into deep thoughts, looking at Lin Yun's silhouette. Big sister, don't you feel that junior brother Lin has changed a lot? This is weird, but I can't describe it in words. It looks like he's more concerned about father leaving the sect than us. Mu Qingqing was baffled as she held onto her chin. He became more unfathomable, and I feel that his cultivation isn't just at the 5-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. Mu Shuiqin replied. Are you serious? I remember that he was only at the pinnacle 2-star Heavenly Elysium core realm when he left the sect. It's already unbelievable that he can reach the 5-star Heavenly Elysium core realm in just 4 months. Mu Qingqing exclaimed. Can it be that I'm wrong? Mu Shuiqin fell into deep thoughts. I might be wrong. Let's put that aside for now. I'll go around and ask why my father left the sect. Regardless of whether it was Mu Shuiqin or Mu Qingqing, they were both nervous and could only toss the change on Lin Yun's face aside. Back on the Divine Firmament Peak, Lin Yun came to Marshal Hall's nether palace. In the sealed palace, there was a gray-clothed elder with his face covered in wrinkles. Greetings, Marshal Uncle. Lin Yun cupped his hands. MHM? The old man glanced at Lin Yun. He wasn't bothered initially, but he was soon shocked and smiled. It looks like that lad Mu Chuan taught you the black tortoise breathing. Marshal Uncle also knows about this breathing technique? After all, it's connected to the inheritance of the black tortoise. Mu Chuan discussed it with me, but it's a pity that I can't see through that tortoiseshell, and I feel that an opportunity is needed to complete it. The old man smiled. When he was done speaking, he looked at Lin Yun. Why did you come to look for me? I'm here for the next section of the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. Lin Yun replied. You condensed the nether sword seed? Yeah. Take a look, Marshal Uncle. Lin Yun formed seals with his hands, and a 12-petaled nether flower appeared between them when he was done. There was a sword that looked simple and vivid with the flower bud. The divine nether sword. Not bad. The old man smiled. He was smiling from the bottom of his heart this time, which made Lin Yun's heart tremble. This was because his martial uncle looked older than his master. This made him think of his master and Mu Xiankong, who probably went to take revenge for him. He knew that he owed the sword sect a lot, and the fluctuation within his emotions made the sword start to tremble, appearing like it would collapse at any time. What are you thinking about? The old man glared at Lin Yun and waved his hand as all the petals flew into his body. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Lin Yun scratched his head. He soon cleared his mind because he was here for the next section of the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. His martial uncle might not hand it to him if his performance wasn't good. Looking at the state of your heart, Come and look for me after you've reached the Dragon Pulse realm. The old man said. Lin Yun's emotions fell to rock bottom, and he couldn't say a word when he heard that. What happened? Share them with me. Why do you have so much hidden within your heart at such a young age? The old man revealed an amicable smile. Don't worry. I can't leave the Nether Palace, so I can keep your secrets. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun shared his experience with his martial uncle, starting from the Dragon Remnant astral realm. I see. Looks like senior brother doesn't have much time left. The old man sighed. When he looked at Lin Yun, he smiled because Lin Yun looked like pure jade in his eyes. Martial uncle, is it hard for master to make a breakthrough? Lin Yun asked nervously. Dustlight didn't answer that question and changed the topic. I know that you have many things pent up within your heart. Are you feeling helpless? Regardless if it was towards Fengju, your master, or Mu Shenkong. Many things have started because of you, but you can do nothing to help. Martial uncle. Lin Yun looked at the old man because those words struck the depth of his soul, as if he was being seen through. You silly lad. The old man smiled. My senior brother has protected the sword sect for 2,000 years after he became a saint. Even now that he's only left with a few years, he's still trying his best. Mu Shenkong is the sect master but still left the sect in a fury. Fengju's talent is lacking, but he put his life on the line to protect you. Do you know why? Why? For the sword sect, the old man answered. 8,000 years of reign with our halo enveloping 90,000 miles. As long as the moon exists, the sword sect never dies. 3,000 years ago, when the sword sect fell from being a holy land, every disciple was required to make that oath when they joined the sect to bring the sword sect back to a holy land one day. They see hope in you and will naturally do their best to help you. Regardless of whether it's my senior brother, Mu Shenkong, or Fengju, they're doing their best to bring the sword sect back to being a holy land. This is the Tao of the sword sect and the Tao of swordsmen like us. As swordsmen, we just wish to have a clear conscience. Lin Yun's eyes flickered, and his emotions recovered a little. Lin Yun, let me ask you, do you have guilt in your heart? Let's not mention guilt towards the sword sect. I only want to ask if you feel guilty about the sword in your hand. Lin Yun wanted to reply, but he soon thought of something, and flames blazed in his pupils. Wielding the flower burial sword, he said without a hint of hesitation in his tone. I have no guilt. Since the sword sect didn't wrong you and you didn't wrong the sword in your hand, why are you so worried, then? The old man smiled. Thank you, martial uncle. Lin Yun's thoughts have cleared up, and he found his heart as a swordsman becoming brighter than before. Take it. The Dragon Pulse Realm and Samsara Edict Realm sections of the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra correspond to the 4th to the 12th stages. The old man waved his hand and handed 2 scrolls to Lin Yun with a grave expression. The Samsara Edict Realm section as well? Lin Yun exclaimed. It's so that you don't keep making a trip over. But if you want to visit me, I will welcome you anytime. The old man smiled. Lin Yun suddenly recalled something right then and asked, I previously ran into the Netherworld Hall's disciples and realized that their cultivation techniques are somewhat similar to the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. Haha. The old man smiled when Lin Yun mentioned the Netherworld Hall. Have you seen the name of this palace? Lin Yun was instantly alarmed because both names were similar in terms of words. Was that a coincidence? The Netherworld Hall was a branch of the Sword Sect 3,000 years ago. The current Hall Master of the Netherworld Hall is a traitor of the Sword Sect. But he's pretty impressive with his own encounters and became the chief of the 7 demonic sections. Dustlight explained. Do you know why senior brother is so furious? A traitor actually dared to lay their hands on the Sword Sect's disciple. Lin Yun was surprised because he didn't know that there was a story hidden behind this matter. Don't overthink about it and cultivate. Just like what you answered me. Don't let the sword in your hand down. Dustlight said. Thank you, martial uncle. Lin Yun stowed the scrolls. He didn't head for the cloud-soaring peak but the celestial observing stage. When he placed the sword box down, the entire mountain swayed. He planned to go into seclusion till the heavenly pool gathering. He raised his head to see the sea of clouds where Yu Qingfeng sliced off two peaks 3,000 years ago. 3,000 years later, the sword ray left behind by Yu Qingfeng had remained to benefit the sword sect's disciples. The sword sect had their own pride and believed that the sword sect's disciples would make a comeback. What martial Uncle Dustlight said was right. Regardless of his master, sect master, Fengju, or the other disciples, they were all doing what they could. After passing through the sea of clouds, Lin Yun could feel himself falling, and it didn't take long for him to land on the celestial observing lake. Upon placing the flower burial sword to the side, Lin Yun sat with his legs crossed and eyes closed. Meanwhile, the entire ancient barren domain was in an uproar because there was a blazing sun in the sky wherever Mu Xiankong moved. Since two suns have simultaneously appeared in the sky, this was a scene that could shock anyone, not to mention that one of the suns was traveling swiftly, and there seemed to be a person within the sun. The kings and saints of the various forces could clearly see the person within the sun, and that person was the sword sect's sect master, Mu Xiankong. This instantly lit the ancient barren domain, including the other powerful sections. Even the saints became nervous. After all, this was the first time Mu Xiankong had left the sword sect after becoming a saint. Not to mention that everyone could sense Mu Xiankong's killing intent and rage that he didn't bother hiding. What's Mu Xiankong trying to do? Is he going to start a fight between saints? It had been years since there was a battle between saints within the ancient barren domain. The Nether Divinity clan was the leader of the ancient barren domain's 10 saint clans. They received a title from the Divine Dragon era and were situated northwest of the ancient barren domain. There was no doubt that they were an overlord force. It might be a clan, but they also recruit disciples. In terms of their strength, they weren't inferior to the ancient barren domain's 8 powerful forces. Even if they weren't as strong as the 8 powerful forces, no sect dared to do anything to the Nether Divinity clan just because they were bestowed a title from the Divine Dragon Empire. If any force wanted to do anything to the Nether Divinity clan, they must consider the Divine Dragon Empire. After all, only 10 clans within the Kunlun realm have received a title from the Divine Dragon Empire. The Nether Divinity clan was massive, which was why they were comparable to powerful sections. In the Nether Divinity Hall, the patriarch of the Nether Divinity clan, Qin Xiao, was discussing Jin Ju's matter with the clan's elders. Qin Xiao was the strongest expert on the surface of the Nether Divinity clan and became a saint 800 years ago. Moreover, he had been controlling the Nether Divinity clan for close to a millennium. But he didn't look old, judging from his middle-aged appearance. As for the other elders, they were all Pinnacle Samsara Edict Realm experts. This was a powerful formation within the entire Eastern Desolation, and this was just an ordinary clan meeting. Within the ancient barren domain, all the powerful forces knew that the Qin Saint clan, which received a title from the Divine Dragon Empire, definitely had more than one saint. They were deep and unfathomable. In addition to their connection between the Profound Sky Sect and Qin Saint clan, the Nether Divinity clan was the undisputed overlord of the Northwest. Aside from the Profound Valley, which was also a powerful force, no one within the Northwest could contend with them. Grand Elder, have you arranged Jin Ju's way out? Qin Xiao asked, looking at the gray-clothed old man seated on his left. This old man was the Grand Elder of the Qin clan and the second strongest expert on the surface of the clan. Patriarch, it has already been arranged, Qin Xiao replied. He should have reached the Nether Divinity clan by now. Even if the Radiant Sword Saint makes a move, no one can threaten Jin Ju's safety. I'll get someone to fetch him once this matter settles down. Well done. Qin Xiao wore a satisfied smile on his face. Jin Ju might not share the same surname as us, but there's no doubt about his loyalty to the Qin Saint clan. He even placed his life at risk when trying to assassinate Lin Yun. So we have to protect him no matter what. Otherwise, no one will risk their lives for us anymore, and no one will be loyal to us. It's a pity about Jin Ju. He was only one step away from becoming a law-enforcing elder in the Profound Sky Sect. It's even more of a pity that he failed to kill that bastard. The Sword Sect has been overstepping their boundaries in recent years. Even the other powerful sects must give our Qin Saint clan some face. Does the Sword Sect still think that they're a holy land? Back on the heavenly path, none of the powerful sects dared to accept Lin Yun due to their intimidation, but only the Sword Sect was an exception. The Sword Sect took Lin Yun away by force, and the Nether Divinity clan didn't forget this grudge at all. Humph! A cold light flashed across Qin Zhao's pupils. He had been unhappy with the Sword Sect for a long time. The Nether Divinity Realm son was his great-great-grandson. Although Qin Zhao had a lot of great-great-grandsons, the fact that one could become the Nether Divinity Realm son was enough to prove how outstanding that great-great-grandson of his was. They got him to partake on the heavenly path to obtain fame and fortune, paving the way for him in the Kunlun realm. The reason why the Nether Divinity Realm son entered the heavenly path was to become the champion. Since ancient times, those who could become the champion on the heavenly path all had the potential to become a saint after arriving in the Kunlun realm. Qin Zhao spent so much effort to pave the way for his great-great-grandson, but it went down the drain because of Lin Yun. So this was undoubtedly a humiliation for Qin Zhao, and the fact that the Sword Sect took Lin Yun away was another slap to his face. That bastard, Tian Xuanzi, is too much. If he had personally made a move, that bastard would have already been dead. Qin Zhao complained. Facing Qin Xian's complaint, none of the elders dared to utter a word. But Qin Zhao didn't stop complaining. It looks like that bastard forgot who supported him in the Profound Sky sect back then. Without the Nether Divinity clan, would he be able to come this far? The act of Tian Xuanzi expelling Jin Ju from the Profound Sky sect naturally made Qin Zhao unhappy. Not to mention Qin Song's matter. In his eyes, Qin Song was no different from a traitor to the clan. Qin Song was clearly a disciple of the Qin Saint clan, but he didn't place the clan's interests in his eyes. On the Profound Wither Island, Qin Song should have immediately killed Lin Yun. Elder, should we come up with a solution for this matter? What solution? The Sword Sect might come after us. After all, they're once a holy land, and a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Ha ha ha! Qin Zhao laughed when he heard that. He disdainfully replied, "A skinny camel is bigger than a horse? Them? Who dares to come after us? The Radiant Sword Saint or Mu Shenkong? The Radiant Sword Saint is just a dying old man who doesn't have much time left. As for Mu Shenkong, he was still playing with mud when I became a saint. He's nothing in my eyes. The Sword Sect will be annihilated sooner or later. Mu Shenkong should rejoice that I didn't go after him, but you're concerned that he'll come after me? He wouldn't dare even if I lend him my guts," Qin Zhao said in a confident and fearless tone. The Nether Divinity clan might still have a gap in their strength when compared to the Sword Sect, but they're a saint clan that has received a title from the Divine Dragon Empire, not to mention that they had allied with the Profound Sky sect. Most importantly, they had the entire Divine Dragon Empire backing them up. Qin Zhao might not have the guts to ask the Sword Sect to hand over Lin Yun, but he didn't believe that the Sword Sect would dare to come after him. Anyone else might come, but the Sword Sect had long declined in his eyes. Once the Radiant Sword Saint passes away, the Sword Sect would be annihilated. 300 years ago, after Mu Shenkong became a saint, he stayed within the Sword Sect without taking a step out. "I'm afraid his name as a saint doesn't hold much weight," smiled the Grand Elder, Qin Ju. "He might be a fake saint. The rules in the ancient Baron domain should have changed a long time ago. Only Tian Xuanzi has the patience to insist on waiting for the Radiant Sword Saint's passing. It's fine if he doesn't come, but if he dares to come, I'll destroy his name," Qin Zhao arrogantly said. Sword Sect's Mu Shenkong wishes to meet the current patriarch of the Nether Divinity clan. When a resounding voice echoed, the entire Nether Divinity clan began to tremble as the hundreds of floating palaces swayed. It was as though they would collapse in the next moment. Nearly 100,000 people within the Nether Divinity clan were horrified to discover a sun suddenly appear in the sky, and the source of that voice came from the sun. "What's going on? Mu Shenkong. Why is the Sword Sect's sect master here? Is that really a sun? Isn't this a little too terrifying?" The entire Nether Divinity clan was shocked, and all the disciples under the Samsara Edict realm felt dizzy. They had difficulty standing firmly on the ground. Simultaneously, a boundless sword intent descended from the sky. The sword intent was so terrifying that the Nether Divinity clan's layers of Saint spiritual arrays didn't have any effects. He's really here? Everyone within the main hall exchanged glances, and they were all dumbfounded. After all, they were just discussing this matter a moment ago, and none of them had placed Mu Xiankong in their eyes. But when they really heard Mu Xuankong's voice, they couldn't conceal the fear within their pupils. Patriarch, Mu Xiankong is here. Countless people flew into the sky from different directions and gathered towards the main hall. No one dared to reply to those words because they would have to face Mu Xiankong and could clearly sense the killing intent radiating from the latter. Who would dare to step forth at this moment? If they fought Mu Xiankong, they wouldn't know how they died. So the entire hall fell into dead silence as countless gazes were fixed on the patriarch, Qin Xiao. On the other hand, Qin Xiao's face had become extremely ugly. Sword Sex Mu Xiankong wishes to meet the current patriarch of the Nether Divinity clan. This time, Mu Xuankong's voice contained his sword intent, and it became even more terrifying. As his voice echoed, all the kings in the main hall, aside from those who reached the pinnacle of Samsara Edict realm, threw out a mouthful of blood. 10 floating palaces fell from the sky when that voice echoed this time. Not long later, the entire Nether Divinity clan was in a mess, with everyone in a pathetic state. The whole place was covered in a cloud of dust, with groups of palaces collapsing. In the main hall, everyone's faces were ugly because Mu Xiankong didn't give them any face and immediately made a move. That Mu Xiankong really dared to come here. Qin Xiao flew into a rage. He quickly left the hall and soared into the sky with all the elders following him. It didn't take long for the group to appear above the Nether Divinity clan, and they were having a face-off with Mu Xiankong, who was 1,000 meters away. Mu Xiankong, what is the mean of this? Are you bullying my Nether Divinity clan's ordinary disciples as a saint? What are you trying to do here? If you don't explain today, I won't let you off so easily, Qin Xiao coldly said. Mu Xiankong didn't give him any face. His action was the same as slapping the Nether Divinity clan on the face. Who knew how many people were watching in the dark, and the Nether Divinity clan's prestige would fall if he didn't handle this matter well. As Mu Xiankong walked out from the sun, he was basking in golden light with a scarlet longsword hovering before him. He was looking at Qin Xiao and asked, "Where is he?" Qin Xiao's face changed when he heard that, and his aura instantly dropped. He replied, "I have no idea what you're talking about. You don't know?" Rage flashed across Mu Xuankong's pupils. He ran out of patience after trying to talk to Qin Xiao and quickly waved his right hand. As boundless flames surged from the 4 directions, waves of solar sword intent combined with his saint aura swept out. Everything happened too quickly. The remaining floating palaces in the Nether Divinity clan were all destroyed. Although several spiritual arrays rose from beneath the Nether Divinity clan and overlapped, the spiritual arrays still couldn't stop Mu Xuankong's attacks. As Saint runes began to shatter, a small portion of the Nether Divinity clan was turned into ruins. This instantly left all the Nether Divinity clan's disciples dumbfounded. Such terrifying power had far exceeded their imagination, and it made no sense for a saint to be so frightening. To destroy the layers of spiritual arrays that the Nether Divinity clan was proud of as though they were paper with a wave of the hand. Before Mu Xiankong, the spiritual arrays couldn't even pose any effect. Mu Xiankong! Qin Xiao flew into a rage, with his face instantly becoming black. He roared, "Is the Sword Sect going to wage war with the Nether Divinity clan? Why not?" Mu Xiankong raised his brow. Qin Xiao's words were choked in his throat, and he couldn't say a word. This was because Mu Xiankong didn't hesitate to say those words, and he couldn't figure out where Mu Xiankong got the confidence to say those words. "I'll ask you again. Where is he?" Mu Xiankong questioned as he glared at Qin Xiao. His sword intent began to frantically rise, and the scarlet longsword hovering before him also began to tremble. His hair was violently fluttering in the wind as he became enveloped in a killing aura. Based on the current aura he released, no one dared look him straight in the eyes. "Mu Xiankong, don't push it. I've become a saint long before you did, and you're still a child when I became a saint. Qin Shao mocked while gritting his teeth. I'm the sect master of the sword sect. Who gave you the right to call me by my name? Mu Xiankong replied as his sword aura swept out. Facing Mu Xuankong's aura, Qin Shao was forced to take several steps back, while those who were behind him were sent flying away, throwing out mouthfuls of blood. I'll ask you one last time. Where is he? Mu Xiankong took a step forth, and the scarlet longsword before him began to vibrate even more violently. The scarlet longsword was like a dragon trying to break free from its shackles as it began to accumulate its aura. Simultaneously, sword vibrations that sounded like saint music echoed within the area. Since Qin Shao suffered a loss, his face turned back, and he mocked, Mu Xiankong, I'll tell you where he is. He's already in the Divine Dragon Empire by now. Aren't you the sect master of the sword sect? Aren't you almighty? Then go to the Divine Dragon Empire and kill him, if you have the guts. When Mu Xiankong heard that, his face became dark, and he coldly said, You're really fearless. Do you think that I'll let this matter rest so easily? Since he's not around, you can use your life. Instead, as Mu Xiankong held onto his sword, a massive sun rose behind him. The sun was emitting a dazzling radiance that outshone all the light in this world, giving off the feeling that an apocalypse was about to descend. When a blazing heat swept out and enveloped this world, it suddenly felt scorching for everyone. Mu Xiankong hadn't drawn his sword for 300 years, nor did he take a step out of the sword sect for the past 300 years. But today, Mu Xiankong wanted to slay saints by drawing his sword. Qin Zhao's face sank when Mu Xiankong wielded his sword. At this moment, he was finally sure that Mu Xiankong had come to kill, and he didn't mind waging war with the Nether Divinity clan. But this was something that made him feel that this was unbelievable. This made no sense at all. Lin Yun wasn't dead, and the Nether Divinity clan wasn't weak, either. Not to mention that the sword sect had long declined. There weren't any benefits for the sword sect to offend a saint clan. So what gives? Mu Xiankong, you want to kill me over one Lin Yun? Qin Shao questioned, and a painting unfolded behind him as his constellation opened up. This was a bronze mountain, and the top of the bronze mountain had a black palace radiating brightly. Around the constellation, countless laws were rippling out in space. After Qin Shao summoned his constellation, Qin Zhao's saint aura exploded, blocking the boundless aura that Mu Xiankong was releasing. What else? Do you want me to suck it up? Do you want me to compromise so that you can keep testing my bottom line? Since I, Mu Xiankong, made my decision, I won't change my mind. Mu Xiankong had no intention of compromising with Qin Shao, who became a saint long before him. Don't forget that your cultivation is lower than mine, Qin Shao said coldly while looking at Mu Xiankong. He pointed with his finger, unleashing a black fireball that was filled with a terrifying chill as it shot towards Mu Xiankong. This might seem like a simple finger, but it was a dragon spirit martial technique of the Nether Divinity clan, the Flaming Dragon Finger. Only those who reached the Samsara Edict realm could exhibit a terrifying power. In the hands of saints, it possessed a terrifying destructive might. But facing Qin Shao, Mu Xiankong drew his sword by half an inch, unleashing a terrifying sword ray that shone brightly. The radiance lit up the entire Nether Divinity clan and half the northwest of the ancient Barren domain. Within a 100-mile radius, it was brightly lit like the day. When the black flaming dragon flew towards Mu Xiankong, it was shattered by the sword ray. Qin Shao, it has been 800 years since you became a saint. Is that all you got? Mu Xiankong raised his eyebrow with contempt flashing across his pupils. He was looking down on Qin Shao as the sect master of the sword sect. Qin Zhao's face changed as he waved his hand, and the black palace within his constellation rose into the sky. In the next second, countless starlights and runes gathered on the black palace, making the black palace seem even more terrifying. As the entire world turned dark, the blazing sun behind Mu Xiankong was gradually being devoured by the darkness. The Nether Divinity Palace. It has been 100 years since it last appeared. Is a saint battle going to take place? The saints from the northwest of the ancient barren domain all looked in the Nether Divinity clan's direction with shock on their faces. Although all the sects have been competing fiercely within the ancient barren domain, a saint battle had never occurred before, especially since the profound Sky sect and Sword sect were like fire and water. Unless it concerned the survivability of their sect, the saints of the various sects wouldn't make a move, and it had already become a rapport between the sections. This was because becoming a saint wasn't easy, and no saint would want to risk their life by dying. But today, a saint battle took place. Scarlet firmament, Mu Xiankong said, and the long sword in his hand manifested into a blazing golden light that tore apart the darkness and collided with the Black Palace. The collision was piercing, making everyone's eardrums hurt, and they became deaf. This instantly enveloped everyone in fear because this was a battle between two saints, and this wasn't a battle that they could watch. Everyone from the Nether Divinity clan immediately fled, wanting to leave this region. Some Dragon Pulse Realm experts had quietly fled when they saw Mu Xiankong. The collision echoed loudly, sounding as though stars were about to collapse. As the Black Palace shattered into countless fragments, the fragments looked like black fireballs that fell onto the ground. If they allowed the Black Palace's fragments to fall, it would definitely destroy the 1,000 years of roots of the Nether Divinity clan. Not to mention that the one who made a move was the sect master of the Sword sect. How is this possible? Xianxia was shocked. That Black Palace was called the Nether Divinity Palace, and it wasn't easy to refine it. But it was nothing before Mu Xiankong. It was destroyed with one sword. Mu Xiankong, you're courting death. Xianxia finally lost it. He took out a long spear, a rare Glory Saint artifact with Glory Fire and Glory Ice spirits engraved on it. This spear had 3,500 stars engraved on it. This 1,000-star Glory Saint artifact was called the Divine Radiant Spear. This was the treasure of the Nether Divinity clan, and only the Patriarch could wield it. If it were pushed to the limit, it would possess the might of shattering space. But it wasn't easy to push it to the limit. When the spear appeared in Xianxiao's hand, he charged toward Mu Xiankong without any hesitation. Simultaneously, a black membrane appeared from the Nether Divinity clan below, blocking the Nether Divinity Palace's fragments. No matter how ferociously the fragments fell, they couldn't break through the membrane. The Nether Divinity Sky Sealing Array, everyone exclaimed. This was also why the Nether Divinity clan was the leader of all the saint clans within the ancient barren domain. When the Nether Divinity Sky Sealing Array was activated, two powerful auras soared out from the black membrane. They were two elders, emitting terrifying saint auras that were even stronger than Xianxiao's. 3 saints. A saint clan actually has 3 saint clans? It looks like this Nether Divinity clan isn't simple. If you include the saints guarding the War Realm, this means that the Nether Divinity clan's number of saints has reached a terrifying number of 5. The 2 figures were the ancestors of the Qin Saint clan, who were over 2,000 years old. This meant that they didn't have much lifespan left, and they were usually in seclusion trying to make a breakthrough and practically wouldn't appear in public. But they were forced to step out this time. Clearly, the Nether Divinity clan was forced to a dead end. 3 saints. I'm afraid it'll be hard for Mu Xiankong to leave. He underestimated the foundation of the Nether Divinity clan. He's too naive, wanting to slay a saint by himself. That's right. It would be more likely to happen if the Radiant Sword Saint were to come here. If this matter isn't handled well, the Sword Sect's reputation will fall greatly, even if the Radiant Sword Saint comes in the end. The Samsara Edict Realm elders of the powerful sects sent here to watch were exclaiming amongst themselves. The 2 ancestors of the Qin Saint clan were named Azure Flame Saint Lord and Indigo Thunder Saint Lord. One was proficient in the Tao of Flame, and the other was proficient in the Tao of Thunder. They didn't hesitate to soar into the sky and make a move. The Azure Flame Saint Lord pushed his palm forth, with torrential sacred flames converging to form a gigantic palm that reached for Mu Xiankong's head. This palm was terrifying, with fine cracks spreading out in the space, and the length of each crack reached a few thousand miles. Flames fell from the cracks like rain. If a Samsara Edict Realm expert dared to walk over at this moment, it would be easier for them to comprehend the Tao of Flame. But they would be even more afraid because Samsara Edict Realm experts would suffocate if they dared to step forth. Just the flames that splashed on the ground were enough to claim their lives. After all, a saint's power wasn't something anyone could imagine. The Indigo Thunder Saint Lord also didn't hesitate to attack as he drew his blade. Countless laws of thunder poured into the blade. This was a saint's power, since only saints could use laws. Law was profound, and it wasn't something that Samsara Edict Realm experts could comprehend. The three saints combined their forces to deal with Mu Xiankong, who became a saint 300 years ago. If the Radiant Sword Saint doesn't come today, we'll kill this person. There's no need to spare his life, but I need the help of two ancestors. Qin Xiao let out a breath after he received the help of two Saint Lords, and he instantly got his confidence back. Even if he had brought out a Glory Saint artifact, it was still taxing for him to face Mu Xuankong's sword. Dissolving heaven. Mu Xiankong swung his sword to sever the gigantic flaming palm. When he swung his sword, it unleashed a terrifying light that could melt heaven. The blazing sword ray gave off the feeling that it could dissolve everything in the world. It looked like the sky had suddenly disappeared, making everyone feel afraid. When Mu Xuankong's sword collided with the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord's blade, the sword ray easily destroyed the thunder law on the latter's blade. As the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord let out a ferocious roar, his constellation appeared behind him to support the thunder law in his blade. The outcome of their clash was instantly determined as the lightning gathered by Indigo Thunder Saint Lord shattered. When Mu Xuankong's sword knocked the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord's blade away, his sword fell onto the ladder, sending the ladder flying and throwing out a mouthful of blood. Mu Xuankong's sword ray easily destroyed the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord's saint armor and left behind a terrifying wound on the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord's body. The wound made the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord's saint blood rain down like a heavy downpour. All the Samsara Edict Realm and Saint Realm experts who were watching the battle from afar were shocked. They were completely dumbfounded and could feel a terrifying chill coursing down their spines. Just like that, a saint that has lived for 2,000 years was sent flying away by Mu Xiankong with his blood raining down like a heavy downpour. You've only cultivated for 300 years. So how can your grasp in the law be so terrifying? The Indigo Thunder Saint Lord stared at Mu Xiankong. After all, he was from the same era as the Radiant Sword Saint and had witnessed when the Radiant Sword Saint's name shook the entire Eastern Desolation. Today, he could see the Radiant Sword Saint's silhouette on Mu Xiankong. When he raised his head and exchanged a glance with the Azure Flame Saint Lord, they both had a wisp of fear flashing across their pupils. Mu Xiankong was donned in a crimson robe and the Scarlet Saint's sword in his hand vibrated incessantly. After the sword had basked in the blood of a saint, it became even sharper. Meanwhile, Qin Zhao's face was hideous. Just a moment ago, he was confident, thinking he could easily subdue Mu Xiankong with the help of two ancestors. But they never expected that Mu Xiankong would resolve this crisis so quickly. I'm here to kill Qin Xiao today. If the two of you insist on standing in my way, I won't mind teaching you two how the word death is written. Mu Xiankong said coldly as he looked at the two Saint Lords with their brows raised. When the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord and Azure Flame Saint Lord heard Mu Xiankong's words, their hearts couldn't help sinking. Mu Xiankong was too similar to the Radiant Sword Saint, regardless of whether it was their temperament or words. Ancestors, don't be scared by his words. He's just a junior who became a saint 300 years ago. He left the sword sect after 300 years and wanted to use me to sharpen his sword. I don't believe that he has that capability. I'm confident that he won't be able to use that sword again. Qin Zhao's face sank as he pushed the Glory Saint artifact in his hand to the limit, and 3,000 stars appeared above his head. The starlight enveloped Qin Zhao's figure, and his radiance was even more dazzling than the sun behind Mu Xiankong. The Glory Saint artifact. It looks like Qin Xiao isn't simple, since he's able to unleash the full power of the Glory Sword artifact in such a short time. The Glory Saint artifact is too powerful in the hands of a saint. All the Samsara Edict Realm experts were shocked. Divine Radiance! Qin Xiao roared, allowing the radiance in his spear to shatter the 36 layers of heaven. The power of the Glory Saint artifact then turned into countless streaks of light, emitting a destructive power as he charged in Mu Xuankong's direction. Mu Xiankong, do you think you're the second Radiant Sword Saint? You're really unlucky to come to my Nether Divinity clan alone. Today, I'll show you the true power of a Glory Saint artifact. Even if the Radiant Sword Saint arrives, I'll destroy your reputation. The 36 layers of heaven cracked as the light streaked across the horizon. The 7,000 streaks of light converged and emitted a terrifying power. The power was so terrifying that it could even tear space apart. As boundless spatial fragments raged like a violent tornado, even saints were terrified when they saw this scene. But Mu Xiankong hovered in the air as streaks of light fell from the sky and formed into an invisible domain. Sparks flew when the spatial fragments collided with the domain, and the spatial fragments couldn't even touch the corner of Mu Xuankong's clothes. The sword domain. Qin Shao back down. Quickly, the Azure Flame Saint Lord and Indigo Thunder Saint Lord exclaimed with their faces changed. As a sword mark bloomed on Mu Xuankong's forehead, space was torn apart as though it was going to throw out a blazing sun. When Qin Shao felt uncertain, a sword ray broke through the 36 layers of heaven and descended, eradicating all the saint radiance and laws around Qin Shao. Slice! A voice echoed beside his ears as Mu Xuankong's sword pierced through his heart, destroying his saint origin. This instantly made Qin Shao panic, and he yelled, "No! No! No!" When another sword ray flashed, Qin Zhao's head flew away. After Mu Xiankong sheathed his sword, he grabbed onto Qin Zhao's head and glanced at the two Saint Lords. His gaze terrified the two Saint Lords and they stepped a few thousand miles back. They were both intimidated by Mu Xuankong's guts and strength. Just like that, the Qin Saint clan's patriarch was slain, and the two ancestors didn't even dare to utter a word. This made the entire Nether Divinity clan fall into silence. The spectators were shocked, and no one dared to say a word. At this moment, Mu Xiankong had become taboo. He stayed in the Sword Sect after he became a saint 300 years ago. When he left the Sword Sect for the first time after 3,000 years, his sword had basked in the blood of a saint. Mu Xiankong was walking within the clouds while holding on to Qin Zhao's head. He hadn't go easy on Qin Shao. Many spectators, including some Samsara Edict Realm experts, couldn't understand the battle between saints. This was why Mu Xiankong slowed down his speed. He wanted to let everyone know that no one can humiliate or bully the Sword Sect. Since Qin Shao dared to order Jinju to assassinate Lin Yun, this was the same as slapping the Sword Sect's face. So Mu Xiankong naturally had to take revenge. After all, he promised Lin Yun that he wouldn't allow him to be bullied as long as the Sword Sect still existed. He couldn't be bothered with a battle between juniors, which was the same for the Radiant Sword Saint. But since they sent a Samsara Edict Realm expert to go after Lin Yun, Mu Xiankong naturally had to interfere. Since Jinju wasn't around, he would take Qin Zhao's life instead. Patriarch. What's going on? That's the Patriarch's head. No, this is impossible. The myriads of the Nether Divinity clan's disciples were shocked when they saw the head that Mu Xiankong was carrying. Their bodies began to tremble, and they stuttered to the point that they couldn't speak clearly. After all, it was Qin Shao they were talking about. Qin Shao became a saint 800 years ago. He was famous in the Nether Divinity clan and the ancient Barren domain, but today he died in the hands of Mu Xiankong. This was why everyone felt this was too unreal. Saints were practically legends, but a saint had died before their eyes. This was a significant blow to them, and they finally realized that even saints could be killed. The faces of many experienced Samsara Edict Realm experts sank while looking in the direction Mu Xiankong that left silently in. It had been many years since there was a battle between saints within the ancient Barren domain, and they couldn't remember the last time a saint was killed. There was no doubt that Qin Zhao's death would shake the entire ancient Barren domain or even the Eastern Desolation. I'm afraid the ancient Barren domain will fall into chaos. The competition between sects and clans was intense within the ancient Barren domain. But there hadn't been any chaos since the Radiant Sword Saint was around. After all, the Radiant Sword Saint's existence alone was enough to bring peace to the ancient Barren domain, and no one dared to invade. If the Radiant Sword Saint weren't around, the ancient barren domain would have long been in the hands of other holy lands. After all, the ancient barren domain used to be one of the 9 ancient domains. But the Radiant Sword Saint was running out of lifespan, and everyone knew there was an undercurrent within the ancient barren domain, despite looking peaceful. No one would doubt that the ancient barren domain would fall into chaos, and there would be a huge cleanse in the forces once the Radiant Sword Saint passes away. The current peace was because everyone was waiting to see if the Radiant Sword Saint could take the last step out. But no one expected a saint to be killed before the outcome of the Radiant Sword Saint. It wouldn't take long for the other powerful forces to receive the news of Qin Zhao's death, including the other saint clans. The death of a saint would cause a huge uproar, and the reason why Mu Xiankong killed Qin Zhao would also spread out. Quick! Return with the news! I'm afraid that the peace will be destroyed now. The Nether Divinity clan isn't a pushover, and they have a close connection with the Divine Dragon Empire. You overthink it. As long as Tian Xuanzi doesn't make a move, the Nether Divinity clan will have no choice but to suck it up. Bring back the news that Mu Xiankong has grasped the sword domain. We also have to find out the reason why Mu Xiankong came. The saints in the surroundings turned into streaks of light as they rushed back to their forces. When the Azure Flame Saint Lord waved his hand, the Glory Saint artifact, previously used by Qin Zhao, fell into his hand. He fell into silence as he looked at the long spear. He still couldn't believe that Qin Zhao had died just like that. In the end, Qin Zhao was too weak, and Mu Xiankong was too strong. Not to mention that Mu Xuankong's sword domain was somewhat strange. Qin Zhao really wasted the past 800 years. He can't even grasp the Frost Flame dual glory spirits, the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord coldly said. The Azure Flame Saint Lord didn't say a word. He felt that even if Qin Zhao could grasp it, it couldn't change his outcome. At best, he would only last slightly longer against Mu Xiankong. As long as Mu Xiankong was determined to take Qin Zhao's life, no one in the ancient barren domain could save him unless Tian Xuanzi made a move. But if Tian Xuanzi was willing to help, he would have appeared in the Nether Divinity clan long ago with his strength. Qin Zhu, the Azure Flame Saint Lord summoned the Grand Elder. Saint Lord. Qin Zhu uneasily looked at the Azure Flame Saint Lord. Before the next patriarch is decided, you'll be responsible for keeping this spear safe. The Azure Flame Saint Lord handed the Glory Saint artifact over to Qin Zhu. This meant that Qin Zhu would have to clean up the mess. Hearing what the Azure Flame Saint Lord said, Qin Zhu was briefly stunned before quickly receiving the long spear. Dismissed. The Azure Flame Saint Lord waved his hand just when Qin Zhu wanted to say something. What should we do now? Are we going to let this matter rest so easily? The Indigo Thunder Saint Lord's face was ugly. After all, this was the first time he had been forced into such a pathetic state since he became a saint. If they couldn't handle this matter well, there was no doubt it would be a disaster for the Nether Divinity clan. He had fallen into a dilemma and couldn't make a decision. They would only be courting death if they headed to the Sword Sect. After all, Mu Xiankong could intimidate the two of them with a gaze. Even if they head back to the Nether Divinity clan to bring reinforcements, there's no way they could be compared to the Sword Sect. We definitely can't let this matter rest so easily, said the Azure Flame Saint Lord. I'll head to the War Realm and report this matter to the Ancestor. You make a trip to the Profound Sky Sect and ask Tian Xuanzi for an explanation. If that ingrate, Tian Xuanzi, was reliable, Qin Zhao wouldn't have died, the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord roared. I naturally know that, but we still have to make a trip. Forget it. I'll go with you. The Azure Flame Saint Lord's pupils flashed with a cold light. Let's go. We can't let this matter go so easily, and the Sword Sect will have to pay the price sooner or later. There was a valley covered with flowers within the Profound Sky Sect. This valley was called the 100 Flowers Valley, where Tian Xuanzi stayed. This valley was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Each flower was exquisitely chosen, making this place look like a white celestial realm. There was a spiritual lake and a pavilion at the valley's heart. The pavilion had a simple table, and there was a chessboard on the table. Tian Xuanzi was donned in white with a golden flower on his right shoulder that matched his blonde hair well. This made his already feminine face even more feminine. The view of the valley, spiritual lake, and Tian Xuanzi altogether looked like a natural and gorgeous painting. Qin Song was quietly standing in the pavilion. He didn't dare to disrupt his master. He didn't know if his master was playing chess with himself or with someone else through space. This was because his master was the happiest whenever he was playing chess. His master would always lose by half a piece. But whenever it reached an exciting part, his master would smile from the bottom of his heart. This time, his master lost again as a black chess piece fell onto the chessboard. Tian Xuanzi smiled. "I lost." No one replied to him. A smear of desolation flashed on Tian Xuanzi's face after he smiled. He raised his head, looking in a direction with an expression that suggested that a gorgeous woman was standing there. The desolation soon disappeared on his face as he walked out of the pavilion, heading towards the valley with Qin Song quickly following behind him. When they entered the valley's depths, Tian Xuanzi plucked a piece of the petal from the flower on his shoulder, and the petal immediately released an unimaginable floral fragrance. Simultaneously, the petal was shrouded in a holy light, giving the petal the appearance that it was the most beautiful item in the world. When the petal was about to land on the ground, Tian Xuanzi waved his hand, and the petal froze in mid-air. This scene would baffle anyone, but Qin Song wasn't surprised and had no changes on his face. Not long later, a snow leopard cat hopped into the air, pouncing at the petal. Tian Xuanzi smiled as he waved his hand, making the snow leopard cat miss. The petal was like bait for the snow leopard cat. In the end, Tian Xuanzi spread his arms apart, and the snow leopard cat fell into his embrace. He held onto the petal with his fingers and briefly used it to toy with the cat before letting go of it, allowing the snow leopard cat to devour it. When the snow leopard cat chewed on the petal, it showed a satisfied expression. This cat might seem lazy, but Qin Song knew that this cat possessed the white dragon's bloodline. It was an ominous beast in ancient times. Qin Song, do you want to become the patriarch of the Nether Divinity clan in the future? Tian Xuanzi asked. I've never thought of it before. Qin Song replied after a brief shock. You're not willing? Tian Xuanzi smiled as he raised his head. I'm willing as long as Master wants me to become the patriarch. Qin Song replied. Tian Xuanzi smiled and let go of the cat in his embrace, allowing the cat to disappear into the flowers. That fellow really didn't put me in its eyes. Tian Xuanzi smiled. I'll go and capture it. Qin Song said, wanting to catch the cat. It's all right. Tell me about your reason, Tian Xuanzi asked. He could tell from Qin Song's tone that he wasn't very willing to become the patriarch of the Nether Divinity clan. I only wish to follow Master, Qin Song honestly replied. Becoming the patriarch of the Nether Divinity clan might seem glorious, but it was nothing in his eyes. You should head back first. I have guests. Tian Xuanzi smiled and added, Qin Xiao is dead. Qin Song was shocked when he heard that. He couldn't believe what he had just heard because Qin Xiao became a saint 800 years ago, and he was the patriarch of the Nether Divinity clan. But he couldn't ask more about it because his master had told him to leave. When he left the Hundred Flowers Valley, he ran into the Azure Flame Saint Lord and Indigo Thunder Saint Lord. Their faces were cold when they saw him. Looks like Tian Xuanzi has a good dog. The Indigo Thunder Saint Lord even insulted. He heard everything from Qin Ju and was unhappy with Qin Song. The corner of Qin Song's lip twitched, but he ignored what the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord said. The Azure Flame Saint Lord and Indigo Thunder Saint Lord hurriedly entered the Hundred Flowers Valley upon receiving permission. When they swept their gazes over after entering, they immediately found Tian Xuanzi enjoying the flowers. Tian Xuanzi was unfathomable in their eyes. He was right before them, but he gave them the feeling he was in a painting and out of their reach. It felt as though there was a barrier isolating them. Seniors, it has been some time. Tian Xuanzi smiled, and his smile made all the flowers lose their luster in comparison. Seniors? We can't accept that. Don't tell me that you don't know Qin Xiao is dead. The Indigo Thunder Saint Lord mocked. I just received the news, and I'm greatly saddened by it. Mu Xiankong is too overbearing. Tian Xuanzi was still smiling and showed no signs of sadness. This only made the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord even more furious as he roared, Tian Xuanzi, you ingrate! Back then, when you hadn't become a saint, our Nether Divinity clan supported you with resources. I have long repaid the Nether Divinity clan tenfold. Tian Xuanzi replied, the 3 tasks I promised the Nether Divinity clan have been fulfilled. Then again, Qin Zhao's death was too sudden, and I didn't expect that. Tian Xuanzi, stop acting. You allowed Jin Zhu to leave on purpose. If you're willing to make a move, how would things develop in this manner? You can kill an Elysium Core Realm genius with a wave of your hand, so there's no need for Jin Zhu to take the risk. The Indigo Thunder Saint Lord said. You're right. Tian Xuanzi gently replied and didn't seem furious at all by Indigo Thunder Saint Lord's words. This nearly made the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord throw out a mouthful of blood. Right then, Azure Flame Saint Lord, who was quietly standing beside him, asked, since you did know about it beforehand, you won't avoid it now, right? That's for sure. Tian Xuanzi replied. Since that's the case, I'd like to ask the Saint Sovereign to ask the Radiant Sword Saint for an explanation on our behalf, the Azure Flame Saint Lord said. He was more composed than the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord, slowly pulling Tian Xuanzi into his trap with his words. But Tian Xuanzi merely raised his head to look at him as though he was looking at an idiot. This instantly made the Azure Flame Saint Lord furious, and he now knew why the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord's temper was so uncontrollable when he talked to Tian Xuanzi. The Radiant Sword Saint doesn't have a good temper, not to mention that you guys are the ones who started it. Are you guys sure you want to go? You guys aren't afraid to be slain by the Radiant Sword Saint. Tian Xuanzi briefly paused before he continued. It looks like you guys don't know anything. Lin Yun isn't an ordinary Elysium Core Realm genius. He's a disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. The Radiant Sword Saint visited the Netherworld Hall not too long ago, slaying 3 saints in his trip. The Azure Flame Saint Lord and Indigo Thunder Saint Lord exchanged a gaze, and they could see the shock in each other's pupils. After all, they didn't know about that because they had been in seclusion. But Qin Xiao was confident that the Radiant Sword Saint was old, and he couldn't descend with another clone. Aside from the Radiant Sword Saint, Qin Xiao didn't think the Nether Divinity clan would fear anyone. Most importantly, Qin Xiao felt that the Sword Sect had declined, and they didn't have the guts to face the Nether Divinity clan head-on. In the end, Qin Xiao was just courting death, and he wouldn't have died if he hadn't taken the initiative to send Jin Zhu to the Sword Sect. Do the 2 of you still want to go now? Tian Xuanzi looked at the 2 Saint Lords with mockery in his pupils. The 2 Saint Lords exchanged a gaze and felt they had no dignity before Tian Xuanzi. The Azure Flame Saint Lord asked, what do you plan to do, then? We have a lot of time ahead of us. Tian Xuanzi replied, and his reply made the 2 Saint Lords furious. They already knew that Tian Xuanzi wouldn't give them any face, but they didn't expect that Tian Xuanzi couldn't even be bothered to say something polite. They really felt that the Nether Divinity clan was blind to nurturing Tian Xuanzi back then. The Nether Divinity clan lost a patriarch, and Tian Xuanzi was smiling. Tian Xuanzi, don't think you can get yourself out of this. You sent Mu Xiankong a letter, right? The Indigo Thunder Saint Lord questioned. When he heard that, a cold light flashed within Tian Xuanzi's pupils, and he smiled. Looks like the Nether Divinity clan has a lot of undercovers in the Profound Sky Sect. You don't have to care about that. I want to know what you wrote to the Sword Sect. The Indigo Thunder Saint Lord coldly questioned. That's between us, it has nothing to do with you, Tian Xuanzi replied, and the atmosphere between both parties suddenly tensed up. Humph. Talk to the ancestor if you have anything to say. The Indigo Thunder Saint Lord snorted. The Nether Divinity ancestor was the strongest saint of the Nether Divinity clan, who contributed significantly to the Divine Dragon Empire, thus receiving a title from the Divine Dragon Empire. Others think he was dead because the Nether Divinity ancestor was active since the Darkest Era and had been around for over 3,000 years. But few people know that the Nether Divinity ancestor was still alive within the Nether Divinity War realm. Tian Xuanzi's face finally changed, and he replied, I'm not going anywhere. You don't have a choice. The Indigo Thunder Saint Lord snorted before he disappeared. Watch out! The Azure Flame Saint Lord's face changed, but it was already too late. The Indigo Thunder Saint Lord appeared before Tian Xuanzi and had reached out for Tian Xuanzi's right shoulder. The two were only an inch away, but the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord felt like a mirror had isolated them. Tian Xuanzi ultimately made a move, reaching out with his right hand and grabbed onto the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord's throat. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord didn't even have the time to react. While holding the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord by the throat, Tian Xuanzi smiled. You want me to go to the Nether Divinity Ancestor? Why? Do you want me to seek forgiveness or have the Nether Divinity Ancestor punish me? Do you think the Nether Divinity Ancestor can easily hold my life in his hand like in the past? Do you believe that I won't kill you here? The Indigo Thunder Saint Lord was suffocating with his face turned red. Tian Xuanzi was even more terrifying than a ghost in his eyes, which covered his back in a cold sweat. He didn't doubt that Tian Xuanzi would dare to take his life. Tian Xuanzi, the Azure Flame Saint Lord exclaimed. But a cat hopped onto his head just when he wanted to help. This immediately made the Azure Flame Saint Lord feel a chill run down his spine. It was just a cat, but it made him feel like he was sinking into the abyss. As the cat yawned, the Azure Flame Saint Lord's legs began to tremble. Misunderstanding. This is just a misunderstanding. Tian Xuanzi, let him go. I believe he didn't mean it. But Tian Xuanzi didn't respond, and he only looked at the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord with a smile. Saint Sovereign, we're at fault. This was just a misunderstanding, the Azure Flame Saint Lord continued. In the end, Tian Xuanzi threw the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord away as the snow leopard cat hopped into his embrace. Let's go. The Azure Flame Saint Lord could feel his scalp tingling as he quickly supported his companion. Go on. Tian Xuanzi looked at the snow leopard cat in his embrace and continued. Oh, and I only keep cats, not dogs. The Indigo Thunder Saint Lord knew that those words were directed at them. After they had walked far enough away, the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord ranted. I'll kill that sissy sooner or later. When the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord said those words, the Azure Flame Saint Lord knew that they were doomed and his legs began to tremble. Even the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord could feel a pair of eyes directed at him, and he instantly froze. As the snow leopard cat hopped out of Tian Xuanzi's embrace, a terrifying saint aura exploded from Tian Xuanzi. The two Saint Lords were shocked to discover that they couldn't budge. When Tian Xuanzi took a step forth, he had a decapitated head in his embrace upon appearing before the Azure Flame Saint Lord. That head naturally belonged to the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord. This made the Azure Flame Saint Lord's face pale. He knew that Tian Xuanzi was strong, but he never had a gauge of Tian Xuanzi's strength. After all, people would often neglect Tian Xuanzi's strength because of his feminine appearance. They forgot that Tian Xuanzi was someone who could face the Radiant Sword Saint. Catch! Tian Xuanzi tossed the head over. The Azure Flame Saint Lord subconsciously reached out to catch the head. When he came to his senses, he wanted to throw it away. But he didn't dare to make any move when he saw Tian Xuanzi squinting his eyes. I suddenly changed my mind. Come, let's go to the Nether Divinity War Realm. Saint Sovereign, you must be joking. No. I'm guilty and have to seek the ancestors' forgiveness. Tian Xuanzi smiled as he grabbed onto the Azure Flame Saint Lord and disappeared from the valley. As for the snow leopard cat, it came over, dragging the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord's headless corpse with its mouth covered in blood. In the next second, the entire valley trembled as all the flowers suddenly became sinister. They shot forth and started tearing the headless corpse into pieces. Heaven had 9 skies and each sky had 4 layers. The Nether Divinity clan was located in the first layer of the 9th sky, commonly known as the 33rd layer of heaven. Only saints could tear apart the layers of heaven and reach the 9th sky. The 36 layers were barriers, and they were also cages. There were countless secrets hidden in the 36 layers, and no one knew if the Kunlun realm or the 36 layers existed first. Xianxia easily tore apart the layers of heaven, carrying the azure flame Saint Lord to the 33rd layer of heaven. This place looked desolate, and the atmosphere was filled with terrifying cloud lumps. Occasionally, floating lands could be seen like fragments of stars. Occasionally, gigantic astral beasts could also be seen, and those astral beasts were emitting ancient auras. Anyone could easily tell that those astral beasts possessed the bloodline of ancient demonic beasts. It wasn't an exaggeration to call them legacies, and not every saint could travel in this region. Xianxia and the Azure Flame Saint Lord were traveling at an unbelievable speed. Half a day later, a nebula appeared before them, and they had to pass through it to reach the Nether Divinity War realm. Most astral realms in the ninth sky were barren worlds, and few could support life. Most of them had a harsh environment that even saints didn't dare to stay in for long, and only some astral beasts could survive in those environments. It wasn't easy finding an astral realm that supported life, and the Nether Divinity War realm was one of them. Not only that, but the Nether Divinity War realm had an ancient inheritance containing ancient secrets. The Nether Divinity War realm was bestowed to the Nether Divinity clan because of the Nether Divinity ancestors' contributions to the Divine Dragon Empire. The War realm allowed the Nether Divinity clan to become the leader of all saint clans in the ancient barren domain. They have been gradually accumulating their strength, and they would be comparable to ancient saint clans if they managed to accumulate for a few thousand years more. The Azure Flame Saint Lord was nervous as he held on to Indigo Thunder Saint Lord's decapitated head. He was trembling in fear, and couldn't even budge. After all, the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord's death was a massive blow to him, striking his heart with a great amount of fear, and his mentality nearly collapsed because of it. He was greatly terrified by Xianxia's strength. He never expected that Xianxia would dare to kill the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord. But what made him even more afraid was that Xianxia wanted to head to the Nether Divinity War realm. The Azure Flame Saint Lord couldn't even imagine what would happen when Xianxia met the ancestor of their Nether Divinity clan. How nostalgic, Xianxia reminisced while looking at the Nether Divinity War realm. His brow bone was longer than others. Matched with his smooth curls, it gave him a peculiar style. Xianxia was born in the Divine Dragon Empire. Before he reached the Dragon Pulse realm, he spent most of his time in the Nether Divinity War realm. So he was naturally familiar with the Nether Divinity ancestor. As his memories surfaced before his eyes, Xianxia squinted his pupils with a cold light flashing within them. After all, those times weren't beautiful memories. Since he was young, he was bullied by the direct descendants, and the Nether Divinity ancestor only used him as a tool, wanting him to control the Profound Sky sect on behalf of the Qin Saint clan. But despite the terrible past, Xianxia still decided to come to the Nether Divinity War realm. "Let's go." Xianxia smiled. He was clearly doing something insane, but his smile was even more terrifying. The Azure Flame Saint Lord couldn't see through what Xianxia was thinking. The clouds split as they passed through the nebula vortex, and a world appeared before them. The Nether Divinity War realm was massive and comparable to the profound Amber realm that Lin Yun was from. In terms of spiritual energy density, it wasn't at all inferior to the Kunlun realm. This world had lots of native humans that established various empires and forces. But the Nether Divinity clan was like a god in this realm, absorbing all the resources for themselves and grasping the core inheritance to provide an endless supply of treasures and geniuses for the Nether Divinity clan in the ancient barren domain. Xianxuanzi's speed was fast, and he soon arrived at the North Pole of the Nether Divinity War realm. This place was a complete wasteland filled with an ancient aura. On this wasteland there was a bronze mountain. The size of this bronze mountain reached a few myriad miles, and there was a palace situated at the top of the mountain, known as the Nether Divinity Palace. Xianxuanzi killed the Qin Saint clan's Saint Lord by mistake, and I'm here to seek forgiveness from the ancestor. A crisp voice echoed within the wasteland. When that voice echoed, countless figures soared into the sky, looking at Xianxuanzi with shock and fury within their pupils. Simultaneously, waves of terrifying Saint aura exploded from the palace that soon reached every corner of this continent. In the next moment, a robust figure walked out from the palace. "Ancestor!" Everyone in midair greeted that person with a bow. Tian Xuanzi, since you're here to seek forgiveness, why aren't you on your knees? A majestic voice echoed. The Azure Flame Saint Lord, who was beside Tian Xuanzi, had long fallen onto the ground with the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord's head rolling to the side. I'm injured, so I ask for etiquette to be exempted. Tian Xuanzi replied. Tian Xuanzi, how dare you? Tian Xuanzi, get down on your knees, and the ancestor might consider sparing your life. Tian Xuanzi, you ingrate, how dare you come to the Nether Divinity War realm after killing the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord? The elders of the Qin Saint clan within the surroundings furiously roared when they saw how rude Tian Xuanzi was being. Ha ha ha! You guys must be joking. Tian Xuanzi laughed and waved his hand, igniting the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord's head. The head then flew towards the palace like a meteorite with boundless pressure. He then squinted his eyes, watching the head approach that palace. He was probing to see how strong that old fellow was. When the head approached the palace, it was destroyed by a majestic force. As the head fell apart like fireworks, the remnants left huge craters on the ground, causing the entire continent to tremble with various phenomena appearing. Since the ancestor destroyed Indigo Thunder Saint Lord's head, I bet I'm forgiven. After all, the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord was at fault for being rude. Tian Xuanzi looked at the palace as he gave off boundless arrogance. His words nearly made everyone from the Nether Divinity clan throw out blood, but no one dared to make a move against Tian Xuanzi, including the saints within the palace. When everyone was furious, a black radiance formed into a giant palm that flew towards Tian Xuanzi. The black palm had distorted the entire space with stars engraved on the fingers. At the heart of the palm, there was a divine rune with countless saint runes that revolved and formed into a profound vortex. Cracks began to spread out from the palm, with flames enveloping it. But Tian Xuanzi didn't move or even take a step. When the palm was about to descend, a bizarre scene occurred. The palm began to slow down as it got closer to Tian Xuanzi. In the end, it even looked like time had stopped around Tian Xuanzi. In another painting that no one could see, it was a space of its own with countless flowers blooming and withering, repeating the cycle again and again. As flowers bloomed and withered, Tian Xuanzi kept retreating, and the world behind him was like a revolving kaleidoscope. Heavenly moon, heavenly sun, heavenly gold, heavenly wood, heavenly water, heavenly fire, heavenly earth. As 7 radiants appeared, there was a terrifying figure within each radiant that looked like a dignified deity. But that palm was too scary. The eternal flames from the divine rune made it look like the palm of an ancient god. When the palm pressed down, fine cracks appeared on the 7 radiants, waiting for the divine rune to reach the limit. When the palm utterly ignited, it looked like the palm had grabbed onto Tian Xuanzi from the outside world. As the painting shattered, fragments drifted out from the gigantic palm, and those fragments looked like pieces of paper from the painting, emitting a faint radiance. Everyone from the Qin Saint clan became excited, but their smiles froze soon after as a terrifying explosion echoed, and fine cracks began to spread out. As the massive palm shattered, a huge crater appeared on the ground. While Tian Xuanzi hovered in the air, he was radiating a terrifying aura, and that was the last stage of the profound sky cannon. Tribulation heaven. As the fragments returned to Tian Xuanzi's body, his body became blurred again, giving others a feeling that he was in a painting and wasn't real. Indigo Thunder Saint Lord was rude at first and deserved to be killed. You're not guilty of killing him. A deep voice echoed from the palace that shocked everyone. Tian Xuanzi thanks the ancestor. Tian Xuanzi laughed as he turned into a golden streak of light, leaving the Nether Divinity War realm. Tian Xuanzi's figure was like a faint golden lotus that appeared outside the Nether Divinity War realm's entrance. When he appeared, a figure flew over and respectfully stood beside him. This person wore black, accompanied by a black belt and a bamboo hat. Zhuge Qingyun pays my respects to Master. This person was Tian Xuanzi's strongest disciple, Zhuge Qingyun, who was known to be invincible beneath the saints. Greetings, Saint Sovereign. There were 6 black figures a few thousand meters behind Zhuge Qingyun, and they were all emitting terrifying saint auras. They were all saint realm experts of the profound sky sect. All the saints were there, aside from the Grand Elder who had to protect the sect. If someone else was there, they would definitely be shocked that there was a powerful sect with so many saints aside from the sword sect. Tian Xuanzi furrowed his brows, looking at the 6 saints. He wasn't too happy about their presence being here. Why are you all here? Master was going to meet the Nether Divinity Ancestor, and we're worried. Zhuge Qingyun calmly replied. In his view, he was only doing what was right for him. He continued, Master can punish me if you want to punish anyone for this. Tian Xuanzi's face changed as he silently looked at Zhuge Qingyun. Among his disciples, only Zhuge Qingyun had no respect for him. If it were Qinsong, the latter definitely wouldn't dare to say a word. But it didn't matter to Tian Xuanzi because everyone had their own personality, and Tian Xuanzi didn't like to suppress his disciples' characters. No need to be so alarmed. But the Nether Divinity Ancestor is at the pinnacle of the Saint realm and was comparable to the Radiant Sword Saint back then. Zhuge Qingyun argued. The Nether Divinity Ancestor was an old monster within the ancient Barren domain. If the Sword Sect didn't have the Radiant Sword Saint back then, the ancient Barren domain would have already been devoured by the Nether Divinity clan. Even when the Radiant Sword Saint was heavily injured, the Nether Divinity Ancestor didn't take a step out of the Nether Divinity War realm. This alone was because of the Radiant Sword Saint's prestige. So it was unavoidable for Zhuge Qingyun to be worried that Tian Xuanzi suddenly wanted to visit the Nether Divinity War realm. Are there any movements from the Sword Sect? Tian Xuanzi asked, changing the topic. The Heavenly Note Sect's Sect Master and the Profound Valley's Valley Master both immediately rushed to the Sword Sect, and they're still there. The Heavenly Blade Pavilion's Pavilion Lord is on the way there. But there aren't any movements from the Thunder Sect, Vajra Monastery, and Emerald Jade Manor. Zhuge Qingyun replied. The Profound Valley has also gone there? This is interesting. Tian Xuanzi was briefly surprised. Under the bamboo hat, Zhuge Qingyun was filled with admiration for his master, because this was equivalent to taking 3 birds down with 1 stone. Not only was the Nether Divinity clan weakened, deepening the hatred between the Sword Sect and Nether Divinity clan, they also managed to see who were the Sword Sect's allies from this incident, thus dividing the 8 powerful sections. Tian Xuanzi was truly surprised when he heard that. He wasn't surprised that the Heavenly Note Sect would visit the Sword Sect. After all, he knew that the sect master, Lin Wan, had a deep relationship with Mu Shenkong. But the Profound Valley had surprised him. Amongst the 8 powerful sects, the Profound Valley had the most remarkable attainments in spiritual runes. It had always been neutral, never taking sides with any force. But they joined the Sword Sect's side this time? Master, should we investigate this matter? Zhuge Qingyun naturally saw through what his master was thinking. No need. Mere ants can't shake an elephant, and they will all die when the time comes. Tian Xuanzi's face became eerily cold. Back at the Sword Sect, it was protected by layers of arrays, and one could sense how dangerous those arrays were. Those arrays could even take the life of a saint. It was the famous 9 firmament sword array of the Sword Sect. A beard-stubbled, middle-aged man was looking at the Sword Sect from afar. He briefly furrowed his brows before raising his voice. His voice was loud and contained a wisp of annoyance. Mu Shenkong, come out to welcome your guest. I'm here. Mu Shenkong was in a hall, chatting with a man and a woman. The man was handsome and elegant, the Valley Master of the Profound Valley. The woman was gorgeous and charming, the Sect Master of the Heavenly Note Sect. The 2 immediately came when they heard that Mu Shenkong slew Xianxia. They were naturally here to prevent the Profound Sky Sect from using this matter as an excuse to attack the Sword Sect. After all, everyone knew that the Nether Divinity clan had a deep connection with the Profound Sky Sect. Tian Xuanzi didn't come, but that fellow came instead. The Profound Valley's Valley Master smiled. Only the Heavenly Blade Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Chan Yu, had such a fiery temper amongst the 8 powerful sections. Tian Xuanzi probably won't be coming. You 2 can return first, and I'm grateful for your arrival. Mu Xiankong smiled while cupping his hands. The Profound Valley's Valley Master stood up and replied, "Then, I'll be taking my leave first. Sect Master Mu, you can rest assured that the Profound Valley will do our best to help if the Sword Sect has any difficulties." Mu Xiankong nodded his head and cupped his hands together. Looking at the silhouette of the Profound Valley's Valley Master, Mu Xiankong was truly surprised this time. He never thought that Tang Jing, whom Lin Yun risked his life to save, would be the youngest son of the Valley Master. After the Sword Emperor brought Tang Jing back, he gave credit to Lin Yun. This was why the Valley Master would now stand on the Sword Sect's side. "Xiankong, I'll be leaving first. You take care of yourself." Lin Wan revealed a gentle smile before she left with much reluctance. It had been years since they met, and she knew it would be hard for them to meet again. After the two left, the beard-stubbled middle-aged man swiftly entered the hall the moment the array was lifted. When he entered, he impatiently asked, "Mu Xiankong, you really grasped the sword domain?" The two fought for decades ever since they became the sect master of their respective sects. They had been evenly matched, so he couldn't maintain his composure when he heard that Mu Xiankong grasped the sword domain and slew Qin Shao. "I guess so." Mu Xiankong smiled. "I don't believe you. Don't move. Let me try slashing you." The beard-stubbled middle-aged man drew his blade and swung it down at Mu Xiankong. It was fortunate that no one else was there, or they would have been shocked by this scene. This also scared Mu Xiankong into breaking out in a cold sweat. But he didn't hesitate to wave his hand, having sword rays form into a domain. When the beard-stubbled middle-aged man's attack was hindered, he wielded his blade with both hands, tearing apart the sword rays to Mu Xiankong's head. But as dazzling golden light radiated from Mu Xiankong's forehead, no matter how the middle-aged man tried to force his blade down, he couldn't reach Mu Xiankong. When the golden light reached a limit, it suddenly gushed out and sent the beard-stubbled middle-aged man flying. As the latter threw out a mouthful of blood, he started cursing, "Fuck! It's really the sword domain. But your sword intent is only at the pinnacle 7th stage. So how did you manage to do it? I'm not any weaker than you. Join the sword sect, and I'll teach you," Mu Xiankong said, looking at the beard-stubbled middle-aged man. "Get lost." The beard-stubbled middle-aged man cursed before he left, and his voice echoed, "Mu Xiankong, don't die so easily. I'll come again when my blade domain is formed." Mu Xiankong was briefly stunned before a smile rose on his lips. He and the Heavenly Blade Pavilion's Pavilion Master were friends, and they had fought intensely back then. After they became saints, Mu Xiankong would reminisce about the time when they were young. "Time to give martial uncle a greeting," Mu Xiankong muttered, and he soon appeared where the Radiant Sword Saint was in seclusion. This place was covered in plum blossoms. The Radiant Sword Saint raised his head to look at Mu Xiankong. "You're here?" "Yeah." Mu Xiankong nodded. "Let's go." The Radiant Sword Saint and Mu Xiankong both appeared on the celestial observing stage, looking at the youth seated at the lake's heart. "MHM?" Mu Xiankong was surprised when he looked at Lin Yun because he could see a massive moon under the lake blazing with flames. The sword intent in the flames was so terrifying that even saints would be alarmed. But Lin Yun had perfectly fused with the Tao rhyme. "He seems to be searching for the opportunity left by the Sword Emperor," Mu Xiankong muttered. "Not exactly." The Radiant Sword Saint smiled as he stroked his beard. "He was personally given an opportunity by the Sword Emperor, and he's here to comprehend it. Looks like Yu Qingfeng is pretty fond of this fellow. But Lin Yun is a disciple of my sword sect, and he can't snatch him away." Mu Xiankong smiled. "That's for sure. After all, Lin Yun is my disciple," the Radiant Sword Saint proudly replied. "Martial uncle, you can't leave Saint Mountain for long with your injuries." "I'll look after him," Mu Xiankong said. "It's fine. I'll return shortly so you don't have to look after him. Just keeping some of your attention on him will do." The Radiant Sword Saint shook his head.